Melting, A Duke's Winter Heart. Written by Abby Ayles and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website, starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Chapter 1. Sarah Lockridge pulled herself upright in the carriage, stretching her short legs forward across the seat and casting a playful grin in her friend's direction. Long trips like these always leave me aching to run about or splash in some cool water. I am not sure I will be able to abide this carriage one more moment. You speak as though you had a choice, Margaret Hayward said with a playful note of her own. She was the opposite of Sarah in every way, tall, dark-haired, and dark-eyed. She had been of marriageable age for a few years, just like Sarah, but unlike her hot-headed friend, Margaret had multiple suitors lined up for her hand and the opportunities therein. Sarah leaned out of the carriage and let the warm summer wind lift her hair up in the breeze and carry it gently aloft. Her hair was so blonde it was almost white, a feature that only seemed starker when matched with her brilliant green eyes. Her father, who rarely seemed to notice her existence, had once acknowledged that she looked like an old Irish selkie, the mystical seal folk who could shed their skin and, in some cases, enchant poor fishermen to their doom. "I'm not ready to be home," Sarah said softly, leaning her cheek against the window sash. "Perhaps at Fuller Mill we might take a break?" "It's a short walk from the mill to your parents'," Margaret said. "Someone might see us dabbling in the creek." "Perhaps the coachman will let us out early." Sarah brightened and straightened, knocking against the wall of the carriage until the driver opened a small door for communication. "Could you drop us at Fuller Mill, Hopkins? We wish to stretch our legs. You can carry our belongings on to Talon Hall." "What about Miss Hayward?" "Her parents are sending a coach to take her on from Talon Hall. I'm sure they won't mind if she's a few minutes late." The coachman paused for a moment, clearly facing a familiar dilemma, whether to give in to his mistress's commandment and risk her father's disapproval, or to hope for the best. In the end, Sarah saw the carriage slowing near the peaceful mill, and she and Margaret were allowed to clamber out of the carriage with only their bonnets to carry home across the fields. "Give my best to my parents," Sarah said with a blithe smile, "and tell Lucille I'll be home directly." "You could have brought Lucille, you know," Margaret said as the two girls picked up their skirts and waded through the tall prairie grass towards the silent mill. "You are 2 peas in a pod, and I'd have enjoyed her companionship along with yours." Sarah smiled to herself. When most people used the phrase 2 peas in a pod, they meant it figuratively, but in her and her sister's case, there was never a more literal interpretation. Born identical twins, Sarah and Lucille Lockridge were indistinguishable to most people. They were the same height, had the same waist-length white blonde hair, and had similar mannerisms and tones. They could only be told apart by their clothing choices and their personalities. While Sarah Lockridge wore daring colours and brilliant hues, Lucille wore pastels in the simplest styles. While Lucille was content to quietly collect fans and gloves and shut herself away indoors, Sarah had a hungry mind and longed for adventure. Many people didn't even know that Lord Edgar Lockridge, the Earl of Huxley, had twin daughters. Because Sarah so often went out in society alone, they just assumed she was his only daughter, and when Lucille ventured out, they were often mistaken for one another. "Lucille has been quiet as of late," she mused, as the two girls drew near the shallow stream beneath the turning mill wheel. "I've enjoyed our time together, but I worry about her. Lucille has always been quiet. It's just her way." Margaret looked over at her friend with alarm. "What are you doing?" Sarah had already stripped off her stockings and slippers and was hiking her bright blue skirts up to wade into the stream. My feet are aching, she said with a joyous laugh. Would you leave them to languish in slippers after a day of travel? But what if someone were to see? Margaret gasped, putting one foot behind the other as though to ward off Sarah's unseemly ways. It would be scandalous. Sarah, I can see your knee. No one is passing this way, dear. Sarah closed her eyes and felt the subtle current tug at her ankles like a needy child. The water is so cold. You should try it. Who knows what is in that water? Can't you wait until we are home and can draw a proper bath? Margaret, Sarah scolded, levelling a laughing gaze on her friend. You speak grandly of how brave you are and how many adventures you wish to go on, but when it comes to a simple matter of standing in a clear stream, you balk at the drama of it all. Margaret looked from side to side with a nervous giggle. All right then, she sniffed daintily. I will touch it with my hand. She knelt down and sank her pale wrist into the water until it covered halfway up her forearm, and then withdrew her arm just as quickly. With bravery like that we will conquer the world, Sarah said dryly. She waded a bit farther into the stream, letting the water lick at her knees. I want to do things, Margaret. Not silly little things like this, but the sort of things I read about in my books. Men get to travel all over the world on boats and have all sorts of adventures. They come back telling their tales, and we women are meant to swoon over them without hungering for adventure ourselves. It isn't fair. You always were obsessed with books. Didn't your father used to warn against it? You really haven't spent much time at Talon Hall in recent years, Sarah said, half teasing and half sad. Margaret's mother wasn't a fan of the Lockridge family, and Margaret had spent more and more time travelling with her family and locked in music studies as the years went by. Nothing's changed with my father, she went on. He would still prefer I kill the adventurer in me before it causes him embarrassment in the House of Lords. What does the House of Lords care about a young girl? You know what father always says, Sarah said quietly. If I bring shame on the family name, then there's no coming back from it for him. I would ruin him, and that would ruin the plans he has for the government. Then stop fussing about it, Margaret said sensibly, drying off her arm with the edge of her shawl. Stop reading books and longing for things you can't have. There's no reason to indulge in such a way, especially when you know you'll end up married just like the rest of us, sewing and caring for children and attending grand parties. The best you can hope for is a kind and interesting man who will leave you alone most of your life. It sounded horrible to Sarah, but Margaret spoke of it all as though it was the ultimate dream, as though nothing else in the world could be as perfect as settling for a man who was boring enough to leave you alone for the rest of your life. Sarah had known Margaret since they were young girls. In fact, they'd met at their first coming-out season when they were 16 years old. Lucille had been there too, but she'd spent the whole of her time in the upstairs of the mansion, examining the paintings in the art hall. Bored, Sarah had wound her way about the ballroom, avoiding the offers to dance and pretending vague interest in the goings-on therein. She'd sighted Margaret Hayward leaning against a banister, with a wan little look of nerves on her face, and she'd walked up to her. I know it seems like a bore, she had said, but if you stick with me, we shall bring some magic to the evening after all. They had been fast friends ever since, even if that friendship had looked more like occasional letters and rare social gatherings as of late. It didn't matter so much for Margaret, who seemed to have a bevy of female friends at her beck and call, but for Sarah, there was no one else except Lucille. And in some ways, she and Lucille were so similar that it was more like being friends with oneself, one's quiet, distant self. She climbed out of the creek and wiggled her toes in the sunshine. "I don't want to climb back into my shoes," she said softly. In truth, she didn't want to climb back into her life. A week at the seaside with Margaret was like fresh air, and she knew the stale coffin to which she would be returning. When her stockings were on and her slippers laced up again, the girls began walking across the open fields towards Talon Hall. "Margaret," Sarah said after taking a deep breath, "I so rarely get to travel to your house, and you so rarely travel to mine. Do you think we live similar lives?" "It's hard to know," Margaret said, snapping a head of wheat off a nearby grass and rolling it in her slender fingers. "After all, you rarely talk about your family." She shrugged. "I suppose most families are the same, though. Sometimes they're annoying and drag at your nerves, but more often than not, everything is very quiet and peaceful. It's easy enough living with your own family. You know everyone's rhythms and desires. You know that no matter what happens, they'll be there for you, even if they scold you first." Sarah kept her head turned so that Margaret couldn't see the tears in her eyes. That's what she'd always wondered, if her family situation was the same as other people's, and she'd had something of an answer just now. It wasn't annoyance, or dragging at nerves, or scolding that plagued her family. It was a silence that was unexplained, a complete absence of camaraderie or shared trials, the thought that anyone would care enough to scold in the first place. Lucille was too quiet to be of assistance, too willing to fold under her father's iron will. Edgar Lockridge was a pale weasel of a man who looked unassuming at first glance, but was, in fact, as strong physically as he was politically. He had a tight fist on all his business holdings, whether domestic or abroad, and that fist didn't loosen when it came to Talon Hall. Sarah still remembered the first time he'd caught her reading a book on the anatomy of insects. Lucille had been in the room, doing her embroidery by the fireplace, as was her wont, and Sarah hadn't even noticed her father's presence until Lucille let out a little startled cry. Edgar Lockridge had snatched the book from Sarah's hands and perused it in silence for a few moments before sending it skittering across a nearby tabletop. "There's no use for a girl to read such things," he'd snapped. "But Papa," she'd cried, too young and naive to know how idiotic it was to disobey him. "I want to learn. Don't you want a child that you can be proud of, who might be able to help run Talon Hall when you are gone?" "The only way you could have been a child I was proud of is if you'd been born a boy," he'd hissed, slicing at her heart with every word. "I ask God for a boy, and he gives me 2 girls. What kind of joke is that?" Eventually, the Earl had gotten his heir, a youngest son named Edmund, but Edgar Lockridge was never satisfied. He had political ambitions that needed to be acted out in the now, not in the vague future, and Sarah could feel his frustration whenever she was in the room. If he had been given sons instead of daughters, he often told her he would already be at the top of the social sphere. As might be expected, this cold reception taught Lucille and Sarah to stay far away from their father. Their younger brother, Edmund, was at first a joyous addition to the family, but as he grew older, he spent more and more time with his father and grew jaded and shallow. All this might have been softened by the presence of a tender mother, but though Sarah had only good things to say about her mother, Marianne, she rarely saw her. Marianne and Edgar spoke to each other only when necessary, and Marianne spent most of her days locked away in a darkened room, complaining of a headache or some other such malady. She turned to Margaret as Talon Hall came into view beyond the last hill. "Thank you for walking with me, friend, and for the welcome distraction this week." "My pleasure," Margaret answered with an empty smile. Sarah wondered what she was thinking and thought she could guess. "It's unlikely I'll see you again for some time. She bit back her disappointment, and the remainder of the walk continued in silence. The Hayward carriage was already drawn up outside the impressive Talon Hall structure, and when Sarah had seen Margaret safely inside, it took off down the sedate drive lined with birch trees. Sarah watched until her friend's ride was out of sight, and then walked quietly up the marble steps and through the front door. Inside, the family's long-time butler, Ayles, greeted her with proper formality and, relieving her of her bonnet and gloves, held out his hand towards the dining room. "Your family is waiting for you in the dining room, Miss Lockridge." Sarah blinked. Her family never ate together, except when hosting guests, and even then, it was shocking to have them all present. "Do you mean my father, Ayles?" "All, my lady." "My mother?" "Yes, my lady." "Sarah." It was Lucille with Edmund close behind. Edmund's face was drawn and grim, and for the first time, Sarah thought she could see something of a man in his dark eyes. Lucille, in contrast, looked beside herself. "I'm so glad you're back. Sarah, something dreadful has happened." "Lucille!" Edmund interrupted with a frown. "Papa said not to say a word until dinner." Edmund turned to Sarah in a tone that bordered on imperious. "He asks you to change and come down to dinner at once." Sarah looked past Edmund. "Do you want to accompany me upstairs?" she asked softly. "Lucille will stay with me," Edmund said, laying a hand on his older sister's arm. He was looking more and more like his father every day. Sarah cleared her throat. "I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll change at once and come down. Tell father I'll only be a few more moments." "I'll send a maid up," Lucille said softly. She seemed different, broken. Sarah's heart went out to her, but she didn't want to make matters worse by interfering before she knew the facts. She bowed quickly to her brother and sister and made her way upstairs, her heart in her throat and her mind spinning with new worries. Chapter 2. "We'll call this session to a close," the Lord Speaker announced in the same droning monotone he'd been employing all day. In response, the gathered gentlemen in the gold-hung House of Lords stood in a cacophony of screeching shoes and tapping canes, to stream out of the meeting room like children from a schoolhouse. It had been a particularly long day. Augustus Sutton, Duke of Whitehall, sat in his seat as the other lords left, wiping a hand across the beads of sweat on his brow and wishing, more than usually, that he had rescinded his right to his father's seat and escaped all the nonsense of political intrigue. Today's drama had centred around the Earl of Huxley's new bill, a chance to gouge more money out of the poorer class by raising the candle tax yet again. The Earl, Edgar Lockridge, had a long history in the House of Lords that was less than reputable, and every step of Augustus's since he'd come of age to participate in the political goings-on had been impeded by the Earl's conniving ways. "A rough showing today," one of the other lords said as Augustus stood to depart. It was Lord Martin, a middle-aged man who rode both sides of most issues, choosing peace over principle. "Do you care if I'm frank with you, Lord Whitehall?" Augustus tried to contain his temper. 35 years old, and he still felt like he was battling the angry response of a hot-headed youth in moments like these. "I don't see that I will be able to stop you." "Is that any way to talk to a friend and ally?" "If you were either of those things, you would have stood up for me when I fought against Lord Huxley's bill today. You know that it is wrong in so many ways, and yet you are willing to stand by and allow that miscreant to perform highway robbery on the poor people of England." He clenched the back of the seat in front of him, trying to pour his anger into the chair rather than the man in front of him. Diplomacy was a skill he'd never mastered. He tried to put a softer edge into his voice. "You have a good heart, Lord Martin. You should put it to good use." Lord Martin shifted nervously to his other leg and affected an imperious tone. "You say I have a good heart, and I warn you that you have a bleeding one. It will get you in trouble, standing up for the rats in the sewers." "If I don't stand up for them, who will?" Lord Martin changed tacks, his voice softening. "You don't really think the tax will hurt them, do you? They're already paying a candle tax, and it's only a small change." "It's a significant change, with an open-ended clause that could allow further gouging," Augustus said, watching the last of the lords clear the room. His voice echoed in the emptiness. "And what bothers me above all is that such a change is entirely unnecessary. Huxley is only forcing the issue because he bought stock in a whaling company and thinks the sperm whale oil candles will profit if people don't want to pay extra for beeswax." "Look, old boy," Lord Martin said, laying a hand on Augustus's shoulder. "You're known for fighting the lesser man's battles, but this is David against Goliath, and as pious as you are, I'm not sure you have God on your side." "I think it's more likely he's on mine than on Lord Huxley's," Augustus muttered under his breath. "Lord Martin, if you took a strong stand on this, it would make you sympathetic to the common people. You would get good press over it." "This isn't the House of Commons," Lord Martin said with a laugh. "If I needed to look sympathetic to the common people, I certainly wouldn't fight this losing battle. Tying my name to yours is a recipe for disaster. You spoke up for women's rights last year, and before that, you made a name for yourself as a philanthropist with your sewer bill. And that's a bad thing." Augustus fought the urge to rub his temples in frustration. "It makes you look weak," Lord Martin said, his voice sobering. "And weak is a bad thing in the House of Lords. Maybe if you'd picked your battles a bit earlier in the game, you would have had more supporters now." "I have some supporters, perhaps enough to stop the bill," Augustus ventured. "Some men stand by their principles." Lord Martin yawned and took his gilded cane in hand. "Some do. And I will, if you can find a way to make your principles profitable." He strode out of the hall without a backward glance. Augustus put on his top hat and followed suit, walking down the stairs outside to his waiting gelding and mounting with his thoughts still tethered to the day's work. He went back over the arguments he'd posed, the witnesses he'd brought forth, and the information he'd dug up. At each turn, Edgar Lockridge was staring him down with superior wealth and political ambition. He wasn't sure what else to do. As he neared his manor, she came back into his head, as she did on occasion, pale and wan like the ghost that she was. "You've got to keep trying," she whispered. Letty. The one soft part of his life, back when he thought that love was achievable and happiness was a reasonable goal, the thing that had driven him toward philanthropy in the first place. He wished sometimes that she would leave him be. She was gone, anyway, beyond his reach. Why must she keep rising in his mind to torture him? But then, when her memory seemed to fade, he always grew frantic with fear that he would forget her soft skin, the way she laughed, or the graceful twist of her neck when she looked over her shoulder at him. Then he would conjure up all the most beautiful and painful memories and cradle them in his mind's eye until she came back to softly torment him in moments like these. "You have to keep trying." It was an unnecessary command because Augustus had no intention of stopping the fight. He was a stubborn man above all else, and he would be stripped of all his title and honour before he gave up on the floor of the House of Lords. Letty wouldn't have stood for Lord Huxley's selfish laws. She would have pestered Augustus until he laughed with frustration and turned the heat of his passion against the rich man's deception. People used to say that Augustus and Letty were cut from the same cloth. They even looked similar back then, both tall with light brown hair and dark eyes. But in the years since Letty was lost, Augustus had changed. Even he could see it in the reflection that stared back at him in the mirror. He was broad-shouldered, strong as an ox, and well-muscled from extensive time outdoors. He had buried himself in activities when he lost Letty, and he had the hunting scars on his chest and the casual athleticism to show for it. But his eyes, there was the greatest difference. They were so dark they almost looked black, and there was an empty fury in them that he could see when he caught sight of himself in a glass. She'd put the fury there, just as she'd put the melancholy. When he neared his home, Augustus began to feel the tension of the day drain from his body. In its place was a weariness he could barely fight. He had planned to go out that evening to parade around some fine living room and listen to amateurs sing at a dinner party, but he couldn't bring himself to play the politician tonight. All he wanted was a pipe, a stout drink, and an early turn in to bed. He handed his horse off to the livery boy and climbed the marble steps to his door 2 at a time. Robbins opened the door before he knocked and ushered him inside with usual poise. "Your Grace, a good day in town." It was a day. Augustus was fond of Robbins, but he'd never really grown into the casual friendship that some of the upper class entertained with their servants. He'd been raised on decorum as a boy, and he held to those same principles as the heir to Whitehall. "I'll have no dinner tonight, just a drink in the study and bed. Will you alert the footman?" "I will, Your Grace." Robbins nodded, taking his hat and gloves and handing them smoothly off to a nearby maid. "But, Your Grace, you received a letter just a few moments before you arrived. A message from the House of Lords." "Infernal place," Augustus complained under his breath. "Will they not take their pound of flesh and leave me be?" Robbins cleared his throat, as he always did when he wasn't certain how to respond. He reached into his pocket and took out the letter. It was written on an elegant paper and sealed with a crest Augustus knew only too well. He took it, opening it as he walked into the nearby parlour. Robbins followed close behind. The seal was telling. It had the eagle with talons extended that could only mean one thing: Edgar Lockridge of Talon Hall. It wasn't enough that the man had avoided the House of Lords that day and chosen instead to send a proxy to argue his despicable bill into law, but now the gentleman in question was taunting him, sending him letters as though the two were friends rather than mortal enemies. Augustus tried, as a rule, to reserve judgment, but he found Lord Huxley to be the greediest of men, someone who was never satisfied with his position or his wealth, and always sought to line his pockets at the expense of those who could not defend themselves. Lord Huxley was not above bribery, and on more than one occasion Augustus had learned that his plans had been thwarted because Huxley had managed to manipulate one of the lords into taking his side. The letter was simple, written in Lord Huxley's familiar neat hand, and as Augustus read, his brow blackened in anger. He had been prepared for a bribery attempt, for an undercutting of the moral integrity of the institution. In such a cut and dried situation, he would have thrown the letter into the fire and thought no more of it. After all, it was not the first time this lord had made threats to keep him from following through on his political gains. But as his eyes tore through the letter, he realised it was far worse than bribery. "What is it, Your Grace?" Robbins asked nervously. Augustus turned to him with a retort on his lips. He thought about telling the older man it was none of his business, or scolding the servant for overstepping his bounds, but in the end he realised he wanted someone to hear the truth. "It's blackmail," he said stiffly, plain and simple. "Blackmail, Your Grace?" Robbins asked with a nervous tick in his eye. "We should alert the constables immediately. We shan't stand for such behaviour." Augustus scanned the letter again, his stomach sinking with every word. It was not the sort of business he could tell a constable about, and he knew it. "No!" No authorities, he said, trying frantically to think of a way out. But every avenue that he landed upon was met by yet another blockade. He had thought himself impervious to such things, but he realised with each glance at the letter that Edgar Lockridge had found his weakness. Letty rose in his mind, laying a cool hand on his shoulder, but the sight of her stung even more against the contents of the letter. The impudence of what Lockridge had written was the worst of it. What right had any man to demand of Augustus what this man demanded, and all for a better political position? It was infuriating, and more than that, it was ridiculous. It was an insult to Augustus, to Letty, to all the people who were clawing their way out of the gutter even now. In a blind fury, Augustus reached for the nearest object, a vase, and hurled it across the room in anger. Even as it left his fingers, he knew it was an unwise thing to show his emotions so frankly. But a long-buried childish desire to hurt something like he'd been hurt rose up in him. The vase hit the opposite wall between two wall hangings and shattered into innumerable pieces. The noise cracked throughout the house, and Augustus heard Robin's gasp behind him. "Your Grace! What's wrong?" Augustus lowered his head, his anger as shattered as the vase at his feet. "I'm sorry about that, Robbins. I'll tend to it myself in a bit." "No need, Your Grace," the older man said, already bustling over to sweep up the pieces. "But I wish you'd tell me what bothered you so. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Change is coming, Robbins." There was Letty, pulling away from view. Augustus wanted to reach out and grab her, but she had no place in this nonsense. Her memory was a beautiful and fragile thing that contrasted awfully against the black command of the letter. "What changes, Your Grace?" Robbins asked. Augustus raised his head and looked at the old man, speaking as though from a very great distance. "I'm getting married, Robbins. Chapter 3. Dinner was a grand affair. Too grand, Sarah thought nervously. Her father sat enthroned at the far end of the table, with Edmund smugly on his right, Marianne across from him, and the twins shoulder to shoulder on his left. The footmen worked silently to lay the food out, 3 courses of grandeur with unusual attention given to the decoration and presentation. It felt like the holidays Sarah remembered as a child, when the food was extravagant, but the conversation was thin. Nobody made any effort to explain Lucille's pale face or the whole spectacle of the evening. The soup course passed in silence, as did the main course and the salad. Sarah looked down the table at her mother and felt a stab of pity. Marianne looked pale and dark in her heavy silks, and there were rings around her pretty eyes. She rarely joined them for dinner, not after the miscarriages that followed Edmund's birth. There had never been another child, although more than once there was hope of one. Sometimes, if she looked very closely, Sarah felt like she could see the lost children sitting with her mother. Marianne brought them with her everywhere she went, lost in the mist of her empty eyes. "Would you like to hear about my journey?" she asked suddenly, giving in, as she always did, to her responsibility to break the silence. "Seeing as I've only just returned." "As you wish to tell us, I cannot imagine that we have much choice but to listen," Edmund said dryly. "That's ridiculous," Edgar said to his son. "There is always a choice about listening when women are talking." Sarah pursed her lips and looked at her plate, her appetite fleeing along with her desire to speak. It was always this way, her father shutting down the conversation before it had a chance to even begin. "But go on," he said suddenly, surprising her. "Explain to me how your visit with Miss Hayward was a magnificent success." She could hear the sarcasm in his voice, but when she glanced at Lucille's pained face, she knew she would do anything to take the pressure off her sister. She forced a smile. It was a good trip. The seaside is beautiful this time of year, and Miss Hayward is an engaging companion. That's hard for me to imagine, considering her father is the greatest bore ever to walk the face of the earth, Edgar said with a sneer. Do you know that the Reverend Hayward was offered a full inheritance by his father, but he chose instead to pursue a career in the church? I think that very honourable, father, Sarah said quietly. Yes, I'm sure you do. You were always drawn to the foolish things of this world. Sarah took a sip of sherry to cover her nerves. It is not foolish just because it is different from your view. After all, would you have all the world be lords and ladies? Who would run our church services or tend to our doctoring? I think it worthy of Mr. Hayward to put his own betterment to the side in pursuit of ministry. I think it foolish, and I stand by that, Edgar snapped. You have too many thoughts in that head of yours, my daughter. If you don't tend to that failing, soon you will find yourself a spinster. I hardly think my thoughts are the only thing keeping me from marriage, father, Sarah said dryly, conscious that the entirety of the table was watching their sparring match with bated breath. No, Edgar snapped. Also, your wayward nature and your stubborn refusal to show even a breath of femininity. In Edgar Lockridge's mind, femininity was the sort of shrinking, simpering fragility that always needed a fan against the heat and a cloak against the slightest draught. He went on, casting a sly glance in Lucille's direction. Actually, daughter, you bring me to the point of this evening. Lucille has something to tell you all. Lucille? Sarah turned to her sister, and her heart sank. The girl had always been frailer than Sarah, and she looked now as though she was being led to the stake. Her lip trembled, and she reached a shaking hand to wipe her mouth. Go on, Edgar barked. Lucille swallowed hard and spoke, her voice soft and clear in the dark room. I am to be married, she said softly, to the Duke of Whitehall. Sarah blinked. She heard her mother's fork clatter to her plate and saw Edmund's youthful smile curve upwards. He looked as satisfied as her father, although she didn't know why. Pardon me, Sarah ventured. Why in the world are you to marry Lord Whitehall? Have you even met the man? I only know him by name, and I cannot think of a single association in which we traded words. You can hardly have met him. Do not think that Lucille's tendency to stay indoors has kept her entirely out of the limelight, Edgar said with a self-satisfied smile. In fact, she did have the chance to meet the Duke just last week at a dance. You were gone, of course, and so you can't be expected to know everything about your sister. Is this true? Sarah asked. Lucille nodded dumbly. Of course it is true. Her father went on with an expansive wave of his hand. I have secured a reasonable match for your sister, and she is very lucky in the choice I made for her. The Duke is not only titled, but he is wealthy as well. I serve alongside him in the House of Lords. Yes, father, Sarah said slowly. That is the only context in which I have ever heard his name spoken, and you have never done so with anything but disdain. What has convinced you to give your daughter to such a man in marriage? You detest the man. I have my reasons, and Lucille can hardly complain. Edgar hardened his jaw. I dislike your impertinence, Sarah, and you should know it is just that sort of headstrong behaviour that makes you an unfit candidate for such social and political alliances. You speak of it as if it were business rather than a matter of the heart. It is business! Edgar hurled his napkin to the table and stood suddenly, rattling the glasses. I will have no more lip from you, lass. The marriage will happen, and sooner rather than later. He strode from the room in long, lanky strides, and, in his absence, the table was momentarily silent. Then Edmund rose too, hurling his own napkin down. "You ought to listen to father," he said, with his nose tilted to the sky. Women ought to know better than to question their elders. When he had gone, Sarah turned to her mother. "Mama, you cannot think this is a good idea, a sudden arranged marriage to a man father despises. It cannot be right." Marianne raised her eyes slowly from her plate and looked at her headstrong daughter with an uncertain air. "I hate when he talks like that," she said at last. "Like what?" Sarah asked. "Like his father." She stood to leave as well. "Edmund could be so much, but he mimics Edgar in the most awful manner." "What of Lucille, Mamma? What of her future?" Sarah asked, feeling frantic. Marianne left with a sad smile, evidently unwilling to raise her hand against the will of her husband. Sarah watched her go, and then turned to her sister with earnest eyes. "Lucille, you must tell me everything." The girl looked up at Sarah with tears in her green eyes. "I thought it would be some time before I married, Sarah. Father says I have the disposition for it, but I don't think he's right. I get so nervous, as you know, and I hate to travel. I want to be brave like you, but I'm so afraid." Sarah looked at her with pity in her eyes. Lucille had never been made of the stern, rebellious stuff that kept Sarah's spirits high, and she had always been a little weaker, suffering from bouts of ill health even as a child. Sarah could see the brave little set of her chin, and the way she tried to be strong even while her hands were shaking, and it tore at her heart. "Tell me what happened, Lucille. Why the Duke? When did you learn of all this?" "I don't know why the Duke. Have you met him, Sarah? He's a fierce man with dark eyes and a frightening disposition. I met him at the dance, just as father said. But we hardly talked. I knew enough of father's dislike for him, and so I kept my distance. The few words we exchanged were curt and cold. His eyes are so dark, Sarah." Sarah had not met the man herself, but the idea of him looming over her sister brought a spurt of defensiveness into her heart. "He shouldn't have frightened you like that," she said. "He didn't mean to, I'm sure." Lucille swallowed hard and cast a worried glance at the door. "And he's not the reason this betrothal is a problem, Sarah. I have other reasons." "Tell me." "You must promise not to share." Sarah tilted her head as though to say, "Have I ever betrayed your trust?" And Lucille rushed forward as though she feared to lose her nerve otherwise. "I love another." Sarah felt a chill of nerves, and she too looked to the doors to make certain of their privacy. "What? For how long?" "For how long?" Lucille asked with a sad little laugh. "What an odd opening question. Shouldn't you be wondering who this gentleman is?" "Well," Sarah said sensibly, "I can assume from the cast of your face that the gentleman you love is not the Duke, and therefore other questions rise to the surface. I cannot tell you who it is at the moment, but I've fancied this man for some time." "I will not ask you to tell," Sarah said slowly. "I know this is selfish," Lucille said softly, "but in my heart, I wish it was you that our father had chosen to marry Lord Whitehall. You are beautiful and talented and brave. You have no other that you love. You are free." Sarah felt a catch in her heart, and she stared at her sister. "As for the beauty," she said gently, "we share that qualification to perfection, I'm afraid. And you are braver than you think, Lucille." Something was blossoming in her mind, an idea that she wanted desperately to push away, but nonetheless indulged. "Maybe there is a way out of this for you." "How?" Lucille burst into tears at last, the wetness sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the lace of her gown. "I've thought of it all week while you were gone, Sarah. If our father wants me to marry this man, you know I haven't the courage to stand up to him." Sarah wanted to protest, to assure Lucille that she could stand up to Edgar Lockridge, but in her heart she knew that her sister was not ready. Any show of resistance would be met with a force too mighty for poor Lucille, and Sarah knew her sister would end up as vacant and tired as Marianne had become over the years. The subtle thought was growing in her head, and impulsively she put out her hand and grasped her sister's arm. "What about me, Lucille?" "What about you?" she asked. "I could do it," Sarah said, hating the words but feeling in her gut that it was right all the same. "We look identical. No one would ever be able to tell us apart, and Father never pays us any mind anyway. He wouldn't realise that a switch had been made until it was too late." "Sarah, I wasn't serious when I said I wished you would take my place. I mean, I think you'd be better suited to the madness to be sure, but I wouldn't wish such an arranged mess on you for anything. You are a wild and free spirit, and you shouldn't commit yourself to a marriage so early in your life." "I've always wanted an adventure," Sarah said softly, trying to look braver than she felt. "And what greater adventure than to save your sister's true love? I have no one I care for, as you pointed out, and no prospects. I can pretend to be mild-mannered and sweet until the Duke has been convinced, and then you are safe to pursue your own heart." "This is preposterous," Lucille protested, twisting her hands nervously in her lap. "I can't ask you to do this." "You aren't asking. I'm offering. Lucille, you deserve more than to be a pawn in our father's game. Everyone does. This way, I get to show him what I'm worth for once, even if he's too blind to know the difference until it's too late." "What if the Duke is a brute?" Lucille asked. Sarah thought about that. In truth, she wondered if someone her father despised so much might, in fact, be an honourable man, but that was all beside the point. Even if the Duke was a brute, Sarah was better suited to take his abuse than Lucille would ever be. Lucille was soft and delicate, and needed tender care. Sarah forced a smile. "He's not a brute, I'm sure. That kind of thing only happens in dramatic stories." Both girls fell silent, because both girls knew it wasn't true. Brutes weren't only in stories. Their own father was proof enough against that theory. At last, Lucille looked up with tears brimming in her eyes anew. "Are you sure, Sarah?" It was an acceptance, and despite her fear, Sarah felt relieved that Lucille would be out of danger. Putting on her bravest smile, she said, "I've never been surer of anything in my life." Chapter 4. "Will you be having the lady in the parlour for tea?" Robbins asked, bending at the waist and keeping his eyes distant from Augustus. He had been calm after the broken vase, but Augustus could see that the butler was still wary of everything surrounding Lucille Lockridge's visit that day. "I will," Augustus said as kindly as he could manage, wishing to allay the older man's fears. "We may take a tour of the house and grounds afterwards. Doubtless, her father will want to know the fullness of my estate." The last comment came out dry and sarcastic, and he saw Robbins's face whiten a bit. "Your Grace, if you don't desire the marriage, then what reason have you to go through with it?" Augustus sighed, his heart heavy. "Robbins, your service has been invaluable over the years, and you have earned your place as a trustworthy butler. But you will understand that the circumstances surrounding this union are private." "Of course, Your Grace." "She will be coming with a chaperone," Augustus went on. "Her brother, Edmund." He'd been glad to hear that, as glad as one could be under the circumstances. The idea of enduring Edgar Lockridge's presence, as well as his blackmail, was unimaginable. He would barely be able to remain civil as it was. "I will serve tea shortly after they arrive, Your Grace." "Thank you, Robbins." The butler left, and Augustus sat in a chair to wait for his guests. He had met Lucille Lockridge once before, and then only for a few minutes. He hadn't known then what her father had been planning, and so he hadn't committed her image to serious memory. Now he tried to recall her face. She had been pretty, he thought, though a bit pale and frail. She'd spoken hardly at all, and if he remembered correctly, he'd wanted the conversation to end as quickly as possible to be rid of her fearful trembling. He had a pit of dread in his stomach at the thought of their impending meeting, and an added guilt. It was as though he could feel Letty over his shoulder, her memory betrayed and worn through by his decision to give in to Lord Huxley's demands. Robbins reappeared, bowing formally and showing the two guests into the room. Miss Lucille Lockridge and Mr. Edmund Lockridge, he said stiffly. She was not just pretty, after all. She was beautiful. Augustus remembered Lucille having a sort of fragile beauty, but there was something wild in her eyes that he hadn't noticed before, like the sea. She stood by her brother with her head down, only raising her eyes after going through the dutiful curtsy, arrayed in a pale pink gown that set off the almost white hue of her feathery hair. She had lace everywhere, and a ribbon braided into her hair. "Lord Whitehall," she murmured. "Miss Lockridge, a pleasure to see you again." He could hear the lie in his voice. He sounded anything but pleased by their meeting, and he was doing nothing to hide it. He turned stiffly to Edmund. "And I don't believe we've had a chance to meet." Edmund was a tall young man, but he still had the frail, slender form of a boy. He smiled politely at the introduction, but his eyes were too much like his father's. "Lord Huxley sends his greetings," he said, eyeing Augustus as though he had been commissioned to bring back a minute report on the Duke's every action. "I'm sure he does." Robbins returned with 2 maids and a footman in tow. "Tea?" "Yes. Lay it over there before the fireplace, and we shall partake of it at once," he said, thankful for the mundane distraction. They walked together to the hearth and sat around a low table as the maids apportioned cake and tea to each in their turn. Augustus took the opportunity to scrutinise his guests, primarily his future wife. Her movements were graceful and refined, but there was something in Lucille that he had missed at their first meeting, a sharp intelligence in her eyes, as though she was waiting for something to happen. "I'm glad you could come today," he said awkwardly. "Are you?" She returned innocently, meeting his eyes for the first time since her arrival. Her eyes were 2 pools of emerald. He thought of Letty and felt suddenly guilty. Instead of answering her question, he turned to Edmund. "Have you been out riding much this season?" he inquired. Edmund raised his eyebrows. "I've no interest in roaming about outside like a peasant," he said serenely. "There is too much to attend to indoors." "You're a young man," Augustus pressed. "This is the time in your life when you can afford to explore a bit. Get outside, see the fresh air." "I have different interests." "Do expound." "I wish to grow up like my father, with his political prowess and aspirations. Such intellect must be built in books and a study of social occasions, not out in a field under the open sky." "When you say a study of social occasions, do you mean balls and needless parties?" Augustus asked wryly, already disliking the boy for his attempt at imitating Edgar. "If you will take such an uncharitable view of the situation, then yes." Augustus took a sip of tea to cover his disgust, and then turned the conversation to Lucille's direction. "And what do you think?" he asked. "Do you think your brother could benefit from some time in the sun, or are you of the opinion that his education up until now has been sufficient?" Something in Lucille's face shifted as though her thoughts ran much deeper than the surface, but in the end she simply lowered her eyes and said meekly, "I wouldn't question my father's judgment in this matter." Something about the way she said it confirmed a fear Augustus had had since he first received Edgar's threatening letter. This arranged marriage wasn't just about the Earl's daughter ending up with a duke. It was a dangerous political move to silence one of Lockridge's most vocal opponents. Augustus couldn't be certain of Lord Huxley's motives, but looking at the quiet girl sitting across from him, he began to suspect that the Earl wanted to use this girl to leverage Augustus's vote in the House of Lords. The marriage wasn't just a chance to demean his opponent, it was a chance to further Lord Huxley's control. The man's gall infuriated him, and he couldn't separate Lucille from her father. He stood abruptly and walked a few steps towards the window. "Tell me about yourself," he said harshly. "Excuse me?" Lucille ventured after a moment's pause. "Were you addressing me?" "Yes." He turned on her with a hard stare. "Tell me about yourself." She looked back at him with a steady gaze, and for a moment he thought he saw the wild look in her eyes again, but then she blinked, and all seemed meek and empty-headed again. "Well, you know my name is Lucille." "What are your interests?" "Everything that ought to interest a young lady," she said softly, twisting her hands in her lap. "I sing and play the pianoforte. I embroider." Augustus wanted desperately to roll his eyes, to make her feel her ignorance, but something in her small face halted him. He took a deep breath. "You embroider." "Yes, quite well." "Perhaps you would play something for us on the pianoforte," he said, motioning towards the instrument in the corner. She followed his gaze with a nervous glance of her own, forcing a smile. "Not now. I'm far too shy." "You'd rather talk?" Augustus asked with his own feigned innocence. "I only inquire because I wish you to feel most at ease, and conversation doesn't seem to be high on your list of priorities." She stared back at him, her face pale, and he realised with a start that he'd misjudged her. She wasn't ignorant at all, and she knew exactly how much he meant to wound her. "I do not wish to play," she said slowly, purposefully. Edmund looked at his sister with a strange expression on his face. "You seem quiet today, Lucille," he said with a question in his voice. "Are you all right?" "I'm always quiet," she mumbled in reply, picking up her teacup and taking a quick sip to mask her discomfort. Augustus had a strange feeling that he was talking with them about something he didn't fully understand. On top of Edgar's blackmail and deception, he was ill at ease with the thought. She looked up from her folded hands, and her eyes fell on a vase of dried flowers sitting above the mantel. "Those are lovely roses," she said softly. "Or I suppose they were, once." Augustus closed his eyes briefly. She could have no idea how large her misstep had been, but he still blamed her unconsciously. This little sprite, this wild-eyed girl trapped in a docile body, had no right to speak about anything that reminded him of Letty, and those flowers, stiff and dulled on stalks of dried grass, were one of the few memories in the home that still reminded him of his lost love. They were in a blue and white vase, dark with age. He could still remember the way she'd looked when he'd handed them to her all those years ago, fresh and soft, like the sunset that bloomed gold and red behind her. She had taken them from him before answering the question he'd come to ask. When she'd agreed to marry him, the flowers had fallen to the wayside, and she hadn't bent again to retrieve them. Augustus himself had picked them up when Letty had gone home for the evening. He'd put them carelessly in a vase and forgotten them, as all bachelors do. If the marriage had gone through, Letty would doubtlessly have discovered the dried flowers and tossed them out for fresh blooms. But instead, they had stayed in a corner of his room until he found them long after everything was lost. Then the dried stems had become a memento mori that he could not part with. Not for anything. He followed Lucille's gaze there, and something in him rose up, violent and surly. "They are lovely still," he snapped, "to me." She looked at him with her head cocked to one side and her eyes wide and innocent. "Are they from your garden?" He didn't want this, any of this. He didn't want this little waif with her wide eyes and her father's wishes. After Letty, he had determined to live out his days in solitude. One of his distant relatives would inherit his title when he died, and the estate would be preserved. The idea of any other woman walking these halls where he had so wanted his beloved to walk, any other woman sitting across from him at the table or hosting parties, it was garish. "Perhaps you would like to see the garden," he said coldly, walking too quickly across the room. "Perhaps you would like to inspect the house in detail. If we are to have an agreement, an arrangement, as your father so eloquently put it in his communication, then surely you deserve to ascertain the extent of my wealth." "That's not what I meant." She stood, her hands limp by her sides. Edmund stayed sitting, clearly bored. "I was not presuming to know what you meant, my lady," he said, almost able to taste his guilt and fury. "I was only offering what I know you wish to see, so that we are not standing on pretence." "Lord, man, should we leave you alone?" Edmund asked with a weak little laugh. "We can come another day." Augustus was tempted to agree, but before he could open his mouth, Lucille took a step forward with a hard little edge in her voice. "Actually, I would like to see the house." She stared at him, her eyes level with his, and that deep part of her dangerously close to the surface. "And the gardens! Everything, actually. I would like to take stock of your estate, even if my brother does not wish to." "Of course I'll come," Edmund said, rising to his feet. "You need a chaperone." Lucille's eyes never left Augustus's. Right, if we didn't have a chaperone, this entire affair would be ridiculous. As Augustus stared into her impossibly green eyes, the fire he saw in them and the blatant defiance in her words sparked something in his chest. Something he hadn't felt in a long time. A grim premonition told him that, somehow, Lord Huxley had set before him a trap he couldn't avoid. Alas, he wasn't so sure he actually wanted to. Chapter 5. Sarah had not known what to expect during her first meeting with the Duke. Having never seen him before, she had expected to feel some boredom, some disdain, perhaps even some secret amusement. Instead, she felt a wave of simmering, white-hot anger. She had a part to play, bowing her head and imitating the reasonable and kind attitude of Lucille, but every nerve in her body felt poised to spring back in response to Lord Whitehall's boorish behaviour. He was being intentionally cruel. Though his words deflected off Sarah's apathy like blunted arrows, she couldn't help imagining how they would have sliced Lucille to the bone. She was a sensitive girl. If Sarah hadn't had the good fortune of stepping in her place, Lucille would have been crushed by Lord Whitehall's intimidating height and glowering eyes. She followed him now into the hall outside with Edmund just behind. The Duke's back was tight, straining the seams on his already oversized coat. He was less frightening from the back, almost like a wounded bear, the way he loped down the hallway with his shoulders slightly hunched. She took the few moments of silence to look around her. It was an impressive estate from the outside, all marble and carved columns, but the inside had an almost feminine touch that took the elegance to another level. There were hand-picked works of art, from modern and ancient artists alike, carefully polished floors, and delicate moulding. Looking around, Sarah could feel a woman somewhere in the woodwork. She wondered who it was and where she was now. "Up ahead, we have the library," Lord Whitehall said in a dull voice, as though he really was giving a museum tour. For obvious reasons, we won't stop there today. We will continue on to the second solar, and I will show you the view of the gardens." "Why aren't we stopping at the library?" Sarah asked, trying to keep her voice meek. "Pardon me, but I don't understand your obvious reasons." "It's like any library. There are books and a fireplace, and nothing else of interest." "That is plenty of interest for me," Sarah said, stopping in front of the library and refusing to budge. She didn't want to give away her true nature, but she also was losing patience with his constant intimidation and assumptions. "And when you say it is like any library, you confuse me. No two libraries are the same, for every book has its own story." She looked up and met his dark eyes, realizing with a start that she had almost given herself away. He was looking at her with a strange expression, as though he could see directly through her to the heart of the matter. He opened his mouth, shut it again awkwardly, and then shrugged. "Let us see it, then." They walked inside. It was smaller than Sarah's father's library, but more accessible. The book spines were all different and well loved. She had been sneaking into her father's study to steal books since she was a little girl, but there she always had to dance around the attractive books bought for show in search of the real gems. Here, she got the feeling she was looking at a carefully curated selection, that any book she chose would have some worth. Sarah walked along the first row of shelves, running her fingers along the spines and feeling the undulating surface like a great stabilizer. She took a deep breath and chose one at random. "Revelations of Divine Love," she said, reading the title to herself. She looked up at her brother, Julian of Norwich. Edmund shrugged with disinterest. A book on romance? His lip curled with a knowing beyond his years. How appropriate. Sarah opened her mouth to correct him, but before she could, the Duke interjected in a quiet voice, his back to them and his face towards the fire. "Divine love, Master Lockridge. It is a sort of romance, but Julian was speaking about God, not a man." Edmund wrinkled his brow. "A Catholic?" "She had good thoughts," the Duke went on, "and we have Cressy to thank for bringing her back to our attention. Her writings were largely lost." "Find something else," Edmund said. "I've no stomach for theology this late in the day." Sarah knew he rarely had stomach for theology at all, but she knew Lucille wouldn't say such a thing, and she kept her eyes down, opening the book and running her finger along the pages, reading aloud. "All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well." She looked up from where her finger lay and closed the book softly. "Awfully optimistic lady." The Duke turned quickly, and the fire backlighting him made his brows and eyes seem even blacker than before. "That shows how little you have read the lady in question. She was not blindly optimistic, but acknowledged that there would be many inescapable hardships. She was very aware of the darkness of the world." Sarah knew she should keep her mouth shut and nod in response, but she couldn't help herself. Sliding the book back into place, she said softly, "If I remember correctly, that is only a part of what she wrote. The primary point was love. Remember, she wrote, love was his meaning. Who showed it to you? Love. What did he show you? Love. Why did he show it? For love. Then, later, you will not know or learn anything else, ever." She didn't look up to meet the Duke's gaze, but she could sense him across from her, his every movement frozen, as though stalking a deer in the woods. "You've read that?" Edmund asked bluntly, his question shattering the tension. Sarah refused to make eye contact, knowing that her brother was more likely to know her true nature than the Duke. She shrugged and moved on, pulling out another book further on. Before she could investigate, however, Lord Whitehall spoke at last. "We are done with the library," he said curtly. "Follow me." Sarah blinked and replaced the book. She couldn't understand his behaviour. The first genuine moment of interest she'd shown surrounded these books, the first possibility that they might have something in common, and he was ripping them away from that connection. She followed with a bead of frustration forming in her chest. He was insufferable. Edmund pushed ahead when they entered the billiard room. "I haven't played this in a few weeks," he said, adding as an explanation, "We don't have one at my father's house." The natural thing to do would be to offer a game then and there, but the Duke chose instead to stare at Sarah's brother with a disdainful smile curling his lips. He said nothing, and after a moment's pause, turned to continue the tour elsewhere. The house began to pass by in a sort of blur. There was another gallery and 2 more broad halls. The dining room was fine enough, and Sarah could see the footmen had already laid preparations for their evening meal. The thought of sitting across the table from her rude host rubbed her the wrong way, but she maintained her temper and followed through the dining room and into the gorgeous holding parlour beyond. They were back at the pianoforte, and here the Duke turned in a shallow voice and offered again for her to take her seat at the instrument and play. Sarah closed her lips tightly. Lucille was the musician, not her. "I don't feel like playing at the moment," she answered lamely. The Duke would have let it be, but Edmund spoke up. "You always feel like playing, Lucille. Besides," he said, taking her elbow, "you know father would want you to." She wished more than anything that her little brother had stayed at home, that she'd been given her mother as a chaperone, or anyone but this small, snivelling boy who would surely tell her father everything that had transpired, including any decision to deny her betrothed. She forced a smile. "I suppose something short wouldn't hurt." She sat down at the pianoforte and pulled out the first thing that came to mind, a grotesquely simple Scottish tune about a lass stranded in the woods in her search for her beloved. It had a pretty enough melody, and doubtless would have been sweet if she'd sung it only, but her time had been taken up with books as of late, and it had been years since she'd touched the pianoforte. The notes were all wrong, and even when the melody was well established, it ricocheted at odd intervals when she would slip and hit the wrong note. When the song was finally done, Sarah looked up to see Edmund eyeing her with a strange expression. She lowered her eyes and blushed, partly to mask her nature, and partly out of genuine embarrassment. "I'm nervous," she said in weak explanation. Edmund looked flabbergasted, but the Duke's bored expression was even more of an insult. He looked weary of her already. "Would you like to see the gardens?" he asked without comment on her performance. "Yes, please," she answered dully, feeling suddenly weary herself. They walked outside through the balcony, onto the back grounds. The gardens were impressive, even more so than the house, and Sarah realised that under any other circumstances she could have found a measure of peace in the well-curated vines and hedges. As it was, she couldn't stop to rest, with the long stride of the Duke leading the way, and her embarrassment following close behind. At the end of the garden there was a tall willow tree with thick branches and a wide wooden swing beneath it. Sarah walked to it and sat down, swinging her legs gently beneath it. "This is lovely," she said quietly. More to herself than to her host, he said nothing, and after a long interval, she looked up and found him staring at her with an almost violent expression. "What is it?" she asked. "That swing hasn't been used in many years," he said hoarsely. "Well, you're keeping the best things hidden away," she said with a weak smile, trying to soften his dour expression. It baffled her that he would demand a marriage with one of Edgar Lockridge's daughters, and then behave so abominably when his wish was granted. You must be forthright about all that you bring to the table. She meant it as a teasing thing, a sweet softening that cost her a bit of dignity, but would give him an excuse to break that black expression he wore so unflinchingly. Instead, the storm clouds gathered even more, and he took a menacing step forward. You speak of me lying about what I bring to the table. That is amusingly ironic, my lady. I heard that you were of a peaceful nature and had a talent for music. You come into my house and bring only unrest and out-of-tune children's lullabies. Sarah stared at him for a second in shock. She had been spoken to by her father in that way, but never by a gentleman, especially one who was seeking her hand. She realised with a start that she would not stand for it. She wouldn't become a shut-away, miserable shell of a woman like her mother. She would stay the course for Lucille's sake, but while keeping her wits and courage about her. She leapt up from the swing and stepped forward herself, coming only an arm's length away from the Duke. "Pardon me for intruding on your life with my bumbling ways," she snapped. "I will save you any further pain. Edmund, come with me." She started to walk past the Duke, but he stepped in front of her. "You can't leave," he said, the anger still twisting over his face. "We are to dine together this evening." She stopped, her head down, her shoulder in line with his. "If you think," she said softly, so as to keep Edmund from hearing, "that I am going to sit quietly across the table from you and put up with your abuse for an entire evening, you are grossly mistaken. Father told me that you were in love with me and that you desired this marriage. If that is true, you are doing a poor job of showing it. The only way—" She paused and lowered her voice another notch. "The only way I would even consider returning to this miserable place is if you amend your behaviour and address me as a woman worthy of conversation. So far, you have been a boorish brute, speaking to me in a way you wouldn't even address the worst of your geldings." She shook her head ever so slightly. "I'll not have it." She walked past him with her breath shaking in her chest and her hands by her sides, weak with adrenaline. She could hear Edmund scrambling to follow close behind. "Where are we going?" he asked breathlessly. Sarah put on Lucille's quiet voice again and said, "I'm afraid the Duke would like us to leave." Edmund didn't argue, perhaps because he sensed the urgency of her movements, perhaps because he was still too young to exert the force of Edgar's nature. Either way, Sarah pressed on with purpose and escaped the house without further hindrance. Once, before she left the gardens, she turned to see if the Duke had followed her. He was standing with his back to her, still under the willow tree where she'd left him, his gaze turned toward the empty swing swaying in the wake of her leaving. Chapter 6. He didn't know how long he stood in that garden, staring at the place where Lucille had left and fighting against the memories of Letty that rose thick and fast into his head. But when he turned around, the girl and her brother were gone. He walked slowly back through the garden, turning off the paved path to the wild roses that grew as a border to the grounds. They were still budding, but he knew they would be in full bloom soon. He never picked them, not anymore, and when they blossomed open, he wouldn't even walk to that corner of the garden, for now it was still safe from Letty's ghost, and he made his way down the row at a leisurely pace. He couldn't stop thinking about Lucille Lockridge and the side of herself she had shown upon her visit. When she'd chosen Julian's writings from his library, seemingly at random, and then known such an obscure passage by heart, he had been startled, but that was nothing compared to what he'd observed in the garden before she'd walked away. There was a fire in her that had burned him. He could still feel the singed edges of his pride as he remembered it, and a keen intelligence in her eyes. She'd managed to keep it under wraps for most of their interaction, but it had risen to the surface there in the library, and again in her fury. He couldn't be certain, but if he had been a betting man, he would have said she had as violent a temper as he did himself. She'd stood up for herself, demanding him to treat her with respect, and he would not have imagined it possible before today. He had asked about her in the few days since Edgar's blackmail had arrived at his door, and the answer had always been the same. Lucille Lockridge was a woman without wit or spirit. One of his acquaintances at the club in London, a young man by the name of William Shepherd, whose father served in the House of Lords alongside Augustus, had claimed to know Lucille personally from when they were children. "You don't want to marry Lucille Lockridge," Shepherd had said with a raised eyebrow. "She's a soft little thing and completely tied to her father's will. If you bring her into your house, she'll be a pawn in Lord Huxley's hand, and he'll use her to bring you around to his way of thinking on every political matter." It had been what Augustus already feared, but to have another confirm his intuition was worrisome at best. "Perhaps she will swear allegiance to her husband when we are wed," he'd ventured. "That girl," Shepherd had countered with a toss of his head. "Once, when we were young, I fancied her. I asked her father for a chance to take her out in my phaeton, and he agreed. When we were out on the trail, she started asking me these quiet, nervous questions about my father's business ventures. It wasn't long before I could see Lord Huxley's strings directing her every movement. I dropped that before it got dangerous, and I suggest you do the same." But Augustus couldn't just drop it. He was tied to Lucille Lockridge by the contents of the letter her father had sent to extort his agreement, and he had no escape. Still, he was beginning to suspect that Shepherd hadn't seen all of Lucille Lockridge, for the woman he'd met today was not the sort of simpering maiden to obey every command her father delivered. He had seen some of that nature earlier in the afternoon, but it had melted away as the day progressed, and he was more and more certain that the first impression had been a facade. Her voice echoed in his memory. "Father said you were in love with me." Initially, he had suspected that Lucille knew about her father's plot and the blackmail and was going along with his plan out of a desire for Augustus's name and station. But now he wasn't so sure. If Edgar Lockridge was selling the fiction that Augustus loved Lucille, then maybe she was in the dark about this entire thing. For the first time, he felt a twinge of genuine regret. She wasn't the love of his life. She wasn't Letty. But still, she was a young girl who had gone to meet with a man she thought loved her, to find only cruelty and disdain waiting for her. She wasn't witless, as people said, or overly emotional either, but she seemed to know her worth and was willing to stand for it. He liked that. He would never have love for her, surely, but here was a place where he could see a future of respect, and if she had a bright mind, he could reason with her about her father's madness. Lord Huxley had placed her there to be a puppet for Tallenhall's best interests, but under the right circumstances, a pawn could become a queen. Lucille Lockridge might have the backbone to turn the tables on her own father. "Don't get ahead of yourself," he said aloud, turning back towards the house. He had only had a short time with Lucille, and one moment of bravery on her part did not a warrior make. But it gave him hope. He had to start somewhere to draw out that spirited woman again, and she had given him the formula for success. He walked back into the house, passing the servants quickly and making his way to the study. He pulled out a piece of paper from his desk and dipped his quill into the ink, tapping it clear and then beginning to write. "My dear Miss Lockridge," he began. "My reasons for writing are twofold. Firstly, I would like to thank you for your visit today and request that you visit me again. I am fully aware that you will be unwilling to do so, but listen first to the sentiments of my second reason for writing. I would like to offer my sincere and heartfelt apologies." He paused and smiled to himself. It was not a normal thing for Augustus Sutton to apologise, and the lovely Miss Lucille Lockridge would have no idea how rare it was. Still, he knew it was necessary, not only for strategic reasons, but for moral ones as well. An apology would bring her around to his way of thinking, perhaps soften her view of him, and strengthen his arguments about her father's missteps in the House of Lords. Yes, but it would also quell the growing feeling of unease in Augustus's chest that he had done wrong by the wisp of a woman during their earlier conversation. Were I a better man, I would have followed you out of the garden and apologised before your feet had left my house. But as it is, I am forced to take the lesser route. He wrote on, "Please believe me that I find my behaviour from earlier to be grossly misdirected. I was frustrated at something outside your control, and I took it out on you, the coward's last recourse. I spoke to you in a manner not fitting that of a gentleman, and I made you feel unwelcome, though you were a guest in my house. All these things are reprehensible, but above all else, I regret the insults to your character and personality, both of which I found, in fact, to be refreshing and desirable." He was surprised by how true that last sentence was. He wasn't ready to think about the repercussions of that last statement, of the impact her refreshing nature was having on his wounded heart. Even skirting the edge of the subject left him feeling out of control and uncomfortable. He put pen to paper one last time. "Please consider giving me a second chance. I will eagerly await your reply." He sat looking at the letter for a long moment, feeling like he ought to say more, but being unsure what to add. In the end, he simply dusted the top of the paper with sand, waited for it to dry, and then folded the letter into the customary message and sealed it with dark wax, calling for the butler. "Your Grace," Robbins appeared, "I have a letter for you to send to Miss Lockridge." He held out the message. Robbins paused, his expression opaque, and then said slowly, "The lady that only just now left, Your Grace." "Yes, Robbins." Augustus could see the conflicted expression on the butler's face and knew what he was thinking. The delivery of letters was below a butler's station. He should have called for the footman if it was a matter of routine business. Augustus added in a gentler tone, "It is a matter of great importance. Give it to a reliable delivery boy." Robbins softened. "If you say so, Your Grace." He paused in the doorway and looked back. "She looks to be a fine lady, Your Grace." Augustus said nothing, and the butler took his leave in quiet. Robbins had been fond of Letty, having known her almost her entire life as Augustus had. Letty and the butler had, in fact, had a much closer relationship than Augustus ever had with the old man. She used to skip in with almost girlish glee, tossing him her hat and prattling about their adventures as though the butler was a member of the family. Augustus had never understood it, but he had loved it all the same. When Letty was gone, Robbins had taken it hard. He'd visibly maintained his work and position, but he'd lost all his bloom and cheerfulness. Augustus, buried in his own grief, had not noticed until it was too late. Now, with that gentle acknowledgement about Lucille, Robbins was trying to tell Augustus something. Augustus knew the old man was tentatively setting him free to pursue someone else, but, try as he might, Augustus himself couldn't get free of the memory of his other intended. Still, there was something about this woman, his arch-enemy's daughter, that had shaken him to his core. He stood up and walked to the copy of Divine Revelations, pulling it from the shelf and opening it. It fell open to the first passage Lucille had read, but he flipped easily past it to the other passage that was closest to his heart. What did he show you? Love. That white blonde woman with the arresting wild green eyes had reached by accident into the vast expanse of his library and chosen his favourite passage. quoting it by heart. Chapter 7. 2 days passed uneventfully enough, and Sarah was left largely to her own thoughts in the wake of her meeting with the Duke. Lucille, though grateful enough, had gone into town on 2 appointments and missed her chance to debrief with Sarah. Edmund kept to himself, and as usual, Sarah's parents showed little interest in following up with the matter. The only conversation she had about the meeting was with her father, the night she came back early. "I thought you were going to stay for an evening meal," he'd said when she walked in. Edmund had interjected first, as expected. "There was a change of plans, but they'll see each other again soon," he'd said, showing Sarah that he was as afraid of disappointing Edgar as she was. "What did you think of him, Lucille?" her father pressed, his words absent-minded, his eyes on the paper in front of him. "It doesn't matter what I think of him, father," she'd answered as demurely as possible, trying to keep the disdain and frustration out of her voice. "I'm marrying him, aren't I?" "That's right, dear," he'd answered, turning the page on his paper. And that was that. Sarah was left to her own machinations and her growing anger. In truth, she was seething after her first meeting with the Duke, and she didn't expect that feeling to go away any time soon. Augustus Sutton had made it clear that he didn't care for her company. Why he'd sought her hand in the first place was a mystery, but that was to be unravelled at another time. And the more she thought about his curt words and insolent silences, the more furious she became. The only bright thought that tempered her anger was the realization that, had Lucille gone to meet the Duke as was initially intended, the situation would have been far worse. Lucille finally pulled her aside for a few moments on the afternoon of the second day, her eyes wide and worried. How did it go? They were sitting in a window seat at the end of one of the outer halls. It was their safe space since they were children. They used to draw the curtains and huddle inside with books, reading by the light of the window and keeping away from their father's prowling and unpredictable moods. Sarah smiled gently and touched her sister's hand. "He wasn't very likeable, but I've got the situation covered." She tried to make her voice light. "His house is grand. Nothing to be ashamed of there, and there's a pretty little tree outside in a fine set of gardens." Lucille bit her lip. "Not very likeable?" Sarah waved her hand. "You know men. Are there any that are likeable?" "I can think of one," Lucille said softly. "Ah, yes, your secret admirer. Well, we cannot all be as lucky as you, my dear sister." Sarah looked at her twin with a deep tenderness. "I hope you are able to marry for love. You always had the temperament for such things after all. Me, I knew even when I was a girl that I would not be fainting around on behalf of any man. Marriage, as father says, is a business arrangement. I'm making a smart business decision in the Duke, Lucille, and I don't regret it at all." She said it quickly, with a cheerful smile, and she almost believed it. "If you say so," Lucille said doubtfully. "But tell me about him. What was so awful?" "You met him, didn't you?" Sarah said, making an effort to bring only the humorous details to the surface and leaving out all the niggling doubts that truly shook her heart. "He's as big as a Scottish bear and has those dreadful dark eyes. Do you think he's entertaining intelligent thoughts in that brain of his? I'm not certain, but I can tell you he's moody and short-tempered. I felt like a little mouse annoying an elephant." "Mice frighten elephants," Lucille said quietly. "Maybe you frightened him." That brought a genuine smile to Sarah's face. "Nothing could frighten him," she said. "He's got an iron will, and I doubt he'd be easily crossed." "Doesn't that worry you, if you get married?" "No," Sarah lied. "Lucille, you of all people, know that my will is as unbendable as his could ever be. Furthermore, You have seen a good example of marriage in this house. I shall avoid him as much as possible after we've made everything official, and I will live my life as I did before. You should have seen him today. He'll be as happy with that situation as I am, I assure you." "But I thought he loved me," Lucille faltered. "That's what father said." "Maybe he does, in his own way," Sarah shrugged, "but only in his own way. He didn't show any true affection when I was there. He seemed reluctant at best, hostile at worst." In truth, she was counting on his apathy to make marriage bearable. The thought of being tied to him, losing her independence, and stumbling around at his beck and call was intolerable. She would spend her time in the library, and he would be out at the House of Lords, and she would find a way to be content. If they had a child, the thought of all that involved made her shiver with discomfort. Then she would be able to see even less of him. It was common for women to throw their lives into their children, just as her mother had, and then to disappear almost entirely from their husband's frame of reference. It was 3 whole days later when Lucille knocked on her door after everyone had already retired to bed. Sarah scrambled out from between her covers and tiptoed barefoot to the door, letting her sister in and lighting a candle. "Is everything all right?" she asked. "I'm so sorry," Lucille blushed. I found something tonight that I had overlooked earlier." She held up a letter sealed with dark wax. It was unopened, but the Duke's name was written on the front. She held it out. "It was delivered to me the day you went to the Duke's house, but my maid put it on my desk as usual, and I forgot to check until today. I would have given it to you this morning, but there wasn't a chance in front of father." Sarah looked at the paper with disdain. "Why would he be writing to me?" she asked. "Was it before or after my visit?" "I don't know," Lucille answered. "I didn't open it." Sarah took it in her hands, half wanting to toss it directly into the flames, but she was curious. She opened it and read through the lines once, then again, more slowly. When she finished, she handed it to Lucille, for her to read it as well. "What do you think?" her sister asked when she finished. "He sounds so remorseful." "Does he?" Sarah smiled gently, picked up the letter, and carried it to her desk. "Dear innocent Lucille, I think I have read enough books to know fiction when I see it. This preposterous letter does not reflect the attitude or behaviour of the man I met last week. No, Lord Whitehall does not mean what he says in this letter. He may not have even written it himself. He's playing some sort of game, and I am not interested." "You don't know that," Lucille gasped. "Doesn't it make more sense to believe that he is genuine? After all, perhaps you made a good impression on him, and he really is ashamed of his behaviour. Perhaps he has a good reason for being the way he was." "A good reason? For treating me like I was a gold-seeking wench from the lower town? For making me feel as though I was worthless? For pressing the issue so that I had to leave his house on account of his rudeness? You can't be serious, sister." Sarah took out a piece of paper, tossed her braid over one shoulder, and dipped a quill in ink. "What are you going to say?" Lucille asked, coming to sit nearby. "Dear Lord Whitehall," Sarah said, narrating for Lucille's benefit as she wrote. What a pretty piece of writing that was. It might even have convinced me if I hadn't seen the depth of your disdain for me 5 days past. No, a simple letter will not be sufficient to right this wrong. I am sorry to have to respond to your politic words with bluntness unbefitting of a lady, but I believe a direct manner is called for. I will marry you, but only because my father wishes it. If you are as abrasive and unpleasant in our union as you were over tea, then you can expect a miserable marriage, for in me you have met your match. You have begun our relationship on a battlefield, and though I would have preferred a rose bower, I will fight with what I am given." She signed her sister's name and dumped sand over the signature. Lucille sucked in her breath sharply. You can't be serious, Sarah. You can't send a letter like that to a gentleman. What will he think? Hopefully, he will think that he messed with the wrong Earl's daughter, she said stiffly. Best case, he is astonished and drops his suit. Worst, he is angry, but knows he cannot intimidate me. It's not polite, Sarah. He wasn't polite. But it's not done. I'm sending it. Sarah stood and tucked the letter safely into her dressing gown. I'm taking your place, Lucille, and you must allow me to do this my way. I cannot be run into the ground, especially not by a man who is so infuriating. Lucille swallowed hard. If you think it's best. Sarah looked at her sister with marked tenderness. And that is why you must let me continue the charade, she said. Because you give in so quickly, and this Duke would read your submission as a weakness to be exploited. Aren't you afraid that he will read your rudeness as a call to arms? Sarah moved back toward her bed and crawled under the covers, patting the bedspread beside her. Since the two twins had been children, they'd done this ritual, slipping from separate beds to sleep together. It was as though they were missing a part of themselves when they were far apart, and until that bit was reunited, they couldn't rest fully. As they grew older, Lucille only crept into Sarah's bed when she was lonely or had a bad dream. But tonight, the two sisters lay with their heads together and their eyes on the canopy above. Sarah blew out the candle and cuddled closer. In all honesty, I want my rudeness to be an arresting thing, she admitted. I don't want to end up shut away like Mamma, Lucille. You have to fight against that too. I know you won't end up with the Duke, but you don't know if things will work out with this secret gentleman, and you don't know how he'll change over time. You have to work hard not to roll over so quickly under Father's wishes. Lucille sighed and clasped Sarah's hand in her own, speaking wistfully into the darkness. I wish I was as brave as you, other half. And I wish I were as gentle as you, Sarah said, finishing the mantra they'd repeated to each other since they were children. When 2 days had passed, Sarah began to suspect that the entire ordeal was over. The Duke must have taken her message as a definitive reason not to pursue her and moved on to easier prey. She wondered why she hadn't thought of that as a solution in the first place. Be undesirable enough, and the gentleman in question would run for the hills. She couldn't have been more wrong, for at the end of the second day, a letter came for Miss Lucille Lockridge from Lord Whitehall. Lucille took it to their secret place, curled her legs up gleefully, and held it out. A message came! There was a bright spot of colour in her usually languid cheeks, and she looked almost excited. Please, Sarah, you must read it. I'm dying to know what he said in response. Sarah blinked and took the letter into her hand. He responded. He did. What did I say, Sarah? I told you that he meant it genuinely. I'm sure he's answered back with a more believable explanation, and if so, you must entertain the idea that he's not so awful after all. Sarah knew that her sister was set on discovering Augustus Sutton's good side because Lucille didn't like the idea of her twin marrying a monster, but she wasn't so easily convinced. The letter was not very big, and besides that, she couldn't imagine it holding anything that would convince her to see the Duke again and give him a second chance. After this, she said, holding up her copy of The Lady of the Lake. No. Lucille answered with uncharacteristic firmness. Now. She put the letter in her sister's hands, and Sarah opened it slowly, her curiosity getting the better of her as she finally spread it out in her lap. She read it in moments, and then gave a short little laugh. Lucille looked up at her in alarm. What is amusing? It's just that, a moment ago, I thought to myself that there was nothing he could write that would convince me to see him, Sarah said with a smile. And he managed to write the one thing that would, Sarah said, holding up the letter for her sister to view. Written there in a single line, without introduction or signature, were 2 sentences. Very well, my lady. Let us draw up battle lines tomorrow at the Camden Society Ball. Chapter 8. Augustus arrived early at the Camden Assembly Rooms for the Society Ball, something he would never usually do, and looked around for Lucille. The room was already full of young girls laughing and gentlemen waiting to make their move, but he couldn't see the girl's slim, pale form anywhere. He took a small cup of punch and situated himself between 2 columns to watch the proceedings. He had never been one for these parties, even when he was a young man with Letty clinging to his arm, and now he felt even more distant from the merriment. It seemed as though all the people gathered in the room were spinning tales for each other, pretending to be perfectly well-adjusted and happy, while in truth they may well have been hiding things like he was hiding behind his own placid countenance. He took a sip of his drink and sat back. A half-hour passed, and then she arrived, suddenly and without a chaperone. He remembered the last time he'd seen her at a ball, when she'd been introduced as a mousy and shrinking lady with her eyes glued to the ground. She looked different somehow this evening. Though she was still diminutive and pale, she stepped into the room as though she owned it, and Augustus was keenly aware that his weren't the only eyes drawn her way. She was wearing pink again, a pale pink that was almost white, and the gown was trimmed with a singular lace overlay. Augustus thought of the roses in the corner of his garden, and just as quickly he pushed the image away. The roses were still sacred, and Lucille Lockridge an intruder. She didn't see him at first, and he didn't make a move to amend the fact. Instead, he watched her walk delicately to a group of women she appeared to know. She looked around the room twice once she was situated, but he knew the shadow of the column would allow him to observe her without her seeing him. It was exactly as he expected. At first, she was just as she'd been the first time he'd met her, keeping her eyes down and laughing only slightly behind her fan at the conversations around her. As the minutes passed, however, he saw the sharp intelligence wake again in her eyes, and she began looking around the room with a hazy expression he recognized at once. She was bored. He smiled to himself and set aside his drink, rising as softly as he could, and making his way towards her across the floor. She noticed him when he was still a few steps away, and her face visibly stiffened. Instead of coming toward him, she purposefully turned her back and directed a question loudly to the woman nearest her. "Delia, darling, how was your time in the countryside last week?" "I didn't know you knew I was going there." The girl Augustus supposed was Delia responded with a shrug. "It was well enough, Lucille, but there's no substitute for the quieter things in life, as you well know. Whenever I leave town, I just want to be back at home in the quiet of my own embroidery circle, practicing the womanly talents." Augustus wondered if he was imagining the note of patronizing in Lucille's tone when she answered softly, "Yes, I'm sure we all look forward to needle and thread when traversing the wilds of England." He was at her elbow and cleared his throat. "Miss Lockridge?" She turned with an exaggerated slowness. "Lord Whitehall. What a surprise." "Is it?" He wanted to ask her out onto the floor to dance, but before he could do so, she interrupted him. "How fortunate that you are here. Delia was telling me a moment ago how fascinated she was with the goings-on in the House of Lords. Perhaps you could enlighten her." "I didn't say fascinated," Delia interrupted with a deep blush. "I wouldn't expect you to be able to explain such matters here." "Actually," Lucille went on in the same sweet tone, "I don't know that he would be able to explain it anywhere. Not to us simple-minded women. Our brains are better turned to our womanly accomplishments, aren't they? She was playing with him, trying to make him uncomfortable, and he realised with a pang of annoyance that it was working. What was remarkable to Augustus was not merely that she had proven to be intelligent after all, but that she managed to hide the tigress under a dull and dithering exterior. Truly, Delia and the other women didn't seem to note the sarcasm in her words, choosing instead to giggle along with her. "Yes, let's leave the House of Lords to the gentlemen," Delia said with a smile. "How sad it would be to be tied forever to such dull business," another girl said. "And they've done such a good job of it," Lucille added, not meeting Augustus's eyes. "After all, the taxes and allotments and wars have all been fair and well managed, haven't they?" Only then did she turn to look him full in the eyes, and he was taken aback again by the singular jewel-like nature of her eyes. She was mocking him. He cleared his throat. "I would be happy to speak on all such subjects, dear ladies, if I weren't afraid of offending your sensibilities." "And our sensibilities are indeed fragile," Lucille answered quickly, hiding a smirk behind her fan. "I've been known to leave a room when even the subject of politics arises in a social setting." "Have you?" Delia said, driving Lucille's sarcasm home with her own sincerity. "So have I. I just find it so tedious. It's not just a matter of the male sex being better fashioned for matters of politics, but it also seems so coarse, talking about the lives of peasants in an arena where we ought to be standing up for landowners and the true members of society." "One might argue," Augustus said slowly, "that all people in a country, no matter how poor, are true members of society. A society is not just the upper crust that makes it to assembly room dances and parades about the court. We are no better than our weakest members." He didn't look at Lucille, but he could feel her straighten at his side. Delia smiled uncomfortably and looked away from him. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." "It's simple," Augustus said. "If we have our silk and lace and fine manners in the country, that is all good and well, but if you travel only a few miles into the village and find their starving children and downcast people living on the most meagre portions, then you ought to consider how you're really contributing to the betterment of humanity." "I'm not a parson," Delia giggled. "I'm not sure the betterment of humanity falls to me." "Would you have the poor cared for by only parsons? They are sometimes so underpaid themselves that they can hardly help others, and besides, there are many of us, and so few of them. We would be much more effective." "By we? Who do you mean?" It was Lucille, and the soft, compliant tone was almost completely gone from her voice. She was interested. "I mean that I have money and influence, much more so than my local parson. I ought to be giving to the poor and helping the downtrodden myself," Augustus went on, growing more passionate the longer he spoke. "It is like the parable of the widow." "Heavens," Delia interjected, fanning herself frantically. "First politics, then the poor, and now the scriptures. This is a party, Lord Whitehall. I don't know if you've ever been to one before, but at such events we talk about things that lift our spirits, not the kind of questionable topics that would be unwelcome even in a private parlour. I am afraid I have to excuse myself." She curtsied with hurried grace and left the circle, followed by the other 3 women. They looked back as they made their way across the dance floor, and he could hear their whispering fading into the crowd. He turned to Lucille and was glad to find her still rooted in place. She was looking at the girls' retreating forms with an indecipherable expression. "I frightened away your companions," he said with a hint of real regret. "How can I make it up to you?" "You couldn't have frightened away anyone I wished to keep beside me. she said so quietly he almost couldn't hear her. You speak very frankly of your beliefs, Lord Whitehall. And you of yours. I am not generally given much opportunity to speak of what I believe. You should consider yourself privileged to have a podium in the House of Lords from which to wage your moral crusades. We all have different podiums, and no matter how small you think yours is, you still have no excuse to stay silent in a time of need, he said, knowing he was crossing a line, but wanting her to turn her gaze back to him. Instead, she froze, her fan shivering and still in her hand. She looked down, and the profile of her slender neck caught his attention, and held it. You speak of defending those who cannot defend themselves, she said at last. But then, you show your ignorance a moment later. You never know what someone's excuse might be for maintaining their silence. I know fear is a motivator, he pressed. I just choose not to be afraid. She looked up at him then, and he wished suddenly that she had not. Her eyes held him, pinned him to the floor, examined him. She was stronger than he'd guessed, but still, her voice shattered a bit when she finally spoke. You are fortunate to be so courageous. Would that we all had that luxury. Will you dance with me? He hadn't meant to ask it so bluntly, but he suddenly wanted to be near her, and it seemed the quickest route. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she moved her mouth as though to protest. But he took her hand and guided her to the floor just as the next strains of quiet cello swelled around them. She pursed her lips and stepped into the movements like they were familiar but not overly enjoyable. He watched her feet tiptoe forward and then spin in elegance. Her arms were curved and soft, her hair glinting white in the brilliance of the chandelier, her eyes downcast again. I am glad to see you received my letter, he said to restart the conversation. For a few moves, she said nothing, and when she did respond, her voice was careful and quiet again. Your message came just a short time ago. Am I to take from it the hope that you wish to speak with me? You may take from it what you will. I have no intention of dictating your perceptions. She was still angry. He could hear it in her voice. Augustus could use this, he knew. This fire and fervour was just the sort of passion that would work against Edgar Lockridge in the long run. I feel I composed myself ill when you were visiting me a week past, and I have one question, she interjected, just as they took hands and came together in the centre of the room. By all means. Why would you even ask for my hand in marriage if you carried such disdain in your heart for me? Augustus was surprised that his first desire was to correct her use of the word disdain, but he restrained himself. It was early in the game, and he had seen enough of Lucille's intellect and wit to know it would take more than a bit of wooing to win her to his side. He wanted to be honest with her, but to tell her everything would expose him more than he was willing to be exposed. He settled for a vague explanation. That is where you are mistaken, he said. I did not ask for your hand in marriage. She blinked, and a few more beats of the dance passed as he spun her in and out of the movement, and then took her hand for a forward promenade. When she, at last, spoke again, her voice was uncertain for the first time that evening. You didn't want to marry me? That is a more layered question than you know, but no, he clarified. I never asked for your hand. My father said you did. Besides, why would you have me over for that charade of a visit if you weren't intending to marry me? I am intending to marry you. You are making no sense. A bright spot of colour bloomed in her cheeks, and Augustus tried not to think about how much it heightened her beauty. I cannot explain to you all the reasons at this time, he said, pulling her a little closer than was necessary for the required dancing whirl. There is much that you do not understand, and there is much that I am not at liberty to speak about. But Miss Lockridge—" He paused as they separated, and then came back together for the promenade. "Whatever the rest of these people think of you, I can see through your act." She looked up at him with a worried expression. "Pardon me?" "I can see that you try to appear dull and witless, but in truth, you have a sharp mind that is interested in more than embroidery and the womanly arts. Therefore, I will allow you to figure out my predicament for yourself." It was the right decision. Augustus saw at once. He had hooked her interest as delicately as any fisherman ever hooked a fish, and she was curious. That curiosity could very well help him in the long run. They moved through the final steps of the dance in silence, but when the last bow and curtsy were completed, Augustus took her hand in his and kissed the soft white skin ever so lightly. "Until we meet again," he said quietly. She said nothing, but Augustus could see the wild woman waiting in the wings behind her veiled eyes. Chapter 9. Lucille was the only one awake when Sarah returned from the ball, and Sarah found herself grateful to have her sister's sleepy face waiting for her when she came into her bedroom. "You didn't have to stay up," she said, taking off her gloves one at a time. "I know it's very late." "I wouldn't have missed it," Lucille said, jumping up to help her with her shawl and cloak. "Did you send the maid away? I don't want to be disturbed tonight." "Of course," Lucille answered dutifully, although she thought I was you at the time. I told her that my sister Lucille wouldn't need anyone to help with her gown that night, and she didn't seem to mind a little extra sleep. "How did you feel?" "Like a stranger in my own skin." Sarah turned her back so that Lucille could undo the top buttons of the gown and then shook the dress to the floor at her feet. She stepped from her shift into her dressing gown and began unpinning her curls from atop her head. "Delia was there, and all the girls you used to be friends with when you were younger. Lucille, they're so dreadfully dull and vapid. How can you stand it?" "I never see them anymore," Lucille answered quietly. "I have little reason to leave the house except to travel into town for errands. Besides, even people who seem dull and vapid are worthy of our attention. Anything less is cruelty." She came and stood behind her sister, helping to free the hair from its prison and shaking the curls out until they framed Sarah's face in a white blonde halo. Sarah sighed. "You were always the good one, Lucille. The kind one. I haven't got your patience." "There are many types of good," Lucille said gently, "and you were good to save me from that dreadful man. Did you see him tonight?" "Ah, yes, I did." Sarah looked at her reflection in the mirror and allowed herself to really consider her interaction with Lord Whitehall for the first time that night. He had thrown her off kilter with his discussion of poverty, and she hadn't regained her composure for the rest of the dance. There was something different about him, something she couldn't put her finger on, but also something she couldn't fully dislike. "Was he as cruel as he was during your last visit?" "He wasn't cruel during my last visit, just ape-like," Sarah said, trying to laugh but sobering nonetheless. "No, in reality, Lucille, he was very different from our first meeting. He was talking to our group about the poor and the downtrodden. He seems to think it's our responsibility as wealthy landowners to provide for those in our sphere." "No wonder Father hates him," Lucille said wryly, tossing Sarah her shawl. "I'm not sure his ideals transfer to politics, but then I know so little about what goes on in the House of Lords. Do you?" Lucille looked at her sister with a raised eyebrow. "What do you think? You're the one who reads, who has ideas. I just have heart and minimal self-interest." "That you do?" Sarah rose and kissed her sister on the cheek. "Hurry off to bed then. I want to get a bit of sleep before tomorrow." "Not so fast," Lucille said, as kindly as was her wont. "You haven't told me a single thing about your interaction with the Duke. What did he say to you in explanation for his behaviour?" Sarah sighed. For some reason, she didn't want to share all the details of the evening with Lucille, especially not the way she'd felt when he'd pulled her in close, or the surprise in her heart when she'd heard him speak passionately about the things he held most dear. She settled for the facts without embellishment. He said something odd, actually. He claimed that he never asked for your hand. Lucille raised an eyebrow in confusion. "How can that be? Father said he wanted to marry me." "Father has been false with us before. Let us not behave as though his word is law," Sarah said, crawling into bed and curling up under the covers. He might have lied about it all. "Not completely," Lucille said, coming to sit on top of the coverlet. "The Duke went along with it, didn't he? If he didn't ask for your hand, why would he invite you for tea and behave as though he expected to marry you? It doesn't make any sense." Suddenly, it dawned on Sarah that the answer might be right under their noses. It wouldn't make sense to Lucille, for she always attributed the best of motives to people, but Sarah could imagine a reason why the Duke might be marrying her under duress. Blackmail. She spoke tentatively. "Perhaps Father has something over the Duke, something that could make him marry one of the Lockridge sisters." "Like what?" Lucille sucked in her breath. What would Father have against him? Sarah looked at her sister with a soft gaze. "Any number of things, Lucille. Men have secret lives all the time. Drinking, gambling, secret children." Lucille blushed. "That's not proper to speak of." "It's just you and I, Lucille," Sarah said, trying to keep the exasperation out of her voice, "and that might very well be the answer. And Father must have found some secret from his past and is holding it over his head." "Which do you think it is?" "I don't know," Sarah answered. The Duke was a private man, and rarely went anywhere outside of his home and the House of Lords. In fact, tonight's ball was the first time Sarah had ever seen him in public. She had a feeling that he held his secrets close to his heart, and his history as well. Edgar Lockridge could have stumbled on any number of secrets to hold against the man. "Let's turn into bed now," she said at last. "We should rest and put our minds to the issue in the morning." "All right." Lucille patted Sarah's knee, and then, taking the candle, slipped out of the room and into the hall beyond. Sarah lay in the darkness for what seemed like ages, waiting for the creaking sounds of the house to diminish at last. She used to be afraid when insomnia would stalk her nights, but she had grown fonder of the darkness as she grew into a woman, happy to have the peace and quiet uninterrupted by her brother or her father. Now, her mind played over the evening in a whirlwind, and as she thought about the Duke, she began thinking of vivid scenarios that would compel him to go through with a marriage he didn't desire. As each scene played out in the darkness before her eyes, she became less and less confident about her theory. She didn't know Augustus Sutton well, but she'd already learned that, for all his faults, his trademark was a sort of brutal honesty that belied any tawdry scandal. She just couldn't see him engaging in villainous activities, having relationships with loose women, or racking up gambling debts. That was more her own father's territory, whereas the Duke seemed above such machinations. He seemed, for all his temper and his fury, to be a generally trustworthy man. Something else was blossoming in Sarah's mind as she lay awake, and that something grew to greater and greater prominence as the minutes dragged by. Near the end of their dance, Lord Whitehall had leaned over to her and whispered that she ought to be able to discover the truth herself. He'd told her that he saw through her frivolity and knew there was an intelligent woman beneath the surface. That comment whether it was meant to be or not, came to Sarah like the sweetest of compliments. After spending her life shuffled from one drawing-room corner to another, shushed at every turn as a child and hidden away as a young woman, she felt uniquely seen for the first time in her life, and she was drawn to the man who had seen through her. When the clock struck 2 in the morning, Sarah could stand it no longer. Curiosity running in her veins like poison, she swung her legs back out of bed onto the cold floor, wrapped herself in a shawl, and took a candle outside into the silent hall. Nobody was moving, and as she walked, her nearly soundless footsteps seemed to her like mallets striking the soft carpet. The candlelight flickered along the walls, and she hurried through the left wing of the house, down the stairs, and into her father's study. "I'm not sure what I'm looking for," she said softly to herself when the door was closed behind her. The fire was dying, but a few coals were still flickering weakly in the ashes. She thought about stoking them to life, but was afraid of drawing suspicion in the morning. She looked around the room. It was dark, full of those pretty but irrelevant books, imposing and gilded, but somehow empty. She needed evidence. That's what she needed. Some letter or banknote or clue that would tell her what Edgar Lockridge had over Augustus Sutton's head. She was about to move toward the desk when the door behind her suddenly opened, and she turned, heart in her throat, to see her father's personal valet standing in the door with a suspicious frown. "My lady!" Sarah thought about summoning her courage and going through with her plan, but her heart was beating out of her chest. She feared for a moment that the valet would see her shaking through her nightdress and shawl, and she took a deep breath to calm herself. Tonight was not the night to be snooping around then. "Hello, I'm sorry." She tried to keep her eyes as vacant and confused as possible, casting a purposeful gaze down at the candle in her hand and wrinkling her forehead in distress. "What am I doing here?" The valet moved from suspicion to confusion. "My lady, where am I?" She looked around. "Am I in father's study?" The valet seemed to connect the clues all at once, for he stumbled over himself to put her at ease. "My lady, all is well. I believe you've been stricken by a case of somnambulism and wandered into your father's study. I was checking on the hatches for the night and heard footsteps. Thank heaven I found you here. Shall I help you back to your bedroom?" Sarah shook her head, pretending to clear it. "Oh, this is so embarrassing. I'm chagrined." "No need to be embarrassed, my lady, but the master doesn't like anyone in his study," the man went on, beginning to look decidedly nervous. "And he walks about sometimes at night. It's best for you to get up to bed before he discovers the intrusion." "Of course." Sarah tried to look as penitent as possible. "I should go right away." She picked up her skirts in one hand and hurried past the valet into the hall outside. "Oh," she said, as though the thought had only then come to her, "and you will keep my secret, won't you? I'm just mortified and wouldn't want to anger my father unnecessarily. You understand?" The valet, who had been in her father's service for many years, surely understood even better than she did. He smiled with surprising warmth. "I absolutely understand. There's no need to raise alarms over such a paltry matter. Rest well, my lady." Sarah nodded, smiling sleepily, and forced herself to walk slowly back upstairs without turning around to look behind her. She slipped into her room and closed the door behind her, only then feeling safe enough to sink to the floor and drop her head into her hands. Her heart was still coming down from the adrenaline, and she realised that, though her plan had gone awry tonight, she was doubly determined that it should succeed in the future. There was something strange going on between the Duke and her father, and come what may, Sarah was going to undertake the adventure of discovering that mystery. Chapter 10. She wouldn't answer his letters, and after 4 days passed without any more word, Augustus took it upon himself yet again to brave society for a glimpse of Lucille Lockridge. At the first dinner party he attended, she didn't even acknowledge his presence until he was nearly out the door, and then she only nodded with the regality of a queen and said his name in the stiff manner of a woman talking down to a peasant. So infuriated by this behaviour, Augustus responded in kind, and the entire meeting was a waste. He took more care with the second and third meetings. The second was at the musical concert of a mutual acquaintance. It was a private affair, mostly for members and families from the House of Lords, and Augustus wasn't even certain that she would be there. He hadn't seen Lucille much before this time, and since he himself was not a social creature, he didn't know whether to expect her at every event to which she was invited. For whatever reason, either from habit or because she was trying to see him as much as he was trying to see her, Lucille was at every event Augustus chose. The night of the concert, she came late and sat in the back. This made it so that Augustus didn't know of her presence until halfway through, when there was a brief intermission with refreshments and conversation. He turned as the applause faded and saw her there in a ray of light from one of the candelabras, dressed in a mint green gown, with her hair away from her face and her eyes fastened on him like 2 emeralds. She was a startling beauty, like that, and Augustus realised with a queer little surge of recognition that she looked strange in pastels. The first time he'd met her all those weeks ago, he'd thought the pale gown suited her manner perfectly, but as he held her gaze now, he couldn't help thinking she was a woman who ought to be walking around in jewel tones with a retinue behind. She broke the glance first, but Augustus was not going to let the evening end as it had previously. He stood and made his way to her side. She had taken a maid with her as a chaperone tonight. No other members of her family were present. Unusual for someone with such a reputation for timidity. Her chaperone stood a few paces to the back, out of hearing distance. The seat beside her was unoccupied. Augustus nodded at it. "May I, my lady?" She looked at him steadily. "You wish to sit with me?" Somehow, with only the slightest hint of teasing in her voice, she already made him regret his decision. He cleared his throat. "If that would not be too much of an inconvenience." "Don't be so stiff," she said lightly, shifting her legs to allow him room to pass. As he sat, she added blithely, "I'm sure it won't bother me in the least to have a change of neighbour at a concert such as this. We are, after all, supposed to sit quietly and enjoy. And as you are my intended, I am happy to see we have music as a shared interest." He didn't mean it as a way to woo her. On the contrary, he wanted to see that very glance of alarm shoot across her pale face. She tilted her head to look up at him. "If this truncated and unimaginative show of pianoforte solos is your idea of good music, then we don't have a shared interest after all." Touché. He liked this about her, the spunk and vitality packaged so delicately in pink and lace. He shifted until he was comfortable in the narrow seat, and allowed the silence to carry them until the music began again. He could sense her presence beside him like a firebrand. She was distracting. Her smallness in his peripheral vision, that blur of green at the edges of his consciousness, the smell of wisteria coming to him like a promise. He tried to remember Letty, but the music and the woman at his side were disorienting. He looked once at her profile during a particularly moving operatic feature, and he saw the same tense set to her jaw, the focus of her eyes straight ahead, the way her hands crossed tightly one over the other as though to hold herself steady in a storm. Whatever she'd said about the quality of the music, he could see her losing herself in this particular song. It wasn't half bad. He turned to the front and watched in amazement as the half-hearted talents of the woman performing moulded around the familiar melody. lifting in sad, minor notes to the ceiling, and then tumbling down again onto the transfixed crowd. When the song ended, the musician bowed and took her leave from the stage. Augustus turned to Lucille and saw that she was keeping her gaze forward, turned slightly away from him, and only the slightest glint of moisture in the corner of her eye told him why. He leaned closer. "So, it is not so truncated after all?" "She got lucky," Lucille said softly. "It's a good composition." She gathered her cloak around her and made a move to stand. Augustus felt a sudden draw in his soul, as though losing her was something to be frantically avoided. He didn't know her long enough to feel that way, he chided himself. He watched her go in silence. It was an entire week before he saw her again. It was a ball they were attending, and Augustus didn't even pretend to himself that it was a routine event. The host was a fringe character, someone he neither cared for nor knew well, but he'd heard that she might be in attendance, and he went. He tried to convince himself that it was a necessary part of his plan, to win her attentions, to draw her away from her father's influence, but there was something deeper in his heart, a thirst that he thought might be satisfied if he saw her one more time. Just once more, and then he could be rid of her. She was wearing white, and her white blonde hair was so like it that she seemed one homogeneous thing, ghostly, with those piercing green eyes. He wasted no time in going to her, and when he came to her side, she turned at once without pretending interest in anything else. "I never knew you were such a social person, Lord Whitehall," she said. He looked at her to see if she was teasing him, but if she was, she kept it well under wraps. "Don't you tire of these social engagements?" "What is it that makes social engagements dull?" he asked, answering her question with one of his own. "I would say the regularity of their occurrence," she said at once. "No sooner have you fulfilled your responsibility, but you find yourself yet again in society's debt, and you have another ball to attend." "The life of the wealthy man is so tedious," Augustus drawled sarcastically. He didn't miss the look of interest that flashed in her eyes, though she hid it as quickly as it came. "I think there is something else that makes them dull," she said. "Let me guess," he interjected. "Dreary people." "Not enough grass and sky," she rebutted. Her voice was still quiet, her ways still demure. If it wasn't for her outward manner, Augustus would have thought her wit was a matter of flirtation, but if that was the case, she was playing the game very well. He raised his brows. "You are a woman of the outdoors?" "We are all people of the outdoors. It is just that some of us have forgotten the fact." She pulled out her fan and fluttered it before her face. He wondered what she was hiding. In a moment, she pulled it away again. "I think it is time we stop discussing light-hearted matters of no substance," she said softly. "I have questions for you, Lord Whitehall." "A dance?" He nodded towards the floor. "It is a jig," she said, not even looking in the direction of the music. "What I have to say requires more focus than that." "More intimacy, you mean?" he answered her. Even as the words came out of his mouth, he wondered at himself, trying to make her uncomfortable, trying to bring a blush into those fair cheeks when he was, and always would be, a man with an unmendable broken heart. "I meant no such thing," she said quickly, stubbornly refusing to blush. "Come with me." "Gladly," he answered, following her out of the ballroom and out onto the balcony outside. The air was cool for the summer, enough that he wondered if such a fragile lady would need a cloak, but she showed neither signs of chill nor discomfort. She put her hands on the marble balustrade and leaned out ever so slightly to peer into the garden below. "I have been thinking about what you suggested," she said at last. when we danced together and you told me you would marry me, but that it wasn't because you wanted to." She turned and levelled a withering stare in his direction. "Just for the record, that is not the way to woo a lady." Still, she breathed in, and the movement ruffled the lace at her neck. He looked away, his own heart in his throat, and she pressed on. "I believe you were hinting at a manner of blackmail. Someone has something against you, and if I were to guess, it would be my father." He was not willing to let her know the full of it yet. "You would suspect your own father. That's not very kind of you." "You don't know my father," she said softly. "Or perhaps you do. That's what I'm here to find out. I know my father is a hard man, and he can be very conniving. I will not comment further on that matter at this time, but you must tell me if he is holding something over your head." He would have told her then and there, looking at the earnest set of her face and the glow in her golden hair, but he knew better. She had to discover the truth herself. It wasn't his story to tell, after all, and he wouldn't be so dishonourable as to expose someone else's secret. He took a deep breath. "You don't think very well of your father." "That is my own business. I am here to speak about yours." "What are your theories?" "As with most blackmail situations, my theories are rather distasteful to speak aloud." There at last was the blush and the hint of embarrassment. "Try me," he said stolidly. "I am not easily shocked." She gripped the balustrade a little tighter and looked out into the garden as she spoke, avoiding his gaze and speaking very quickly as though to get over with the entire miserable list. "I suspected some ill manner of birth, perhaps part of your history that my father would use against you, something you had no control over. Perhaps there is a manner of birth that is more recent." "You mean a bastard?" She closed her eyes and winced. "Or perhaps you've been engaged in some manner of speculation. Perhaps you are in financial trouble and my father means to ruin you. I've thought also that you might have some sort of illicit connection with a woman of—" She swallowed hard. "Ill repute." He couldn't help smiling at that last one. "While it is flattering to know that I have graced your thoughts so often as of late," he said with a wink, "I can't say that I like the manner in which you are thinking about me." Then he sobered. "Although I cannot give you the answers you desire at this time." "Did you only tell me those things to tease me?" she asked. He could see the hurt hidden away in her eyes, and he felt suddenly angry at her father, not for the usual political reasons, but because he had made this woman feel small and insignificant before. The way she spoke, the way she lowered her wit to the level of whoever was around her, the way, even now, she was second-guessing herself, told of her father's belittling effect. Augustus sighed. "It is not my story to tell," he said, "but I can tell you that if you visit Reginald Barrington, the Duke of Crowan, he might be able to help you learn the truth." Her eyes lit with some sort of remembrance. "I know that name. My father has spoken of him. He's a force to be reckoned with in the House of Lords, but not a reliable force. He's a political wild card." He paused, trying to explain. "That means his motives are unknown, and he changes his votes without explanation." He instantly regretted that, for her face instantly hardened with annoyance. "I know what a political wild card is," she said. "They do allow us the most basic books in lady school." "I didn't mean to offend." She waved her hand dismissively. "So this wild card, you think he will tell me what my father is up to?" "He knows everyone's secrets," Augustus answered honestly. "I don't know what he will tell you, but I can assure you that the most likely way you'll find out about this business is through him." "Thank you." She sounded surprised. "I didn't expect help from you." I'm your intended, he said, and for the first time, there wasn't a hint of mocking in his voice. Whatever the reasons behind it, I should be the one you most expect to offer aid. She didn't answer that, but turned to go. He stepped forward, halting her exit. He'll want payment. He shrugged. He's a man who sees an opportunity and takes it. She turned and looked at him with resignation. I have some money saved. And I have more to supplement whatever you need. Actually, I'll reimburse you for whatever you require. She slanted her eyes in confusion. This seems so complicated. Why can you not tell me again? Wouldn't that just be simpler? He looked at her with a hint of regret. Perhaps, but I'm not released to speak on the matter at present. Else, why would your father be using it as leverage? She held his gaze for another moment, her face unreadable, and then, in a moment, she turned and was gone. Chapter 11. I miss my old room, Lucille said, casting a teasing glance at her sister. I have a secret supply of flower petals in there that I use to keep my dresses smelling fresh. My dresses are fresh enough, Sarah protested with a smile. You're lucky I'm not easily insulted. But truly, sister, if you miss your own clothes, it's a problem I can't solve. Our wardrobes and rooms are the only distinguishing feature that keeps Mama and Papa and Edmund from realising we've switched places. Edmund seems like he's close to discovering, Lucille said, especially since I don't banter with him as you do. Sarah stiffened. Do you think he will reveal us? I don't know. Lucille bit her lip. But I don't think he will. Really, I don't. I don't know if he completely agrees with what our father asks of him. Sometimes I feel like all his cruel comments and slighting ways are just the overflow of Papa's influence. We always thought we got the bad end of the stick by being ignored by our father, but perhaps it's worse to be acknowledged and groomed. Sarah was still wary, but she waved the topic away. I have to find a way to meet with the Duke of Crowan, she said. Why? Sarah looked at her sister and suddenly thought better of her quick tongue. I'm not sure, she said noncommittally. It's just that I have some business with him, and I think it will shed more light on this whole thing with Lord Whitehall. I can't share more at the moment. I'm sure you'll understand, but trust me. She saw that Lucille did not understand, but as usual, the girl was too quiet to speak up for what she wanted. Instead, she looked down at her hands and let the room fall into silence. Sarah stood and went to her desk, once Lucille's, and pulled out paper and a pen. Perhaps I will write him, she said. As me? Lucille asked. Yes, of course, Sarah answered. Why wouldn't I write as Lucille? That's all part of the game, after all. This Duke, Lucille began slowly. Lord Crowan, he has a reputation. Surely you've heard it over the years. Sarah had neither time nor patience to pay to the cruel rumours London seemed to churn out daily, but still, she could hear a note of warning in her sister's voice. She lowered her hand and let the pen fall to the table. I haven't heard. What is it that you know? Nothing set in stone, she said softly. I don't want to spread false words. Lucille, now is not the time to be weak-minded. Sarah scolded, a bit too harshly. Tell me what you know of Lord Crowan. He is thought to be a bit of a scoundrel, Lucille said at last. There was an instance just last year with a young lady he pursued and then scorned, and besides that, his history is a bit of a mystery. Some say he spent some time internationally. Others say that his family name is tarnished. I don't know the truth of these tales, but I do know that association with him might have its consequences. Understanding dawned on Sarah. You think I might ruin your reputation by meeting with this man? Assumptions would be made. You're young and pretty. He's youngish and a philanderer. Sarah put the pen and paper away and nodded. "It is not worth jeopardizing you, Lucille," she said at last. "I will find another way to meet with him." Some days later, and still Sarah had not found a way to meet with Lord Crowan. It would all have been easier if she had only been a man, permitted in the House of Lords, allowed to go into smoking parlours and the racetrack and the selling barns. She could have easily made a show of running into Lord Crowan at any one of these places, and then the trapped Duke would have to listen to her questions and pleas. As it was, all those ideas were improper. She couldn't write him and arrange a meeting for fear of ruining Lucille's reputation, and though she planned to attend balls in pursuit of his company, she knew that even there the eyes of London would be wondering if she chose to dance with such a scoundrel. On the third day she was sitting in the parlour with Edmund and her silent, weary mother when a welcome distraction came. It was a letter with an invitation to visit Lady Weatherton. "Mamma, your friend asks if will please pay her a visit, Lady Weatherton. She asks that I come over this very afternoon and have tea with her." Sarah looked at it in wonderment. "I am surprised that she did not ask you to visit her." "She knows I will not come," Mamma said quietly, her eyes fastened to some distant object outside the great front windows of the house. Sarah waited for her mother to say more, but that seemed to be enough for the moment. She looked again at the letter. "I have not seen you in ages," the woman wrote. "Please come to my house this very afternoon for tea, and we shall get reacquainted." Sarah felt a pang of sadness that the invitation made no mention of her. She was Lucille now, and so she must answer any of Lucille's invitations, but she felt oddly sorry for her old self. Sarah Lockridge was never as well liked as Lucille. Sarah was loud and boisterous, while Lucille was simple and sweet. The first made people uncomfortable, the second put people at ease. "I think I will go after all," she said at last. Edmund looked up from his book. "You know you have to ask Father." "Why, Edmund?" Sarah snapped. "Really, you're beginning to be just like him, always keeping a tight fist around the women in this house and never letting even the slightest social arrangement transpire without your oversight." "What a damning review of my management!" It was her father's voice. Sarah turned, her heart thumping in her chest. "Papa!" "Lucille, I think you ought to spend less time around your sister. Sarah is having a bad influence on you." Sarah nodded, trying to make her face blank and thoughtless again. "Yes, Papa. With a mouth like that, I don't think I should let you go out on any social visit, much less to an old friend of your mother's such as Lady Weatherton. You would give your mother a bad reputation, and we wouldn't want that." Edgar cast a withering, mocking look at his wife. She stood, as she always did when he came into the room. She gave a weak, wordless curtsy and sailed from the room as silently as she had come. He watched her go with an apathetic stare and then circled back on his daughter. "So, are you going to ask me if you may go?" "Pardon me, Father, but it just sounded as though you said I couldn't." "I haven't cast judgment yet. What do you think, Edmund?" Sarah rolled her eyes, waiting for her brother to use his usual manipulative ways to make her pay for her earlier comment. But he had grown thoughtful since her outburst, and he looked up now with a flush in his young cheeks and a guilty expression on his face. "I don't know, Papa. I don't think it would do any harm for her to go, do you?" Edgar levelled a glare in his son's direction. "Are you asking, or are you telling? The world isn't moved by men who ask other men what they think." "I'm telling," Edmund said quickly, and a telltale tremor in his voice gave Sarah the first hint of compassion for him. She thought about what Lucille had said how hard it must be to be under her father's gaze all the time, and she suddenly wished he wasn't put on the spot on her account. "I don't need to go," she said tentatively. "Why did God curse me with such ambivalent children?" Edgar cried, and the note of fury in his voice sent another chill through Sarah. She could see that frozen look on Edmund's face as well. Her father went on. "No, don't back down now, Lucille. You shall go to see Lady Weatherton, and you shall leave at the close of this conversation. No use keeping her waiting. I don't fancy any more of a cold shoulder from your mother than I already have. Not that I care," he said quickly, as though afraid he'd shown too much weakness. "Go, but Edmund must stay with me. That will show you, boy. Being weak-livered gets you confined to the house like a woman, and then the women go out visiting." He laughed coarsely and left the room, his children sitting stunned behind him. Sarah was glad Lucille had been upstairs for the exchange. Doubtless, she would have been afraid, and when she was thusly, she often blanched paler than usual and shook like a leaf. It would have given her away at once, and the whole gig would have been up. Sarah drew in a deep breath and looked across the room at her brother. "Edmund!" "Don't!" He held up his boyish hand, and she saw the hurt in his eyes. "I can't afford all this." She knew what he meant. He couldn't afford to be softened by her kindness, to make alliances that would only thrust him into the way of his father's wrath in the end. Edmund would only survive Edgar's tutelage if he was cruel himself. Sarah bit her lip. "You were very brave," she said. But he left her alone. She went to the cloak closet, her mind spinning with the injustice of a fine boy like Edmund being handed over by nature to the likes of Edgar Lockridge. She dressed, and, denying the coachman, chose to walk instead to Lady Weatherton's. It was a fine, long way, but she wasn't afraid of the exercise. The day was a little cool, but not uncomfortable, and she closed her eyes as she walked every once in a while to feel the breeze more brilliantly against her cheeks. She thought about the conversation she'd had at the ball with Lord Whitehall. He'd seemed surprised when she said all people were made for the outdoors, but she had seen the hint of respect in his eyes. It didn't surprise her. She'd learned, in recent weeks, that Lord Whitehall was an avid hunter and often went out to his family property in the country to disappear for weeks from society. She wondered what he did out there, if he filled his days with activities, or if he was content to disappear into a field and just feel the wind against his face. She shook her head as though to clear it, wanting that gentle image of him gone from her mind. She couldn't afford to let down her guard now, when she was so close to finding out the truth of this whole business. It was good that she had a social call on the horizon. Being Lucille with Lady Weatherton would be difficult enough. It would take her mind off all the business with Lord Whitehall and Lord Crowan. Lady Weatherton's manor was tall and dark, with vines crawling up the craggy stone sides. It looked ominous, but to Sarah, it would always remind her of when she was a girl, and her mother was a much happier woman. That was before she'd given up, before her mother had chosen to be a spectre rather than fight back against Edgar. There had been happy times here, games in the creek out back, whispered stories with Lucille behind the vines, playing with Edmund. That was before all the children her mother had lost, all the silent little graves lurking in their memory. She walked up to the door and knocked. It wasn't the butler who opened the door, it was Lady Weatherton herself. The woman looked older, much older. She'd lost her shape long ago and was a soft sort of round person, but she still had a twinkle of mystery in her dark brown eyes. She gave a weak smile when she saw Sarah. "Lucille, I saw you through the window. I was watching for you, you see. I'm glad you could come. I hope you will forgive me." Her words trailed off. "Forgive you? For what?" "Come inside. I'll take your cloak." The footman was there, but Lady Weatherton waved him away and took the garment herself, laying it tenderly on the chair between them. "He's in the parlour," she said at last. "Who?" But she received no answer. Sarah followed her host down a long hall hung with tapestries and into a well-lit parlour where a gentleman all in black was sitting with his back to them. He stood when he saw them enter and turned to bow in greeting. After the last few days of thought and research, Sarah would have known him even if Lady Weatherton hadn't introduced him. "Lucille," the older woman said, "this is Lord Crowan." Chapter 12. Letty had always wanted a wedding in the chapel next to the Grand Hotel. That had surprised Augustus at first, especially because she was such a simple girl in every other way. He thought she would be one of those wistful lasses who would ask to be married in the country with a gathering afterwards in the village square. She had a soft spot for all things homegrown and gentle. But no, she told him that wasn't what she wanted at all. She said she'd always dreamed of a beautifully adorned wedding in the chapel and then a reception afterwards in the Grand Hotel with dancing and dignitaries. She'd asked for all this only a few days after they finalised their engagement. "I want to feel like a queen," she'd said breathlessly, leaning against him. He had never gotten over the awe of feeling her so close, the longing for her nearness. "You are a queen to me," he'd said. "I will do whatever you desire." "I want the chapel, yes," she'd said. "I know the engagement party is supposed to be the grand affair, and the ceremony matters not at all, but I've always wanted to walk down the aisle with roses wreathing the pews like the ones you held when you first asked me to marry you." "Go on." "And the chamber orchestra from Northampton, you know their cellist is my favourite." Her eyes had shone like jewels. "And let's do it on a Sunday. I know that's the Lord's day, but he will understand, don't you think?" "Your wish is my command." "And I will be wearing silk, and afterwards we will dance. All the people of high society will be there. They will be so jealous that I found you first, that none of their daughters could win your heart, and instead you went to a simple woman like me." "They will not be so jealous," he'd said with a laugh. "I'm a black-browed bear, that's what they all think. I haven't your grace or poise. Their daughters are all safe from a most abrasive fate." "No one thinks you're a bear but yourself," she'd said, raising her brows in reproof. She had been right then. He hadn't been like he was now. He rose to whatever level she demanded of him. If she thought he was handsome and kind and honourable, then that's exactly what he would be. If she thought he could turn the masses with his will and tend to the widowed and the fatherless, then that's what he would do. When she left, he was bereft not only of her but also of his own person. She had shaped him into a marvellous hero and then stolen away her creation just as quickly. Augustus walked every morning to the stream that crossed the back edge of his property. It ran along the copse of trees to where it dumped into the glorious, sparkling waters of the lake that his father had owned and cultivated during his own time as Duke of Whitehall. Augustus never walked to the lake anymore. He could feel its nearness every morning and always stopped before the first glint of shining waters reached his eyes. Letty was there, at the lake. This morning, his thoughts full of Lucille and Edgar and the foul politics of the House of Lords, he couldn't even bring himself to go that far. He turned back before the stream and walked instead along the orchard. It was beautiful, but the lake whispered behind him, tormenting him. There was no room for both Lucille and Letty in his mind. He had to find a way to do what needed to be done with Lucille without losing his memories of Letty. If he had to choose, he would still choose the ghost over the woman. When he made his way back up to the house, he saw a footman walking out to meet him. It was unusual for them to do such a thing. His walks were his own. and in them he often stooped into his most private, most angry, most winsome places. The staff had learned long ago to leave him there, lumbering about in his misery like the bear that he was. When he drew nearer, he saw the fear on the man's face. "Robbins told me to bring this to you, Your Grace. He said to warn you that it's that man you dislike." The footman was afraid of him. So be it. Augustus snatched the letter from his hand and turned it over in his own. He knew what the name would be even before he saw it. Lord Huxley. He looked up at the shifting footman. "I doubt this will require a response," he said curtly. "Run on back to Robbins and tell him to come himself next time." The footman bowed and was gone as quickly as he had come. Augustus found a place for himself under the grape arbour and opened the letter. The familiar handwriting made him want to vomit. "My dear Lord Whitehall," it began, "I hear that you have been seeing more of my daughter lately. I am, of course, glad to hear you are adhering to your side of our little bargain. I understand that my Lucille can be a bit dull on the senses, but in time I'm sure you will learn to ignore her as I ignore my own piece of heaven." Augustus paused, and casting his gaze up and out over the field before him, sighed. Edgar Lockridge was one of the most despicable men he had ever met, and it was almost impressive how well he maintained that image. Even in letters of congratulation, he went on, "Still, though I can applaud you on making contact with my daughter, I fear the rest of the arrangement is proceeding more slowly than I would wish. She is, after all, a young woman. If you don't lay claim to her soon, she will likely draw another rakish eye and be out of your grasp. I am writing to demand that you set a date immediately, since I, of course, am the one who is truly in control of this matter. I shall provide the details here. All you need do is make the public announcement yourself. Lucille will marry you Sunday morning, a month hence. It will be a lavish ceremony in the chapel beside the Grand Hotel, with a reception following afterwards. Lucille will doubtless want music. May I suggest the Northampton Chamber Orchestra? Yours in this matter and others, Lord Huxley. Augustus felt the old familiar rage rise in him like a tiger. He stood and tore the letter to bits, each smaller than the next. He picked up the pieces that had fallen to the ground and ripped them too asunder. He felt a scream rising inside his chest, and he pushed it back. It sat there like a snake, coiled to strike, filling his heart with a black fury that he couldn't control. Lockridge was mocking him. Everyone in London had heard about his plans for the wedding with Letty, but while almost everyone seemed to have forgotten, as the years went by, Edgar had clearly remembered. Maybe he knew that one day he would need the information to torment his arch-rival. Maybe he'd only just relearned the details for this particular letter. Whatever his reasoning, Edgar Lockridge was clearly not content to just marry his daughter to Augustus. He wanted to crow over his victory. "I don't want it like this," Augustus said aloud. "I will not marry her in this way." His own words echoed through the empty garden and came back to torment him. Like this, what had he meant by that? He should have said, "at all." He should have stood to his feet and screamed to the sky that he would never marry again, that he wouldn't consider anyone, certainly not Lucille Lockridge, to be his wife, that he would die like this, alone and afraid of lakes that reminded him of the woman he had lost. But no, he had let slip aloud the secret that haunted his mind ever since he'd met Lucille. There was something about the little woman that drew him in, that twisted his heart out of its stasis and beckoned him nearer. She had a hold on him, and though he couldn't name it, he feared it. After all, that's what Edgar Lockridge wanted, wasn't it? He wanted a hold on Augustus. He wanted his weak little daughter married to a man he could manipulate. He wanted to bring Augustus to heel in the House of Lords, and he wouldn't be satisfied until he had the Duke on his payroll like everyone else. Augustus let the scraps of paper drift through his fingers to the ground below. They fell softly, like feathers, and he watched them as though mesmerized. A small tug in his heart wanted them back so that he could read that little sentence with her name in it, and it was that small part of him that he had to kill. Falling in love with the Earl's daughter wasn't just idiotic, it wasn't just a betrayal of Letty, it was dangerous. He might as well hand Edgar Lockridge all the leverage and control that he wanted now. No, he would have to find ways to actively keep himself apart from her even after the marriage. He knew his passion well enough to know the only way to remain impartial was to freeze the part of his heart that might venture to love again without his consent. He told himself it wasn't just himself he was protecting, it was her too. Lucille Lockridge had more wit than she let on, and if he wooed her, he feared she would lose that edge and let her heart fall to his level. He thought of Letty and tried to tell himself that he could never love another as he had her. If that was true, then letting Lucille love him was a cruelty. He must keep up the language of business, of arrangement, of her father. It would be best to protect them both. Chapter 13. Sarah had heard many things about Reginald Barrington, the Duke of Crowan, in the few days she'd been researching him, but in person he was more concentrated and intense than she had imagined. He stood when she came into the room, and she saw at once that he was tall and lithe. His face was very pale, and his curly black hair was long and tied back at the base of his neck. She drew nearer and curtsied, her mind racing. When she looked up and met him with Lucille's trademark shy smile, she saw that his grey eyes were piercing and sharp, and his chin was pointed and harsh. He was a handsome man, in his own way, but there was something of the fox in him. Lord Crowan. A pleasure, my lady. He bent at the waist, his long form bending over on itself like a blade of grass. Please, come in. His eyes were running over her, picking her apart at the seams. Sarah found she couldn't face him with her usual bravado, and she was thankful for once that Lucille's default would be to blush and avert her eyes. She did both, twisting her handkerchief in her fingers. "A pleasure, I'm certain," she mumbled. She sent a questioning look in Lady Weatherton's direction, but there was no succour there. The older woman gave a little curtsy, and nodding to the footman to lay tea, took her leave from the parlour wordlessly. Sarah blinked. She is leaving us. You have nothing to fear with me, my lady, Lord Crowan said with a smile that spread smoothly across his face, but never reached his eyes. I am a gentleman, above all else. Above all else. Sarah resisted the urge to pour sarcasm into her tone. Lucille would be innocent. Lucille would ask the question as though she really wanted to know. It grieves me to see you frightened, my lady, he went on, motioning to the seat nearest him. It pollutes your otherwise intoxicating features. Sarah blushed even deeper. She had only ever spoken openly with her father and the Duke of Whitehall. This man was altogether different, and a hint of discomforting seduction laced every word he said. She understood all at once why Lucille had wanted to avoid linking her name with Crowan's. He had an air of mystery about him, to be sure, but there was too much of the scoundrel in him to be utterly safe in his presence. Sarah sat in the place he showed her to, not because she wanted to be nearby, but because she felt Lucille wouldn't have objected. I'm not afraid, she said softly. There is nothing, after all, to be frightened about. My thoughts exactly, he said with a smooth laugh. He reached out and intercepted the footman who was reaching for the teapot. He took the pot and poured the tea as expertly as if he himself was in service to Lady Weatherton. He poured his cup first and then Sarah's, adding cream and shooing away the sugar without even asking what she preferred. When he had finished, she looked up and saw with a little start that his eyes were fastened on her face with a strange intensity. "I'm sure you're wondering why I am here and Lady Weatherton is not." Sarah put all her questions away and instead nodded silently. Lucille would be silent. The Duke smiled. "It's simple, really. I heard that you were asking around about me the last few days, and I arranged this little meeting to save you the trouble of concocting some elaborate scheme to see me." He smiled that vulpine smile again. "You see, I know everything that happens in this city. You never need to sacrifice your virtue to see me. I will know when you need me, and I will find you. That is the way of things." There was something so arrogant in what he said that Sarah had to push down the urge to laugh. So the fox was not so infallible after all. His vanity was a flaw she could use as a foothold. She smiled Lucille's gentlest smile and said softly, "You're so impressive, my Lord Duke. I would not have expected anyone else to have discovered my motive and respond so swiftly." "Stop!" His voice changed. It was sharp, annoyed. She opened her mouth to protest, but he waved her words away. "Just stop!" He pursed his thin lips together. "You can drop this little act, Miss Lockridge. I know you are not Lucille, and even if you'd managed to fool me on that point, you would have given yourself away with that blatant flattery. Lucille is easily swayed, but she would never lie to preserve someone's feelings." Sarah sat back in shock. She didn't even make an attempt to cover her story, just stared at him for a few moments with her mouth open and then shut it quickly. "How did you know?" "Please." He waved a ringed hand and took a sip of his tea with the other. "It was apparent." "Not so apparent." Sarah slid gratefully back into her own personality. "My father and mother and brother have all been fooled, and the man I am engaged to marry. Yes, I heard about that sham. It's just like Lord Whitehall to be so ignorant of his own bride that he doesn't suspect her of having a twin sister. Your name is Sarah, am I correct? You can call me Miss Lockridge." Ah, the cat has her teeth back. He smiled and still it stayed clear of his eyes. "I like that better, my lady. I can only take submission in people who mean it genuinely. People like your sister. All this foppish bowing and scraping disgusts me." "So, how did you know it was me?" She finished her tea and set her cup down. "And aren't you curious to know why I did it?" "There is little in the world that I am curious about," the other man said coolly. "I have too many matters of business occupying my mind to waste time deciphering people's motives. I only care about them inasmuch as they benefit my purposes." He reached for the teapot and refilled Sarah's cup. When he moved to add the cream, she put up her hand. And I'd like sugar, please." He looked at her across the small table for a moment, and then smiled ingratiatingly and did as she asked. "I knew it was you because I know her so well," he said when he had finished. "You walk differently than her, with longer strides and more purpose. You sit with your back slightly relaxed, and your brow looks like a thunderhead when you're worried." He stopped, and in a voice only slightly tinged with amusement, nodded to her, "Like now." Sarah put her hand to her head in embarrassment, but he pressed on. "She doesn't do those things. She sits like a princess always, even on picnics in the wild, and when she is worried, she bites her lip. There's also something in her eyes that you do not possess, a sort of trapped plea for rescue." He looked at her then, with what she suspected was the first genuine expression he'd shown her all day. As soon as it appeared, it was gone, and the mocking demeanour returned like the sun after a short rain. "You do not look trapped. You look like a woman who has control of her own destiny." Sarah felt a shiver of discomfort at how well this virtual stranger knew and understood her and her sister. "That is uncanny," she said. "Don't be flattered. I'm a bit of a student of body language and attitude," he said dismissively. "I have to be. In the world of politics, it's much like a game of cards, you know. Everything depends on knowing a person's tells, and while you may have fooled the denser people in your life, you could never hope to have fooled me. Your humility is refreshing in an age of vanity and arrogance," she said, her voice thick with sarcasm. "Ah, her edge sharpens. When have you had time to examine me and my sister?" Sarah felt a shred of fear twisting in her stomach. "Have you been watching us? Some people don't even know that Lockridge has twins, much less be able to tell the difference between them. As I said earlier, I know everything that needs to be known." He played with the handle of his teacup like a man stroking the back of a delicate bird. "But in the case of your sister, I have a particular interest." "Lucille?" He shook his head. "We are getting ahead of ourselves. Why is it that you came in search of me in the first place, Miss Lockridge? Don't you know everything that needs to be known?" She tilted her head to the side with a small smile. "All right, let us play your game. You need information, and you need it before your wedding." "Go on," she said, placing her cup down again on the table. "You want to know what your father has on the Duke that is compelling him to marry you," Reginald said. "You know the man is clearly not in pursuit of matrimony, and when you approached him to ask why he would marry a woman he so clearly despises, he told you it was not his story to tell." "Did Lord Whitehall speak with you?" she gasped, surprised he had guessed the entirety of the situation so perfectly. "Of course not. We are acquainted, but I doubt the pious Duke would want to waste too much time in my company." The sallow-faced man smiled grimly. "I know I said earlier that motivation matters little to me, but the question has entered my head on more than one occasion. Why is it that you are going along with your father's wishes in this matter? I know Lucille would do such a thing just to accommodate the greater good, but you are not so selfless." "How do you know Lucille would behave in such a way?" Sarah asked. He went on as though he had not heard her question. "Surely you know that Lord Whitehall is a scarred man. He's more animal than lord these days, carting around the memory of his dead betrothed." Sarah must not have been able to keep the surprise from her face, for he smiled knowingly. "I see you haven't heard. Well, it's been a long time now, and most of London has forgotten. I will take a page from the good Duke's book and say simply that it's not my story to tell." Sarah felt a jolt of compassion for the great bear of a man she had seen so often in recent weeks. She had attributed every one of his actions to arrogance and ignorance, but she saw now that there was something deeper driving his contained anger and bitter statements. She wanted to know more, but she could feel the story drawing her off her original point, and she had more important things to discuss. "You said you had information about why my father is blackmailing the Duke. Not even a little interested in Lord Whitehall's past?" he asked, cold but expected. "You are the practical one, aren't you? Lucille's the dreamer." "Stop toying with me," she snapped. "Tell me what you know." "Rude," he said, pretending offence. "But no, I cannot just give you something for nothing. Everything comes at a price, and the economy of the world will crumble away if we start dishing out valuable items without proper payment." "Right," Sarah said sarcastically, "because that would just be too generous." She sighed. "Name your price. Whatever it is, I will pay it." That's just it. His long, tapered fingers ran back and forth along the arm of his chair, feeling the upholstery as though he was blind. "You cannot pay me anything, and before you think about that bear of a Duke you have in your back pocket, no, he can't pay me either." What, then? I want your sister. His eyes were like flint. I want Lucille. If she agrees to marry me, to give me her hand forever and for always, then I will tell you everything you wish to know. Sarah stared at him in shock. She doesn't even know you. We've met on more than one occasion. She's never spoken of you. I would not expect her to, he said, sounding suddenly weary. My payment does not require your input, Miss Lockridge, only your sister's. Go to her and ask her if she will agree. If she does, I will help you. If she does not, I can give you no further assistance. I will not sacrifice my sister to whatever schemes you have in mind. Sarah pursed her lips. I hardly know you, and what I have seen thus far has been only manipulation and greed. I don't want her to be just another pawn in your schemes. He said nothing in response to this, but his eyes softened, and for the first time, Sarah saw something vulnerable there. Unless, she said softly, she's not a pawn. Can it be that you actually care for someone? You're very like her, you know, he said with a strange intensity. If you're not walking or speaking, I can almost imagine she's here with me. Sarah had to look away. The vulnerability in his eyes was far worse than the threat had ever been. Chapter 14. The House of Lords was a madhouse at the next meeting. All the proper gentlemen that wouldn't have dared to raise their voices the evening before in one of the many London ballrooms were now screaming as though they were peasants at the market. It was the Earl of Huxley's new law that was causing all the uproar. Argument had begun civilly enough, with Huxley himself introducing the bill again in the most refined of terms. It's a matter of public health and safety, he drawled, his diminutive form walking along the length of the floor in front of his supporters. He looked more than ever like a weasel from that lowered perspective, but Augustus wasn't looking at him as he talked. He was watching the faces of the men in the stands, trying to gauge who would be swayed by the speech. I'm not suggesting an outrageous tax, just an incentive to keep people from burning beeswax in their homes. I hesitate to even argue this bill, because it suggests that it's something controversial enough to stand against. We are men of class and substance. To lower ourselves to speaking about matters that are only fit for the maids is a degradation indeed. Think of it, gentlemen, a few extra pence for the poor and the coffers of the crown as well. What could be more patriotic? When he had gone, Augustus stood to his feet. Lord Huxley would have you believe this is a harmless bill, he said. But it is, in fact, designed to line his own pockets. We've spoken about this before, and the result will always be the same. Line my pockets? Huxley affected a weak little laugh. I think someone should explain to our good friend Lord Whitehall exactly how the government works. I cannot walk into Buckingham Palace and raid their safe, no matter what bill I present in the House of Lords. Every coin that is taxed will go to the Crown, and none of that money will pass through my hands. You are using deflection, Augustus protested, to hide the truth. Correct. Not a penny of that money will go into your hands, but you would not be interested in this bill at all if it weren't for your recent holdings in sperm whaling in the Atlantic. Whale oil candles are the future, and you know that if you tax beeswax, the demand for your own product will rise. Huxley yawned grandly, as though he just could not be bothered. Really? We're amongst gentlemen, and you want to teach an economics lesson? One of Augustus's allies stood up. It's not a matter of economics only, he said. We must look to those we represent as well. How can we be happy in our palaces if the poor drag themselves through the streets on our dime? Oh, you've got a bleeding heart now too, Robinson. One of Huxley's compatriots leaped to his feet. I told you to stop spending time around Lord Whitehall. He's turning your brave little mind to putty with his foolish thoughts. That's an insult. Another man who generally had no interest in either side leapt to his feet. We are too elegant to reduce ourselves to common insults. Now, I want someone to explain to me once and for all if this entire bill is a scheme to line Lord Huxley's pockets. Does it matter if it is? A small, rotund man near the front called out. If it lines the Crown's pockets, who are we to argue? If you dissenters aren't patriotic enough to understand the need for local funds, then you can go kiss the French and let them overrun our country. Augustus kept his boiling ire at bay. You cannot have it both ways, he said stiffly. You cannot both claim that beeswax is too small a matter to discuss and at the same time say it is a matter of life or death in England. Will this minimal tax really help us in a war against the French? Every little bit helps, scoundrel. Who's calling the man a scoundrel? You've got your hand in every government pot there is. And from there, it escalated. Augustus watched in dismay as the tide turned from helpful discourse to a muddled mess, where men were raising grievances long past and revisiting bill discussions that no longer mattered. Meanwhile, the beeswax bill drifted to the side, and Huxley looked smug and self-satisfied in his front row. At recess, Augustus marched outside for some fresh air and ran into Lord Crowan lounging against a pillar. "Were you outside for the whole of it?" he asked. Reginald looked at him with languid grey eyes. "Do I look like I have time to listen to petty disputes that have no bearing in the present? No. I heard your impassioned defence get squashed by the idiocy of the mob, and then I made a break for it. London streets seem calm in comparison with that carnival." "It's a slimy law," Augustus growled, "and the disgusting thing is that I know a good number of men would vote for it. I think we've enough honourable gentlemen to put up a fight, but you might be the deciding vote, and Lord Huxley knows it," Lord Crowan finished. "Things wouldn't rest in so precarious a balance if you would show your cards," Augustus said coldly. "Take your moderate following and convince them to finally stand for something. What could you lose?" "Only the whole game," Reginald said, laughing coldly. "You know, I'll never show my hand, not when I feel I can profit from silence." "I don't think you're as callous as you pretend to be," Augustus said. "You have a heart in there somewhere." The other man answered by coolly lighting his cigar and leaning back to take a casual drag. He held the smoke in his mouth for a long moment and then let it out, nice and slow. It drifted away from him like all the gossip and responsibility of the House of Lords. "It's a good move." Edgar's voice came sharply from near at hand, making Augustus jump despite himself. "Loop in old Iron Face here, and he can run your campaign for you. After all, you reneged on our little business arrangement back there." "Leave me out of it." Reginald shrugged and turned his back to the two gentlemen. Augustus could barely contain his fury. "Someone has to stand up to you." "Perhaps," Edgar said, leaning closer and whispering into his ear, "but you know that someone cannot be you. I will let your indiscretion slide this once, but only because you were so dramatically inefficient at championing your cause. Next time you defy me in the House of Lords, I will be forced to reveal the contents of that letter. You're despicable, and you're mine." Edgar gave a coarse little laugh. "Speaking of that other little arrangement of ours, I was wondering why you never responded to my letter. I thought you would be glad to finally set a date for the wedding, go through with arrangements." Augustus clenched his fists at his sides. "How did you find out all those things about Letty?" "Oh, did those particulars have any special meaning to you?" "I didn't realise." The older man curled his mouth into a sneer. I guess you just never know what's driving a man to do the things he does. You know why I didn't respond to your letter? Augustus stepped closer. But allow me to spell out my stance nonetheless. You have found a way to manipulate me and Lucille into getting married. I agreed to that, and that alone. I did not agree to spend the rest of my life tied to your marionette strings. And if you think for one moment I'm going to have the wedding on your terms, you're wrong. Isn't that what a woman is? The Earl asked. Marionette strings. Not this woman, Augustus thought. He tensed. I will say this only once. It is Lucille's wedding, and she will choose what she likes for the festivities. Edgar's face changed, a pale scowl crawling across his features. I don't believe it, he scoffed. Don't tell me you actually care for her, Lord Whitehall. A man likes to believe his enemies have some stamina, at least. We hate to see them as weaklings as much as we hate to see them strong. Of course I don't care for her, Augustus shot back. But even he could tell he'd answered too quickly. Tread carefully, the Earl answered brutally. Man never loses himself so much as he does in love. I would not know, of course. I watched the fall of all the men I respected to that dismal fate and vowed never to make the same mistake. Perhaps you are more of a fool than I first imagined. He turned on his heel and went inside. Augustus whipped around to follow him, but Lord Crowan was there again in an instant, grabbing his elbow and dragging him back from the door. That's a bad plan, good sir, he said, the smile on his lips fighting with the cold warning in his words. You know as well as I do that, in matters of politics, patience is a mightier weapon than violence. This is not just a matter of politics, Augustus said hoarsely. He has no knowledge of his own daughter, no respect for anything except money and power. Someone should put him in his place. Perhaps, Reginald drawled, and all in good time. I will say, I'm not one for taking sides, but if I had to launch a war against the Earl, I wouldn't mind having you as the figurehead. He patted Augustus awkwardly on the shoulder. All in good time, my man. For now, try to keep a lower profile in the house and focus on the girl he's given you. Chapter 15. Sarah waited 2 whole days before she could bring herself to tell Lucille all that had transpired. She was torn by the conundrum the Duke of Crowan had presented to her. The entire reason she'd gotten into this mess of mistaken identity in the first place was to keep Lucille from having to wed a man she didn't care for, and now here they were with the exact same problem. Sarah didn't exactly know Lucille's thoughts about Lord Crowan, but she knew enough from their brief conversation to know Lucille thought his bad reputation to be a dangerous thing. She wouldn't want to be seen meeting with him. How much more would she hate the idea of spending a lifetime tied to his name? After 2 days, her mind spinning with all the ways around the situation, Sarah, at last, decided to leave the decision in Lucille's own hands. There was no use running over scenarios and possibilities without informing Lucille of the proposal and hearing the truth of her reaction. When she came into her old room, Lucille was there in the corner chair, bent over a piece of delicate embroidery. It was a lovely piece indeed, some sort of handkerchief she'd trimmed with lace crochet and was now stitching with pale flowers. You should really go out more, Sarah said softly, closing the door behind her. I don't mean out of the house necessarily, but if you would just go down to the library or gardens a bit more, the deception would be complete. You know it's not like me to stay cooped up inside when I could be out gallivanting around the grounds. I don't feel cooped up here, Lucille said. I feel freer when I'm creating beautiful things and playing the pianoforte than I could ever feel wandering through an open field. And I love that about you, Sarah answered her. But we are both making sacrifices to make this work. Your sacrifice at present is to pretend to be me. That means you need to be curled up by the fireside most evenings with a copy of Milton open on your lap, and you need to try to be harsh with Edmund every once in a while. Milton? Lucille wrinkled her nose. Why can't you choose someone remotely interesting? Well, he was mostly blind and wrote Paradise Lost by memorising verses overnight and reciting them to his wife in the morning. So if you don't think that's interesting, I don't know what is. Sarah gave a little laugh. All right. Perhaps it's not interesting to everyone, but you don't have to read it. Just make an actual appearance every now and again. It would do you good. Lucille, I don't want you to end up like Mama, trapped in some corner of a house without love in your life. I have love, Lucille said suddenly. Sarah felt a spasm of guilt. Yes, your special gentleman, she said softly. Lucille, I know when we first began this adventure, you felt you couldn't share the name of your secret admirer, but I think we've earned a greater level of familiarity and trust now. Can you tell me about the man that you fancy? Lucille flushed deeply, the colour rising all the way to the roots of her white blonde hair. Sarah, I know that you will not approve. It is not for me to approve or not to approve, Sarah answered. In her heart, she was wondering if it was remotely possible that Lucille felt the same way about Reginald as he did about her. As strange as that would be, as much as she would need explained, it would be a solution to the guilt that weighed on her heart. Please feel free to tell me everything. I've known him for some time, Lucille said softly. Then, standing abruptly, she walked to her dresser drawer and pulled out a package wrapped in silk. I want to show you something. It was a soft package, like Lucille herself, and around the silk was a thin green ribbon. Lucille untied it slowly, as though to reveal the contents would be to flay herself once and for all before her sister's goodwill, and perhaps it would. Sarah made a note to honour her sister's trust with a worthy confidence and waited quietly until the silk had spilled away from the contents inside. It was surprisingly mundane, a pair of lace gloves, delicate and beautiful with seed pearls at the wrist, a scarf of the filmiest sky blue colour that opened out wider and wider as Lucille shook it onto the bed, a lace handkerchief with the letters LL embroidered alongside the form of a pale blue songbird. He says that my colour is blue, Lucille said. Pale blue. He's right, Sarah said softly, looking at the items. Although, what do men ever know of colour? He knows much. Lucille still hadn't brought herself to look up from the treasures in her lap, and there were 2 bright spots of colour in her cheeks, perhaps the most. A lord who knows about colour and style. Please direct me his way, Sarah joked. Then she saw the look in Lucille's eyes, a haunted, nervous look. Unless he's not a lord, Sarah went on cautiously. Lucille bit her lip, and Sarah was reminded of Lord Crowan's diagnosis. She bites her lip when she's worried. Tell me everything, she said. Don't be afraid. I will. You see, these things weren't just given to me by a man, she said quickly. They were made for me by a man. Sarah wrinkled her brow. What? Are you in love with a tailor? Then, seeing how her words had struck home, she said more softly, You're in love with a tailor. Our family tailor, actually. Mr. Barrows. Yes. I mean, no. His son. Lucille blushed. I promise. I had no intention of falling for him. Think how angry Father would be, how complicated everything would be. I could never be with him, of course. He's not of noble birth, and, even if Father would allow it, I don't think I'm brave enough for something like that. Is it a private fancy, or do you think he returns your affections? I know he returns my affections. Lucille took a deep breath. I will tell you everything. I first spoke with him when we were getting our gowns made for the opening of last season. We're so alike. You know, I usually prefer you to do the fitting and just order whatever I want in a more suitable colour." "I know," Sarah said quietly. Only now was it beginning to make sense. Her sensible sister had always been so private, and then suddenly she seemed to grow interested in clothes and finery, spending time in the tailor's shop and expanding her wardrobe. Sarah had foolishly thought it was just another thing separating her from Lucille, another movement of her sister towards the vanity shown by so many women in London society. She had never guessed there was a deeper meaning. "Well, Father insisted I go with you. He said that this was the most important season of all for me, that I had to make a good marriage soon, a useful marriage, that it all rested on me. He seemed to believe that if I didn't make a good match." She trailed off. "Don't worry," Sarah said kindly. "I know my personality is abrasive. Father was always very honest with me that if anyone in the family was to marry well, it would be you." "I don't agree with him," Lucille said with an odd, uncharacteristic burst of passion. "He doesn't know you as I do, and I think any man would be lucky to have you. But you know how Father can be. There was so much pressure, and I gave in to it. I went to the fitting, and after you were finished, you wanted to go down to the bookshop." "I don't remember," Sarah said with a weak little shrug. "But of course it sounds like me." "When you had gone, the younger Mr. Barrows, Caleb is his name, came out of the back of the shop with a basket of pins and a measuring tape. He asked me what I wanted for my gown, and I told him what you had would be fine as long as I could have it in a different colour. He looked at me as though he really saw me. You know how strange that is. I feel as though people always look through me, as though they see in me nothing individual or special. I don't care, usually, but when he looked at me, I felt all that melting away, and I realised that I craved to be known like some people crave air or water." Sarah had never heard Lucille speak so openly or passionately, and she held her breath lest she should break the spell that had given her sister a voice at last. Lucille went on, her eyes fixed on some faraway point. "He said that I was different from you, and so should have a different gown. He brought all manner of silks over and held them up, at last settling on that robin's egg blue you see me wear so often. He said I should wear something that showed off my shoulders, that I should leave my hair down more often, that I should walk with pride. It may sound strange to you, Sarah, but I've always just let you pull me along wherever you go. I don't look different from you, and so I don't think of myself as different. I feel more like one of your appendages than an actual person." Sarah winced at her sister's honesty, but nodded. "It makes sense. Caleb, Mr. Barrows, sees me as something different. When I left that day, he said he would put in an order for new kid glove fabric. I told him that I didn't need any gloves, and that I hadn't been intending to buy any. He asked if I would take them, if they were lace instead, and I repeated that I was not in need of anything of the kind. He lowered his voice then and came quite close to me. He told me that it wasn't about the gloves at all. He was just trying to come up with an excuse to see me again, and if I would agree to visit and pick up the gloves, he would have something to look forward to. Tears shone in Lucille's eyes. I told him I would return, even though everything in me was screaming that I ought to run the other way. I knew it was impossible, and yet I felt so treasured, and I couldn't give that up. I just couldn't. Since then, I've been trapped in this middle ground, where I know that I love him, and I make all manner of excuses to end up in his realm again. Yet I know equally as well that I will never be with him. Yet I cannot let him go, not yet. You understand why I was so crippled when I first heard of Lord Whitehall's suit." Sarah nodded, her heart breaking as though Lucille's pain was her own. "Does he know that it is hopeless?" "I have told him time and again, but I always come back, and he is always thrilled to see me. I know that if I stayed away forever, my point would be made more clearly. But, Sarah, I've denied myself all my life. I cannot bring myself to deny myself him. Sarah thought of Reginald's vulnerable, pain-filled eyes, and she saw the same look reflected in Lucille's. She wondered briefly why it was that love always sought out the ones that didn't want it. It was a brutal and pain-filled thing. Her father manipulated that pain to his own advantage, and the people who respected love for what it was became pawns in his game. "What will you do?" she said at last. "You know you can't continue on like this." Lucille dropped her head into her hands and sobbed as though she had already lost her tailor. Her shoulders shook under the weight of Sarah's old emerald dress, and Sarah finally wrapped her in a warm hug. They didn't embrace much, these two alike sisters. They'd been trained by their father's cruelty and their mother's apathy. That distance was a virtue, even in the four walls of one's own home. But Sarah was cringing at the thought that all this was happening while her own sister had been fading away under a pain this great, and nothing had been done to reach out and alleviate her suffering. After a time, Lucille raised her red-rimmed eyes, her passion spent. Her voice was soft again, her confession fading a little more every minute. Sniffing, she gingerly replaced the filmy blue scarf, the lace gloves, and the embroidered handkerchief. She wrapped everything around with the silk and tied the green ribbon back into place. Then she took a deep breath. "You're right," she said. "I can't go on like this. Perhaps it would have been better if I had accepted Lord Whitehall's offer myself after all. Then I could have gotten this whole heartbreaking business over with. I can't keep being a child and putting off the moment that I know must come." Sarah shook her head. "We're in too deep now." She frowned, knowing that the time had come to be honest with her sister. "Lucille, I have something to tell you." Lucille looked up. "What is it? Is everything all right?" "I don't know." Sarah shook her head. "I didn't want to tell you this, but I feel you have a right to know, and after what you shared with me, well, I shall let you decide for yourself. Lucille, I went to Lady Weatherton's 2 days past. I know, Edmund told me, but she was not there. Or rather, she was there, but she did not invite me for a private meeting. She wanted to create a ruse under which I could meet secretly with Lord Crowan." Lucille bit her lip. "Oh dear, I've met him only a few times, and I always felt that he was looking directly through me. It's an unsettling thing." "I know what you mean." Sarah took a deep breath. "Lucille, he said that he knew the information I'm looking for, that he knew what our father was holding over Lord Whitehall's head. He said that he would tell me everything, but for a price." "You can't have expected anything else," Lucille said with a sad smile. "He's known for making his deals. He wouldn't give you something for nothing." "How much?" "He didn't want money." Sarah sighed. "He wanted you." Lucille blinked and gave a nervous little laugh. "Me? What do you mean? Did you ever feel, on your other meetings, that he fancied you?" "No," Lucille said slowly. "At least, I hadn't thought about it. We were always in public, and our conversations were always very brief. He has a way of tracking me down in public places. I always seem to run into him when I am out and about, but he never seems to have anything to say to me. I didn't think anything of it." "Perhaps you didn't think anything of it because your thoughts are still tangled with the tailor." "What are you saying?" Lucille asked. "Are you saying that he wants to marry me?" "Yes." Sarah rushed to add, "But of course, I would never ask you to do that if you felt unsafe." I know you have spoken before about his reputation. You have talked in the past about fearing that I would link your names, and there is nothing more linking than marriage. I just thought you had a right to know. I will tell him no the next time I see him." "Wait," Lucille said, putting up her hand. She drew a deep breath. "Let me think about it." "How can you be considering it after what you have said in the past?" Sarah said. "And I can see that your heart is still sore over Mr. Barrows's son. It is just that compels me to consider your offer," she said softly. "I know that my heart's desire can never be, and if I keep continuing in this purgatory, I will lose my mind. I fear becoming like Mother, hidden away and alone. Perhaps if I do this thing for you, I can find some meaning." She shook her head. "I don't know if I'm brave enough, but I think I would like the chance to try. Give me some time to consider it." "Are you certain?" Sarah asked gently, taking her sister's hands in her own. "No," Lucille answered with a little shrug, "but give me time." Chapter 16. The garden party was one of those warm, muggy affairs where the host's gamble on the weather had gone awry, and the mid-season blues had guests in a fog of malaise. Augustus was only there because Reginald had invited him, and he knew that with Edgar's sword of Damocles hanging over his head, the only real option for stopping the beeswax bill was if someone else stepped up and argued against it. Lord Crowan was the perfect candidate. He'd stayed silent on the issue up until now, and he seemed generally to dislike Lord Huxley. Of course, everyone disliked Lord Huxley, so that wasn't saying much. It was one of the first social events Augustus had gone to in recent weeks where he wasn't actively looking for Lucille's slim form. He knew the garden party was on the outskirts of London, and equally on the outskirts of the House of Lords' inner circle. Lockridge would not be expected to attend, and neither would his daughter. It was for this reason that Augustus was so surprised when he rounded the corner at the end of the arbour and saw her on the water with a few young members of the boating parlour. She was drifting only 10 or so metres from the dock, but the sunlight glaring off the water hid her expression. Augustus realised with a start that he had recognised her by form only, something he never would have been able to do a few weeks ago. She was talking to her companions, gesticulating with her slender white arms and throwing back her head to laugh. He stepped closer, without even thinking about it, drawn to the idyllic scene as though it was a drug. Then his vision widened from the slender girl in the boat, and he saw the lake in all its vastness, the trees ringing it round like a hedge, the great expanse of water. It was summer, and yet, as he looked at the gentle waves, he could almost feel the ice setting in across the surface of the lake. It was as though the leaves were leaving the trees bare even as he watched, and far away in his memory, he heard a woman scream. He stepped backward, and just as he did, Lucille looked up. She called out to him from the boat, "Lord Whitehall, do come join us!" He couldn't breathe fully, and after a moment's pause, he turned with a shake of his head and took off again into the arbour. It was impossibly coincidental that she should be here. He couldn't determine whether or not it was fate or torture. He wanted suddenly to be free of her, and he felt Letty's memory scolding him for even letting Lucille into his mind. At the end of the arbour, he ran into a handful of gentlemen from the House of Lords. He would have continued on towards the great house, but one of them took him by the elbow in a friendly manner and pulled him into the confidential circle. "It's good you happened along, Lord Whitehall." The one who had snagged him spoke first. "We were just speaking about you and that dreadful battle we've been facing in the House of Lords. What do you think about the way the allies are falling out?" Augustus cleared his throat, thinking of Edgar's threats and all that hung in the balance. "I think we need action," he said non-committally, I cannot be the only one discussing the matter. You are all well-respected gentlemen. Cannot one of you defend the poor and the downtrodden? See, that's just the trouble, the oldest man in the group said. He was short and squat, with a curled beard and frown creasing his skin. You speak always of the poor and the downtrodden, and never of the ethical quandaries posed by a member of the House of Lords writing legislation that lines his own pockets. I think I've used those exact words, Augustus said defensively. And besides, the ethical quandaries of a lord using the government for his own interests are not necessarily greater than those surrounding starving children whose mothers can't provide light in the winter. It's the starving children angle that really cuts back on your argument, the first man drawled. I'm sorry, but it's simply not relatable to those of us who wish to discuss hard facts. Pulling at heartstrings is a cheap and disappointing track taken only by those who don't trust their own logic. Augustus opened his mouth in frustration and then shut it again. The ignorance of Edgar's opponents seemed to be as great as the ignorance of his supporters. While Augustus dearly wanted them on his side, he was momentarily at a loss for how to move their consciences in the right direction. You didn't say a word about the bill yesterday, another man interjected. Perhaps we're giving you critique that you've already taken to heart. I am not in a position at present to fight Lord Huxley on this legislation or any other legislation, Augustus said coldly. I cannot explain the full political scheme of things, but I can entreat you gentlemen to stay the course. If you are not moved by the downtrodden, find some other motivation, your desire to see Lord Huxley pay for his double-crossing ways, perhaps, and lead the charge against this bill. Why should we put our necks on the line while you hide in the shadows? The older man yawned. No, if you're going to take the coward's way out, then I will too. After all, I've got a comfortable position in the House of Lords at present, and I see no need to sacrifice that to satisfy your conscience, Lord Whitehall. It's good to hear that gentlemen in the House of Lords still consider conscience to be a relevant factor, interjected a soft voice from near at hand. Augustus jumped with the other gathered gentlemen and turned to see Lucille very near at hand. She was wearing a blue dress with white embroidered flowers, and the neckline dipped softly over her creamy chest. Her hair was held back by a single ribbon, and her gloved hands were holding the shaft of a parasol overhead. She curtsied. Gentlemen. The young men seemed taken with the interruption, and the woman at its centre, but the older gentleman curled his lip ever so slightly. I see that Lord Huxley sends his spies even to his opponent's garden parties. Augustus saw Lucille pale at the words, but she made no attempt at a rebuttal. Instead, she turned her green eyes to him, and he saw there a request. She was asking him to defend her honour, that much was clear at least, but when he looked into her eyes, all he saw was Letty's eyes mocking him, accusing him. I will take my leave of you, gentlemen, he said curtly, bowing and making off through the arbour. He would have thought that would have been discouragement enough, but soon he heard her soft steps rushing to meet him. He waited until he felt her hand on his arm and heard her call out his name before he whirled in anger. Not now, Miss Lockridge. I am otherwise engaged. He hadn't meant the accidental pun, but he watched his words sink into her like arrows. She took a step back from him, looking like she'd been slapped. Pardon me. The docile expression she wore so often for the world sharpened into anger in a moment. You think that you get to be angry at me right now? Lord Whitehall, may I remind you that a moment ago you let a gentleman of the House of Commons malign my name in public, and though you and I are engaged, you gave no vocal rebuttal. So that's what you came to do, is it? He said. You came to scold me for not being a model fiancé. She blinked and shut her mouth. I don't know what's going on with you right now, but that should be no surprise to either of us. We don't know each other. Let's take a step back and let our tempers cool. He stared at her silently, kicking himself. She was so measured and gentle. He felt like a brute for showering his fury upon her, and yet he wasn't willing to let it slip from his fingers. Right now, it was the only thing keeping her at arm's length. She looked to the side and shrugged. I saw Lord Crowan, like you bid me to. He raised his eyebrows but still said nothing. He arranged for us to have a meeting. She dropped her parasol and folded it up, letting the sun stream onto her creamy skin. He was exactly as the rumours stated, rude, forthright, a little scandalous. He wanted to speak in secret because somehow he already knew the reason that I was there, he said. She paused, looking uncomfortable, that he would tell me everything for a price. So you have come to ask for money. Augustus saw her face closing down at the tone in his voice. There was the sign, he thought, that she had grown up with a verbally abusive father. The harsher he was with her, the quieter she became, absorbing every barb as though they didn't hurt her. The only problem was he could see that they did. He wanted something else, something only I can give him. Lucille wrinkled her forehead in worry. I am not certain yet that I can arrange it, and so I was hoping you would reconsider telling me the whole truth yourself. Augustus turned and started walking away. He heard a sigh of frustration from Lucille, the quickening of her step, and then again the pressure of her hand on his arm. Something swelled in his heart. Hate or desire, he didn't know, and he could almost hear Letty's disapproval in his head. He turned again and hurled her hand from his arm. It fell by her side like a limp leaf, and she took a step back, her eyes wide. He advanced, fairly snarling. Isn't it enough that your father has trapped me into marrying you? He sent me the letter, you know. I'm not sure what hand you had in it, but I can tell you that he crafted every word to show his power over me. He told me our marriage is only a few weeks away, and if I am to be strapped to you for life, you can understand why I would crave a few moments, just a few moments, alone in this arbour without you hanging over me, reminding me of all that I have lost. There, that was different. She blanched the colour of the delicate lace on her bodice and stepped back, the parasol slipping from her fingers onto the ground. Tears were in her eyes, and they took Augustus aback. He had only seen her as the hidden wit, the strong woman who used weakness as a guise. He had not expected. Guilt washed over him in a wave. Lucille said nothing. She took 2 more steps back, nodded as though coming to grips with some hard truth, and then turned and fled. He had crossed a line and he hated himself for it. He could see it all clearly now. Whatever pain was in his past, whatever difficulty lay in his future, she was not the cause of it. He took off after her, chasing her slim figure out of the arbour and to a copse of trees near the lake. Of course, the lake. He called out to her, "Lucille, Miss Lockridge, please." She didn't turn, but stopped in the trees, as though searching for the next place to run. He caught up with her and took hold of her arm as gently as he could. "I am an imbecile," he began. She turned and swung hard at him. It took him off guard, but he ducked sideways just in time and took hold of her wrist. It felt small and fragile, like the wing of a bird. He looked at it, as though he'd seen it for the first time, pale and delicate and almost translucent in his hand. Spontaneously, he found himself bending down to her palm and let his lips run ever so softly across the surface of her skin. He felt her shudder under his touch, and he turned his eyes to hers. "Don't," she said in a low voice. "Don't play with me." "Miss Lockridge." "You are a cad," she said, one tear sliding down her cheek. I don't need another person like that in my life." He let a wry smile escape his lips, still holding that hand and that wrist close in his own. "Perhaps you are right." He tilted his head. "I do have something of the ruffian about me." He chuckled then, not only because she was allowing him to hold her close, but because Letty had fallen silent for the moment. He felt a small burst of freedom, like when you step outside on a spring day and realise that the rain is over. "Would it be so unbearable?" she began, stepping closer to him and tilting her face up until her jewel-green eyes bore into his own. "Would it be so unbearable to marry me of your own accord?" He looked down at her with sadness welling inside of him, and for once he told her the utter and absolute truth. "It would not, and that is what I'm so afraid of." Chapter 17. He had held on for a few more moments after that, and then he had taken his leave of her, bowing and wishing her well. Sarah was sitting back at her father's house, with a book open and unheeded in her lap, but all she could think about was the way Augustus Sutton had looked when he was walking away from her, bent and hurried, like a wounded animal. She reached suddenly to her wrist, where his kiss still burned like fire. So that was it. He was afraid of loving her. She understood that to some extent. She felt so unfamiliar with gentility and kindness that his honesty and his kiss had frightened her more than his cruelty in the arbour. Still, she felt sometimes as though there was someone else he saw when he looked at her. She remembered what Lord Crowan had hinted at during their visit, some tragedy in Augustus's past, and she felt again the great yawning chasm of all that she lacked. Lucille slipped into the room in one of Sarah's dark gowns and sank onto the floor at her feet, resting her chin in her sister's lap and looking up with identical green eyes. "I worry about you, Sarah. You don't talk as much as you used to. Before, you would prattle all the time and speak as though the world was made for you and Margaret. I remember there was a time when I wished you would rest and be peaceful." She gave a harsh little laugh. "But the times have changed. You're different, and I can hardly bear to see the cloud over you. I should never have let you agree to this arrangement with Lord Whitehall." "It is not that," Sarah said, absently stroking her sister's hair. "It is, I can tell. You say you saw him yesterday at the garden party, and then you give no further details. Instead, you sit down here pretending to read the Iliad, while in reality you are staring into the fireplace as though it holds all the answers. Is it because he is cruel to you? Is he a brute?" "He?" Sarah looked up. "Lord Whitehall." Lucille looked at her as though she was inexcusably dense. "Yes, sister." "I'm sorry," Sarah said. "You're right. I'm drifting often as of late. But no, it is not Lord Whitehall's fault that I am so engaged in thought. At least, it's not because he's cruel, as you say." "What is it, then?" Sarah wanted to blurt it all out then and there to her sister, to tell the fair little creature that she thought there was more to Lord Whitehall than met the eye, that she felt a warmth in her heart when she thought about him, that she was afraid she loved him. Instead, she shook her head and forced a smile. "I've just been puzzling about my intended's past. Do you know of any scandals or tragedies in his love life? I feel certain there is something that I am missing, but I cannot determine what it is." "I don't know of anything," Lucille said slowly. "I believe he was engaged once, but that was very long ago, and we would have been girls at the time. I don't know what happened, and since he's not the most social of gentlemen, I don't believe the story would have made the upper echelon discussion tables anyway." Sarah pursed her lips thoughtfully. "I wish I could find out more." "What you need is somebody who was in society at that time," Lucille said after a moment's pause. Her eyes lit. "Someone who would have moved in those same circles. You should ask Mamma." Sarah shook her head. "Mama spends all her time in her room. I doubt she would have heard anything. Yes, she's that way now, but she wasn't always. Perhaps she or Lady Weatherton or someone in that circle would have heard the gossip about what happened to Lord Whitehall. Sarah thought for a moment. It was difficult to imagine her sedate mother, who seemed annoyed by having to go downstairs for the most mundane things, enjoying gossip or swirling about in high society. She claimed that she was ill most of the time, although Sarah knew her fatigue and headaches were largely ruses to avoid running into Edgar. Sarah tried not to dwell on the question of her mother too much. There was a rift between them that would never be named, because when Marianne chose to escape Edgar, she had chosen to escape her children too. Perhaps you are right, Sarah said at last, closing the book in her lap and running her fingers along the cover gently. I could go up and speak to her. But she didn't move. Lucille looked at her with a gentle, sad smile. You know where she is. Sarah nodded and stood to her feet. Stay here, she said. I may want to speak afterwards. She walked upstairs, passing her own room, Lucille's room, and the bedroom where her mother and father had lived together at the beginning of her life. Only Edgar slept there now, and Marianne's quarters had been re-established at the far end of the house. It was so remote that Sarah had rarely been there, yet when she walked the halls again, the tapestries and moulding were eerily familiar. She felt like she was a little girl again, and she pushed that feeling aside before the vulnerability and fear of that time made her weak with a hunger for a mother's touch. There was music coming from inside Marianne's room, soft, wistful music, a flute. Sarah knocked, and when no one answered as expected, she turned the handle and let the door fall open a crack. Her mother was sitting by the window, and only a thin sliver of light made it through the drawn curtains to her face. She was a beautiful woman, or at least she had been once. The glory of her hair lay loose and lank around her shoulders, and one magnificent grey strip ran the surface of it like a natural adornment. She was still in her dressing gown, and her small feet were tucked up under her like a little girl. The music was set up in front of her on a stand, but she wasn't looking at it as she played. Her eyes were fixed on some nearby part of the wainscoting, and they never shifted, though she played the piece perfectly. When it drew to a close, she spoke without looking at Sarah. You should come in. Don't just stand there in the hallway. Sarah didn't know how long she'd been standing there, but she felt the tears in her eyes like fragile needles and blinked them away before her mother could see. She stepped quickly inside and shut the door after her, looking around the room. It was eerily neat, as though the bed hadn't been slept in, and the closet hadn't been opened in days. The desk, with all its writing utensils, was untouched as well, and Sarah saw a fine line of dust on most of the surfaces. That was a beautiful song. I used to be quite sought after for my talent with the flute, Marianne said absent-mindedly. I held a few concerts when I was a young girl. Should I draw the curtains open? Sarah asked, walking briskly into the room, trying to shake the cobwebs out of the atmosphere. It's a grey day, her mother answered. I didn't know if I could stand to look at the clouds. There was something about the way that she said the words that sliced Sarah to the core. She knew that the fatigue and the headaches and the tremors were all excuses to avoid Edgar, but still, it seemed there was a flavour of illness about her mother, perhaps real, perhaps self-inflicted after ages of being shut up out of the light of day and away from companions. I saw Lady Weatherton the other day, Sarah went on, taking a seat some distance from her mother. I know that she would be glad of a visit from you, or you could call her here. She couldn't keep the childlike pleading out of her voice. You could even ask her to come upstairs and visit you in your own rooms. You wouldn't need to go out of your way. You wouldn't even need to see anyone, she finished lamely. Not today, Lucille, her mother answered coolly, Sarah had almost forgotten that she was Lucille. She felt another tinge of grief. Reginald Barrington, because of his love for Lucille, had known Sarah through her disguise immediately. Sarah's own mother had mistaken her easily yet again. "I need to speak with you," Sarah said, taking a deep breath and pushing the hurt away. "It's about a rather important matter." "I was actually playing the flute when your father first saw me," Marianne said suddenly, as though she hadn't even heard her daughter speak. Sarah caught her breath. "You never speak of him," she said at last. "How silly of you. We're married, aren't we? Of course I speak of your father." But she looked very pale. "Your father was in attendance at the concert, and I remember overhearing my father say afterwards that Edgar Lockridge was asking after my hand in marriage. My father said it was ludicrous, that he was a young man that was not to be trusted, that he would never give my hand to such a dismal gentleman." She gave a coarse little laugh. Father never liked Edgar. "I can see that," Sarah said, not wanting to break the spell. In her zeal to learn more about Augustus Sutton, she had unwittingly stumbled onto the truth about her own parents. "Why did you marry him if your father was so against it?" "You said you had something important to discuss." Marianne shifted in her seat and, laying aside the flute, crossed her hands in her lap in a businesslike manner. Sarah was disoriented by yet another sudden subject change, but she righted herself and asked gently, "I have been promised to Lord Whitehall. Do you remember this, Mama?" She didn't know why she'd asked that last thing, but there was something of early madness in her mother's eyes, and she wanted to be sure of her before she pressed the topic. "Of course I remember," Marianne said absently. "Well, he doesn't want to marry me," Sarah said, although her wrist still felt the heat of the Duke's lips. "At least, I don't think he did at first, and he certainly seems to be doing it all under duress. Do you know why? I know you have not been in society for some time, but I think the Duke's story goes back longer than I would remember or understand. I feel there is some tragedy in his past that keeps him from me." "So you want to marry him?" Marianne asked, her brows rising in mild surprise. "I thought this was as much against your will as it was against his." Sarah hadn't realised her mother noticed, much less cared. "I didn't say that," she said at last, non-committal. "I just wondered if you knew why the Duke doesn't want to marry." Marianne shrugged and played with the hem of her shawl, wrapping the strands together into a haphazard braid. "Are you asking about something other than the blackmail?" she said at last. Sarah took in her breath sharply. "You know about that?" Marianne looked up at her with a sad little smile. "I am more surprised that you do than the other way around," she said with a shrug. "You always seem like the trusting sort." "Lucille is," Sarah thought wryly. "How did you guess it?" "Has father spoken to you about his reasons?" Marianne bit her lip. "Your father keeps his own confidence. He has his own reasons always, and if he ever shared them with a person, it certainly wouldn't be his wife. He trusts women only as far as he can throw them, and you know he doesn't think highly of our intellect." She drew herself up a little straighter. "No, I guessed about the blackmail for one reason only. Your father did the very same thing to me." Sarah stared at her mother. "What are you talking about?" she breathed. If the circumstances had been different, Sarah felt certain her mother's jewel-like eyes would have welled with tears. As it was, countless miscarriages, a cruel husband, and self-inflicted isolation seemed to have drained Marianne of all the tears she might have had. Instead, she looked at her daughter with a dead-eyed stare. "I told you my father didn't approve of Edgar. He had reason to believe the Lockridge name was polluted by misdealings and speculation, not only in the business world, but in the political arena as well." She waved her hand as though it didn't matter. Edgar wanted control of my father's estate, and he wanted revenge. He always hated the old man, that's what he called him, and he told me so a few years after we got married. He told me so at my father's funeral, actually. That's awful, Sarah said quietly. Perhaps. What happened cannot be erased. Your father blackmailed my father and won my hand as a result. I didn't have full knowledge of all that had transpired until much later, but I knew that my father was unwilling and my husband unforgiving. Sarah wanted to reach forward and touch her mother, offer some sort of comfort, but Marianne held the space between them, as though with her own will. "You think he is doing the same thing to Lord Whitehall?" she said at last. "I'm certain of it." Chapter 18. Your Grace, will you be riding at the range today? Robbins was standing in the doorway of the study, Augustus's riding crop and coat in hand. He was right. Usually, on Saturday afternoons, Augustus went into town and put his gelding through its paces at a local club. Today, though, he didn't feel like facing society. His mind was too full of Lucille. "Saddle up Leopold," he said, naming his favourite horse. "I'll ride him by the river today." Robbins raised his eyebrows in a silent question. Augustus ventured a weak smile. "Yes, down to the lake." "As you wish, Your Grace." The day was lovely, crisp and cool, with only a hint of moisture touching the air. Augustus rode at a casual trot to the river's edge and then let his gelding loose along the riverside pathway. Leopold stretched out into a gallop, and Augustus relaxed to feel the horse's stride smooth out of a trot and into a full pace. The wind rushed past his ears in a storm, and the ground blurred on every side. The river wound a few kilometres before it widened into the estate's lake, and Augustus let his mind sit quietly aside while he enjoyed that brief space. He was nearly flying, his thighs burning and his breath gone, and for a few brief moments he was spared any thoughts of Edgar Lockridge, Lucille, or Letty. Letty. There was the lake at last. Augustus hadn't walked beside it in years, and as he slowed his mount, he felt the old nausea rise within him. He slid off the horse's back and tied him to a stump, moving the rest of the way through the tall reeds towards the water lapping at the shore. It was a small lake. He could easily see to the dock on the other side, and not well kept. There was no need to clear water reeds and paths if no one visited, and indeed, no one had visited since that awful day 10 years ago. Every muscle in Augustus's body begged him to turn back, but he remembered the soft feel of Lucille's skin under his lips, and he knew he had to face this, now. He stepped beneath one of the many willows bordering the lake and sat gingerly on one of the lower limbs. The air filled with the sound of frogs and crickets, but for Augustus it was icy and wind-blown and silent, like it had been all those years ago. 10 years ago. "If you insist on going, you ought to wait and let me go with you." Augustus looked up from his work and laid his pen aside. "I'm less than an hour from finishing these documents. You know I have the estate to run now, the duties to tend to." Letty took a playful step forward, one foot behind the other, and her head tossed backwards so that her long blonde-brown hair tumbled down her back. "Really, I'm to be your wife in only a few weeks, and you're insisting my last days of freedom are spent glued by your side. I just got my skates sharpened. If you let me go alone this once, then I'll thank you forever." She stepped forward and ran her long fingers down Augustus's arm. "Please." "No, it's simply too dangerous." He took her hand in his and kissed her fingertips. "It's early winter. We don't even know if it's frozen fully, and the lake's too far to go for help if there was an accident. Wait an hour, and then I'll come down to check it for you." Letty relaxed into one of the pretty pouts that had won her so much over the years. "Really? You'll come to check on me. What are you, Gus? My father." He pulled her down into a kiss, knowing it was improper, knowing the household staff could walk in at any moment, not caring. Her lips were warm and soft. There. He pushed her back and studied her face intently. "Does that answer your question?" She shook her head and blushed. "That won't always win arguments for you, love," she said. "But for now, it has." She gave a pretty sigh and skipped backward. "All right. I'll wait for you, but only because it's what will make you happy, and that's all I want in the world." She left Augustus smiling to himself. He turned back to the estate documents with renewed vigour and lost himself in the numbers and figures. After a time, he looked up and noticed that an hour had passed. He put everything away and went in search of Letty, but she was nowhere to be found. When he came to Robin's, he asked if the butler had seen the girl, but Robin's had not. A maid from downstairs, however, said that her friend Macy, Letty's lady's maid, had gone with the mistress on a walk. "Though I doubt it was just a walk," the maid said with a smile. They both had their ice skates and were giggling like little girls. The maid must have been alarmed to see her usually docile master blanch with fear. "Did they go in the direction of the lake?" he asked, already shrugging into a coat and making for the door. "I doubt it," the maid said. "The ice is too thin there. Just look along the river, Your Grace, and I'm sure they're having a jolly time in the creek bed." Augustus walked through the drifting snow as quickly as he could, turning once to see Robins following in the distance. He didn't want to say it out loud, even to himself, but a sense of foreboding was settling over him like a thick cloak. He wondered if the older man felt it as well, and was following to help in the event that something had gone wrong. The thought scared him, and he pushed it away as quickly as it had come. Along the riverside he found depressed snow and a little slide where the girls had put in by the water. He felt momentarily relieved and called out Letty's name down the river. There was no answer, and then suddenly, through the icy air, there came a blood-curdling sound, the scream of a woman. He saw footsteps leading towards the lake and took off running through the snow, panting heavily, his heart in his throat. The lake was further away than he'd thought, and by the time he reached the edge, he could barely breathe. He looked around the edge, and for a moment, his heart eased. The two girls were nowhere to be found. Maybe they had taken to hiking. Perhaps they were already headed back towards the house. Then he saw it. For a moment, two arms and a head breaking above the surface of the lake and then disappearing again just as quickly. His mind spinning, idiotic, Augustus nearly ran out onto the lake then and there. Then he gauged the distance and, grabbing a nearby pole, lay down on his stomach and began wriggling across the ice towards the hole where the girls had fallen through. "Letty, I'm coming!" But nobody resurfaced. Augustus was too terrified of losing his love to even imagine the danger he was in, but at one point he looked back and saw Robin standing at the lake's edge calling to him. He paid no heed and pressed on. At the ragged wound in the ice, Augustus found her, face down. The hole in the ice was comparably small, and the maid was nowhere to be seen, but he would have recognised the fine embroidery of Letty's cloak anywhere. He grabbed her, stunned by the dead weight of her body, and soaked clothes together, and hauled her arm over arm out of the water. The ice shivered and cracked beneath him, but when she was free of the water, the person she'd been trying to save, Macy, floated up, face first, eyes staring. Augustus screamed for Robins, and then, while the older man shouldered across the ice to his side, Augustus started dragging Letty away. They were on the shore before he knew it, and he had her lying against the snow. He held her to himself, slapping her cheeks, trying to call her back to consciousness, but her eyes were staring and her heart was still. He would ever after remember that moment. She seemed so much like a porcelain doll lying there in his arms, pale and perfect, lifeless. Augustus held her to himself and wept until they came, silent people in coats and gloves, taking away the woman he loved. A lump welled in Augustus's throat as he looked out on the summer lake now, and for once he didn't try to push it away. Leopold whinnied behind him, but he paid the horse no mind. He had returned at last to the place where Letty had died, and he was not leaving until he was free of her. "Why did you do it?" he said softly, his voice cracking. "I told you not to do it, and I'm so angry. You took yourself away from me." He fell to his knees, weeping. "And now you haunt me, Letty. There's this woman—" He paused, wondering if it was sacrilege to speak of Lucille at a place like this, but he felt compelled to continue. "She's taken me in a way I've never felt, and I'm afraid. I'm afraid I will have you condemning me all my life, just as I'm afraid I will lose your memory once and for all." He curled his hands around the fistfuls of grass at his side and dropped his head. The frogs had fallen silent while he cried out, but they resumed their conversation again, tentatively, as though not wanting to wound his feelings. Life went on. That was it, after all. Lucille was remarkable, smart, pretty, and all afire with passion and wit. Augustus knew he was tortured with guilt because he actually wanted to marry her. He suspected they had the same passions, and he was genuinely thinking of moving on from heartache with a chance at real love. Sure, that would play into the Earl's hands. That might make him a pawn. It might complicate their romance. It might cause all that he hated politically to come to pass. But at this moment, it wasn't that haunted him. It was the image of Letty lying dead in his arms at the last, her glassy eyes and frozen face a reminder of all that he had lost. It was one of the most familiar images to enter his dreams, that, and the solitary scream. He hated that he didn't know to this day if it had been the maid or Letty that had cried out. It felt like a betrayal to her somehow, to not know her voice at the end. Everything with Letty felt like a betrayal, just as that thought crossed his mind. Another image, one he hadn't thought of in 10 years, spun wildly into his mind. Letty, before she'd skipped out of the room that last time, kissing him and laughing as she went. "It will make you happy, and that's all that I want in the world." Suddenly, the fistfuls of grass felt sharp and real in Augustus's hands. The lake water was blindingly beautiful. The smell of fresh and stale nature mingled together assaulted him. She wanted him to be happy. He thought of the spectre that had haunted him since Letty's death, and he suddenly realised with almost laughable clarity that it couldn't possibly be her. It was a figment of his imagination, a figment that he had unknowingly invented to torment himself with guilt and fear. The real Letty, the flesh and blood woman who had taught him to love and coaxed him to grieve, was a soft and kind-hearted woman. She lived for the light and beauty and the risk. She would have loved Lucille. She would have hated the dull half-life Augustus had drifted into since her passing. Everything was still complicated with Edgar Lockridge and Lucille and the House of Lords. But in one thing, Augustus could feel an earth-shattering clarity. The winter was over, and if he was to truly honour Letty's legacy, then he would have to finally allow the springtime to come. Chapter 19. It was as though a dam had broken in Marianne, and Sarah grew glad that she'd waited out the awkward beginning enough to see her mother share all that had happened with Edgar when they were children. It was a sore story, and the more Marianne shared, the more Sarah felt the scales of frustration falling from her eyes. For the first time, she saw her mother not merely as a distant, nearly mad isolationist, but as the young girl that she had been when she first met Sarah's father. She sounded so much like Lucille, gentle, pliable, fragile and impressionable. She hadn't known the fullness of Edgar's misdeeds when she married him, but she soon learned. She told Sarah everything, her hands twisting in her lap and her eyes on that same distant point. The tale seemed to be irreversibly interwoven with her thoughts on Augustus's current situation.
"It was almost a year later that I learned what your father had done,"
she said hoarsely. "I was not yet pregnant with the two of you, and I was disillusioned with life as a married woman. Edgar was a hard man, even when he was young. He was spoiled and vain and always sought to make himself worthy to his father. His father was a hard man, and even when he died, I don't believe he told Edgar he loved him." She shut her eyes. "I see history repeating itself with Edmund." "But the blackmail, Mama?" Sarah asked softly. She wanted her mother to have the freedom to share, but she didn't want to lose the grip on the topic at hand. The blackmail would give insight into her father's mind, and that might offer her a way to help Augustus. "I'm getting to that." Marianne reached up and ran her fingers absently through the fringed edge of her loose hair. "I was a beauty then, even after marrying him, although every time I looked in the mirror, I saw that a little more light had gone from my face. I didn't know how to get it back. In truth, I didn't know if I wanted it back. It hurt so much to lose my hope the first time. I was in such a bad place that I didn't even feel the full weight of disappointment when I heard what had happened. Your grandfather's solicitor was the one who told him. I happened upon him at one of Edgar's lavish parties. He doesn't throw such things anymore, and he looked so guilt-stricken, I had to ask what was going on." "He told you about the blackmail?" "He told me that my father had a massive gambling debt, crippling. I didn't even know about it at the time, although now I can see all the signs. Father was once so full of life and light, but at some point he lost all that. He grew distant and afraid. He went out of the house, often to the city, and returned late at night, smelling of smoking rooms and liquor. I suppose now he was trying to get it all back, but such attempts are futile." "What did father do?" "Apparently, he went to my father and told him that if he didn't give me over to Edgar in marriage, Edgar would ruin him. He said he would tell all of London about the debts. Not only would father be exposed to ruin, but he would lose all his investors and holdings in business. Edgar said only if father gave me over, he would pay off the debts and keep his mouth closed about everything." Marianne dropped her head. "I suppose people have wondered before for what price they would go on a selling block. I had the unique experience of learning exactly what I was worth to my father." Sarah wanted to cry. She wanted to rush to her mother and bury her head in the woman's shoulder and tell her that her true worth was more than money and power, that she was not too far gone, that she was loved. But she couldn't. Her mouth and her heart felt frozen solid from years of silence. Instead, she just nodded for Marianne to continue. "He inherited everything when he married me, father's lands and power and whatever else I might have had. I retained no ownership, and my father had no power to bequeath me anything after that. Everyone congratulated me on the match at the time, but I realised later that I'd lost everything. You know, I was in love with someone else at the time." "Who?" "A lowly baronet. I know it's a silly thing, to moon over flowers and love notes. He was sweet and kind, but he was not well off. I think he would have been if he hadn't been chained to his father's debts. He was industrious and would have risen above it all in the end. My father knew it too, and respected him, but my father's hands were tied after Edgar discovered his secret." "I'm sorry, Mother." Sarah felt her emotion welling up and pressing against her eyes. Marianne looked up at her as though noticing her for the first time. "I was not brave like you," she said. "I couldn't turn Edgar's plans back on him like you're trying to do." Sarah dropped her eyes quickly. "Sarah is the brave one," she said, mimicking the thing Lucille always told her. There was a rustle of silk, and then she felt her mother's soft hands pulling her chin up so that she was staring deep into her mother's eyes. They were bright and alive. She had shed whatever veil seemed to always lie there as though it was an old and worthless coat. "Sarah is the brave one," she said with a strange intensity. She smelled like lilacs. To take her sister's place in such an unhappy arrangement. The words fell on Sarah like a thunderbolt. She pulled back from her mother in amazement. Marianne's eyes were steady and focused for what seemed like the first time in years. She tilted her head at Sarah's shock, and Sarah felt certain that if her mother would let herself, tears would be shining in her eyes. "Did you think that I would not know you?" she asked tenderly. "Sarah, you and Lucille were my salvation, my flesh and blood, my heart. I knew it was you since the very first day." That was it. Sarah began to weep silently, and she tipped her head over at an angle so that it lay gently against her mother's shoulder. She cried softly, without theatrics, and when she was spent, she looked up at Marianne's face and saw that, though dry, her mother's eyes were filled with feeling. She ran her hand along her daughter's hair and spoke quietly. "You know that when you and Lucille were born, I thought God had given me a new reason to hope. I felt so rich, gifted with 2 daughters instead of 1, and such beautiful daughters they were. Then there were the miscarriages." Sarah had never heard her speak openly about that particular tragedy, and she held her breath, lest all her mother's penchant for honesty should fly away in a second. Marianne pressed on. "Sometimes it was just the bleeding," she said, "and I would know it was over. Twice, when you were both young, I actually held the child in my arms. I always knew when it stopped kicking that it was over. Mother's intuition, but I always had to carry them those last few days until my body was willing to give them up." Sarah sat silent, horrified, then Edmund, and then nothing more. "Thankfully, your father lost interest in me shortly after that. He spared me the cycle of hope and desperation." "That's why you avoided me and Lucille," Sarah said softly. "It was too hard to see the healthy children when you were constantly reminded of the children you lost." A real start of shock crossed Marianne's face for the first time. "I was not trying to avoid you." She looked like one waking from a dream. "Did you feel like I was trying to avoid you?" Sarah didn't know how to answer her. She just looked at her, and in the end her silence was confirmation enough. Marianne dropped her head into her hands. "I didn't mean it," she said. "I just felt like my body had killed all the beautiful things that were given to me, and I think I felt like you would be casualties too, one way or the other." "Mother, you didn't kill anyone." "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I know you want to avoid Papa too." "That I cannot deny," she sighed. "But the past is what has kept me in chains for so long. We must talk about the future, and as soon as possible. We have to find a way for you to beat your father. You see what he is doing, don't you? All the world is his chessboard, and he moves people around like pawns. You and Lucille will always just be game pieces to him unless you fight back." Sarah wanted to say so much more. She wanted to tell her mother to take her own advice, to leave the confines of her self-imposed prison and fight back against Edgar's tyranny. She wanted to thank her mother for her honesty, to reciprocate by baring her own heart and telling her mother how she cared for Augustus. Still, she couldn't. She tried to embrace the moment, to be thankful for the progress that had been made and to stop pushing for more. Instead, she drew a deep breath. The future, then. Tell me what you think my father is using to blackmail Lord Whitehall. Marianne looked suddenly crestfallen. I don't know, she said. I'm too tied to my own father's case to see past the possibility of it being something financial. Perhaps debts or speculation gone awry. Maybe your father is holding that over his head, but in truth, that is just a guess on my part. I know nothing with certainty. Sarah wrinkled her brow. I don't know what it is, she said at last, but I find it hard to believe that the Duke would engage in any manner of speculation. He doesn't seem like that kind of man. A brief hint of understanding flashed in her mother's eyes. Do you know him well, this Duke? Sarah blushed then, and put her hand to her cheek. Of course not. We only just met. I'm simply forming an opinion based on our brief acquaintance. Do you care for him, Sarah? Sarah opened her mouth to answer, but even as she did so, she realised that their relationship hadn't healed so much yet. She couldn't bring herself to tell her mother the deepest secret of her heart. Not yet. She cleared her throat and let her hand fall from her cheek. How can one truly care for someone after so short a time? Marianne took her cue and did not press further. Instead, she squeezed her daughter's hand and sat back on the other end of the settee. Sarah revisited her first question in light of all that her mother had shared. And so, we don't know what the blackmail might be, but perhaps you can tell me why the Duke is afraid to marry me. What is holding him back? I only heard snippets, Marianne said, and I can tell you that there was a tragedy. He lost his first love. How? Did she leave him, or did she die? Die, Marianne said sadly. I know more than that, but I cannot tell it to you. Why? Sarah was beginning to grow tired of the endless line of people who told her that there was important information they could share but chose to keep secret. And don't say that it's not your story to tell. Well, it isn't, Marianne said with a rare glimmer of a smile. But that's not the reason. I think you need to ask Lord Whitehall yourself. I know you cannot tell me whether or not you care for him, but if you want this friendship or marriage to be based on anything other than your father's schemes, you must start by being honest with him. You must start by trusting him. Sarah looked at her mother with renewed respect. As much as she wanted to know the answer right then and there, she believed what Marianne said was right. Augustus wasn't anything like Edgar, and if she was to marry him, she wanted something more than a business arrangement. She wanted to build something real and lasting, and to do that, she needed to give Augustus due respect and let him share all that had happened on his own terms. I'll ask him when next I see him. She stood and smoothed out her skirts. I'm going to take my leave, Mama. Will you join me in the parlour later? I'm just going to be reading, and Lucille will be there pretending to read. She ventured a smile. Marianne looked uncomfortable and shifted in her chair. I don't want to run into your father. Mama, Sarah said gently but firmly, were you speaking the truth when you said you loved your children? That you want your daughters to be brave and your son not to follow in his father's footsteps? Marianne nodded. Then you have to be in our lives, Sarah insisted, or else Edmund will have no one else to emulate, and we will have no one else to trust. She took her leave then, but as she left the room, she caught sight of her mother moving towards the dressing room to change into day clothes at last. Chapter 20. Edmund and Lucille arrived at Augustus's estate midway through the morning the next day to go over the details of the upcoming party Edgar had insisted they throw in honour of the marriage. Augustus could see through the man's desire for a big affair. He wanted to make it all a social event that would catch the eye of London and add yet another irremovable nail in the coffin of Augustus's own choices. Now it would be that much harder to back out of the whole business. If he wanted to back out, that was. Augustus wasn't so sure he felt it best to escape the wedding now that he'd gotten to know Lucille. She was dressed in pink again today, like the first day she'd visited him, and strands of her hair were loose and curled around her shoulders. Edmund stood at a little distance from them, and Augustus wondered again what animosity lay between the siblings. It certainly was unspoken, whatever it was, but when he looked at them, he just saw a scared boy trying to be a man and a girl who didn't know how to be his older sister. "Thank you for hosting our planning session here," Lucille said softly when they first arrived. Augustus noticed that she was always more careful to be gentle and quiet when she was in her brother's presence. All the spark and fire seemed to be gone from her eyes. "I brought some ideas," she said, "but, as always, I'll be happy with whatever happens." Augustus resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He didn't favour this side of her. "I'm sure multiple opinions will be required to make it a splendid affair." Lucille looked up at him sharply, and he thought better of teasing her. The thought of her wrist and his lips kissing her took him aback. He swallowed. "Have a seat." Edmund positioned himself beside his sister and then cast her a sideways look she did not see. It surprised Augustus. If he didn't know better, he would have guessed that Edmund Lockridge was looking to Lucille for some sort of approval. This was certainly an interesting development. "I was thinking about keeping it a simple affair," Augustus began. "We can have it here at my estate, of course. I thought about a daytime garden party to keep the costs low." He paused for a moment as the image of Lucille on the calm water of the lake came back to him. "But then I remembered that your father wanted something elegant. I say an evening affair with dancing and dinner. We can keep it simple. Only hire a dozen or so extra servants from the village, light the gardens with paper lanterns, hire an extra cook to handle the appetizers and treats." Lucille smiled. Then the tiniest mocking smile that started in her eyes and traipsed lightly down to her lips. "Simple indeed. I find that hiring an extra crew and stringing your already lit garden with even more light screams calm and understated." She was being sarcastic. Augustus smiled stiffly back at her. Simple doesn't mean it has to be plain. Lucille gave a little sigh and took a sip of the tea offered her. "Of course not. As I said, I will do whatever you desire." Augustus fought a small bout of frustration. "Please, my lady, if money were no object, what would you do for your engagement party?" "A quiet affair in the evening," she said. "The meal and the dancing both can take place in the garden, and then there will be no need to attire the estate in the trappings of a ball. There will also be no need to hire extra servants. A garden party is much more casual." "But a garden party in the evening," Edmund interjected at last. "Lucille, won't that be a danger to those suffering from chills? I know that most of Father's friends won't risk their health for such an affair." He looked at his sister, and Lucille turned a slow and quiet smile on him. After a moment's pause, Edmund cleared his throat. "I see." Lucille turned to Augustus. "Your thoughts, sir?" "I think it can be arranged," he answered, unable to find any fault with the plan. "Then it is settled. Do you have preferences regarding the decorations?" "I do," she said, standing suddenly and eagerly. "But I think we ought to walk out to the garden so that I can show you what is required." Edmund stood to follow them, and Lucille held up her small hand. "You needn't tire yourself if you'd rather wait here, brother." He hesitated, and Augustus saw that he saw straight through her ruse. Still, the boy seemed less prideful than at their last visit. Something had cowed him, taken his allegiance and tossed it up in the air. Augustus didn't know where it would eventually land, but at present, he wanted to take advantage of the momentary freedom. "Yes, please indulge yourself here in my parlour, Edmund. You can have some more tea, and perhaps take the opportunity to explore some of my father's books." That seemed to be convincing enough, for Edmund gave a weak smile and relented. "You'll be back soon?" he asked. Lucille softened ever so much and laid a hand on his arm. "Very soon." It was clearly an unfamiliar gesture, for the boy looked genuinely surprised and just a little bit delighted. He cleared his throat and looked, for once, as young as he was. "I'll look about your study," he said at last. "But be quick. Father wouldn't like it." Augustus was surprised to see the boy giving in so quickly, but he took advantage of the momentary kindness and walked with Lucille out of the quiet parlour and onto the veranda beyond. She held her tongue until they were a comfortable distance from the house. "I think the garden party idea is very manageable," she said at last, "although we should keep it as simple as possible, if not for economy's sake, then to get on my father's nerves." There she was again, the rebel hidden beneath all the nonchalance and lace. Augustus smiled. "I'm not exactly in a position to get on your father's nerves, if you remember clearly." Lucille gave a distracted little smile and then turned, hands on her hips, to survey the rest of the garden. "As for the food tables, I think we should set them up as near to the house as possible." "Pardon me if I misunderstood you earlier," Augustus broke in gently, "but it seemed your true reason for taking me out to the garden was so that you could escape the other ears in the house. If I am misinformed, and you truly did need quiet to talk on party matters alone." "I have a question for you." She turned with 2 bright spots of colour in her fair cheeks, and he saw with surprise that she was trembling. "It's of a private and personal nature, and I am afraid." Augustus sobered and, after a moment's thought, pressed gently. "Ask it. You will not offend me." She dropped her eyes to where her hands twisted the fringe of her shawl. "It's about your history. I heard that some years ago you had a tragedy in your life, and a former love as well. Before we continue on with our relationship, with whatever this is, I would like to know the truth of that tale." She swallowed. It is hard to compete with a ghost. Augustus had known this day would come, but he had not expected it quite so soon as this. Still, he ought not to have been surprised. After all, Lucille had not shown herself the kind of woman to shy away from controversy in any sphere. He drew a deep breath, and without meaning to, his gaze fell on the lake, far off in the distance. "You are wading into a subject you know nothing about," he said at last, unable to decide where to begin, uncertain if he could even handle the pain of telling that particular tale. For a moment, she looked as though she would leave it, but in the end, she shook her head and said softly, "I know it is something of which I know nothing. That is why I'm asking you to explain to me what I do not understand." "It is a hard story to tell." "Stories of lost love always are." She was so much younger than him, so light and airy that he could hardly imagine what she even knew of lost love. Still, there was genuine compassion in her eyes, and it was that, not the pressing questions, that eventually encouraged him to share. "There was a woman. She was meant to be my wife, in fact. We were engaged." "When?" she asked, coming to a marble bench warmed by the sun and sitting gingerly on the edge.
"Almost 10 years ago this winter," he said dully. "Her name was Leticia, but I always called her Letty. She was very beautiful, very full of life."
Lucille tilted her head to one side and looked at him with an understanding so poignant he thought he could taste it. "You loved her," she said softly. It was a statement,
Not a question. It is not gentlemanly to speak of such things, he said as a knee-jerk reaction. Then, when she met his response with cool and silent eyes, he added cautiously, "But yes, I suppose I did. She was a very special woman, and I was a young and naive man. I thought that love would prevail through all things, that we would end up married with children. I thought I would spend the rest of my life tied to her beauty, that I would fight with her and wake up beside her." He paused, feeling he'd gone too far. Still, Lucille didn't look the slightest bit shocked. She just stared at him as though waiting for more, and when he fell silent, she prodded him ever so gently. "What happened? Did she leave you?" "In a manner of speaking," he said hoarsely. "She died." Lucille blinked, her gem-green eyes filling with sadness. She didn't ask for any more details after that, but the compassion in her silence pulled the facts from him in a painful river. "She went out on a lake. That lake," he pointed behind her, but she kept her eyes on his. "Her and her lady's maid. It was a foolish thing to do. I had even spoken to her about how foolish it was. I knew that she wanted to go, that she felt chained inside the house on the winter's day, but I was too busy with work. I told her to wait, and to perhaps satisfy herself with the more reliable creek skating grounds. She promised me that she would be careful, and that she would not go to the lake. It was some time before I knew she was missing." The whole memory came crashing back on him as it had on the edge of the lake earlier that week, but for once it did not crush him. He felt Lucille's gaze on him like a gentle support. "She was dead when I arrived, fallen through the ice. Her and the maid." A breeze stirred Lucille's hair around her pale face, and a single tear escaped her emerald eye and ran down her cheek. She said nothing, and Augustus felt a strange kinship with her that he could not name. "I held her until they took her away," he said quietly. "I didn't want them to have her because I knew that it would be final, that she would really be gone." He had never said that aloud before. "You have honoured her memory for many years," Lucille said softly. "The roses inside?" He looked at her with quiet wonderment. "Yes, hers." He took a deep breath and decided to get all the truth out in the open while he still had the courage. "I decided that day by the lake, holding Letty, that I would never love again. You may think such an oath to be overly dramatic and naive, but I just couldn't imagine a life with anyone else. I didn't want a legacy that endured without her. It felt like a betrayal." He wanted to say so much more. He wanted to hint at the greater truth lurking in his heart, that he was beginning to reconsider, beginning to imagine a real future with Lucille, but his fear stopped him. Lucille was silent for a very long time, her eyes fallen into her lap. Augustus was beginning to fear that his story and his confession at the end had wounded her too deeply. At last, she looked up, and he was startled to see a gentle smile coaxing the corners of her mouth. She reached over and took his hand in hers, squeezing it with gentle and reassuring pressure. "I can see your love for her," she said softly. "It was a great and mighty thing, and it does not frighten me. It says so much about the kind of woman that she was, but it says even more about the kind of man that you still are. I will not pressure you to move in a direction you feel might betray her memory, but as far as I am concerned, I still want to marry you." Augustus looked at her in silence, but his heart was welling within him. She went on, her voice low and insistent. "Lord Whitehall, your truth-telling has convinced me that this is a safe place to share something of my own." "Lucille." It was Edmund. Apparently, his allegiance to his sister was momentary indeed. "Father will be expecting us home soon if you've finalised the arrangements." Augustus looked at Lucille. What was it you wanted to share with me? She shook her head, her voice low and quick. Another time, perhaps, when there are fewer ears listening in. Augustus nodded in understanding and helped her to her feet. Until the next time we meet, he said, watching her go with a lighter heart. Chapter 21. I want you to take me to him. It was Lucille, standing in Sarah's dressing room, dressed in a fitted brown riding coat, with her pale hair in a neatly braided bun. Who? Sarah looked up from the book she'd been reading. Lord Crowan, of course. Lucille swallowed hard. You asked me to think his proposal over, and I have. Still, I'm not ready to commit to a lifetime of marriage until I've met with him and heard his motivations for myself. I have only seen him on a few occasions, and never where we could speak frankly. Sarah hid a smile, thinking to herself that frank conversation was not, in general, a tenet of Lucille's social philosophy. Are you certain? She asked gently. I have told you over and over that I don't want you to sacrifice yourself in this matter, and I have told you that for me it is not a sacrifice. Lucille answered with her eyes lowered. It might even be a way out. Sarah saw that she was trying desperately to be brave, and she hated the pale fear emanating from Lucille's face. If this is what you want, she said. But Lord Crowan found me last time, not the other way around. I would have no idea how to arrange a meeting. You are lying to protect me, Lucille said softly. You know perfectly well that you can arrange to meet with Lady Weatherton just as Lord Crowan did. Sarah blinked at her sister's uncharacteristic schemes. Then I will write to her. I already did, yesterday, and today she returned a note saying she understood me perfectly, and we are both welcome at tea this afternoon. Both of us. Sarah smiled at that. Aren't you the creative sister? Lucille swallowed hard. I knew you would try to think of ways to dissuade me, and I think the stakes are too high for paltry quandaries. We must press forward and meet with this Lord Crowan before he thinks better of his generous offer. I am glad I will be joining you, Sarah said at last. I will listen closely to make certain that he doesn't manipulate you. Lucille smiled, but even Sarah could see that it was forced. Lady Weatherton didn't even pretend to uphold the facade by meeting them at the door this time. Instead, the butler showed the two sisters down the hall and into the same parlour where Sarah had first met Reginald. He was sitting by the window this time, his hand out in the act of checking his gold-fobbed watch, and when they walked in, he leapt to his feet. Sarah noticed with a shock of surprise that his hand was shaking ever so slightly on the watch chain, and his eyes fell on Lucille with none of the calculating calm with which they'd watched Sarah during the first visit. If she hadn't known better, she would have thought he was nervous. Miss Lockridge, he said, bowing first to Lucille, then to Sarah. Miss Sarah. She smiled to herself. He would have no way of knowing which of the women was the elder of the twins, but he had automatically given the term of respect to Lucille. Lucille blanched and took a tentative step forward. How can you tell us apart? She asked, almost inaudibly. I would know you anywhere, Miss Lockridge. Lord Crowan said, regaining himself and waving the two sisters over to the tea table, as he had during the first visit. Please, allow me to serve you some tea. Lucille sat furthest from where Reginald stood, but when he'd finished with the tea, he hovered as though to claim a place by her side. In the end, he seemed to think better of it and seated himself directly across from the twins. I was pleased to see your invitation, he said. I was beginning to think I would have to seek you out myself. Sarah opened her mouth to answer, but to her surprise, Lucille spoke first. I was startled to hear of your proposal, she said softly. You had expressed no such interest to me. Did I not? He leaned forward, his eyes flinty. I could not have been more clear, Miss Lockridge. Do you remember the boating outing 3 months past? Yes, Lucille said slowly. But I only saw you at the end of that evening, and you said nothing to me. I was getting up my courage all night long, he answered with a coarse little laugh. You must allow a man to feel nervous in your presence, my lady, if you insist on being so enchanting. It was just the sort of comment that would have sounded cliché from any other man, but it was apparent to Sarah that Reginald meant every word. He was genuine in his affection. Lucille must have believed him too, for she blushed deeply to the roots of her pale hair. And the dinner party a few days later, Reginald went on. You cannot complain of a lack of conversation then. Lucille cast a nervous look in her sister's direction. You spoke of politics and politics alone. I have never before spoken of such things with a woman. Reginald answered with a little shrug. You should feel honoured. He paused and shook his head. No, do not let me or anyone else tell you how you should or should not feel, my lady. I merely meant to pay you a compliment. So you have done, Lucille answered softly, dropping her eyes again. You needn't do that so often, Reginald said earnestly, and Sarah saw again that glimmer of youthful enchantment in his eyes. He was a weathered man who had seen much in his days. That much was obvious in the lines of conniving on his face, but with Lucille he seemed boyish and easily crushed. You have nothing to be ashamed of, he went on, nothing to hide. You don't know me, Lucille answered, just as quickly. How can you make such a claim? She smiled a little sadly. How can you even ask for my hand? I think. She paused with a little nervous clearing of her throat. I think that I would be too dull for you. Reginald sat backward quite suddenly in his chair and gave a hoarse little laugh. Dull? Do not laugh at me. I would not do that. His gaze fell on Lucille again, and suddenly Sarah felt as though she was not in the room. She looked from one to the other with a growing ache in her heart. There was something there between Lucille and Reginald that she wanted, even though Lucille's suspicion and confusion were still palpable. Sarah could see Reginald's love for Lucille radiating from within. There was clearly more to him than met the eye, perhaps sinister things that she would greatly disagree with, but she couldn't deny that, whatever his faults were, he certainly loved her sister. Suddenly Sarah thought about Augustus's face when sharing about Letty, his fury at the garden party and his insolence at their first meeting. She felt a pang of jealousy, and though she told herself their situations weren't at all related, she couldn't help but wish that for one moment only, she would see that same love and passion that Reginald exhibited in Augustus's eyes. Because the truth was, whatever she told herself, she cared for Augustus deeply. The more she knew him, the more she cared for him. But it seemed to be an opposite effect for him. He drew further and further away from her, and she couldn't imagine what it would feel like to look up, as Lucille was now, and see a man across from her who was willing to do anything to win her hand. Trust me, Reginald was saying. You are not dull to me, and I have my reasons for wanting your hand in marriage. You say that we don't know each other, but I must insist that such a comment shows your ignorance, not mine. I have been watching you for years. I have seen your kindness and your selflessness. I have seen you break out from your father's harsh legacy and pursue a gentler path. I have watched you grow into a beautiful woman. This last sentence came out almost in a whisper. Sarah looked at Lucille and saw that Reginald's words were taking a marked effect. Her face, always so passive and silent, was softening in the glow of his passion. She swallowed gently. Despite my better judgment, I feel that I believe you.
You should. I speak the truth. Lucille crossed her hands in her lap. I came here today with the aim of meeting with you in person and seeing your sincerity for myself. I am still unsure of your reasons for pursuing this match, and I cannot give you a final answer, but I can promise you that I will consider marrying you only after my sister is able to marry the Duke of Whitehall. Sarah's surprise matched that of Reginald. It was not like Lucille Lockridge to drive hard bargains. Reginald sat back a little in his chair. You speak so coolly about matters of the heart, and yet I am wise enough to see that you do not yet reciprocate what I feel so strongly. I cannot expect it of you. You agree to my terms? I have only one qualm. For the first time in the entire conversation, Sarah felt Lord Crowan's attention turned in her direction. Miss Sarah, are you certain that you will still marry Lord Whitehall? After all, this entire affair with your sister came about because you wish for me to uncover information about what unfortunate information might lead to the man being blackmailed. Blackmailing fodder is never pretty. Sarah swallowed hard. She'd thought about this from every angle imaginable, and she just couldn't understand how Augustus, the man she had come to know as an honourable and upright soul, could have anything truly horrible in his background. I will marry him if he will have me, she said. Of course he will have you, Reginald said airily. He is required to, remember? He turned his attention back to Lucille, and his voice softened. If things don't work out with your sister and her duke, then can you at least promise to consider my offer? Lucille swallowed hard. I can promise to speak with you again on the subject, she said at last. Sarah watched the whole of the conversation with mixed feelings. On the one hand, she knew she was soon to learn the information that held Augustus captive to her father's will. On the other hand, Reginald's words sliced into her like knives. Of course he will marry me. He is required to. Chapter 22. A day passed and Augustus hadn't heard from Lucille. The thought of their last conversation chafed at him. She'd taken it well. All the details of his history with Letty and his confession that he wasn't sure if love could find him again, but Edmund had interrupted before she'd had a chance to ask questions. There was so much he was willing to clarify for her, and the more he thought about their conversation, the more he hated the idea that his last words had been telling Lucille that he thought his best days were behind him. And what of the secret she had hinted at before she left? It was clearly something involving her father, or else she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to conceal it from her brother. He wondered if there was another layer of deception that he had not yet uncovered, and then he thought of Reginald. Perhaps her secret had to do with Lord Crowan's information. Maybe Reginald had shared more with her than even he knew. If so, why had she kept him in the dark until now? He pulled out paper to pen a letter, but after the first paragraph drew to a close, he remembered the spectre that hovered always over their relationship. Edgar, of course, would intercept any communication between Augustus and Lucille as long as she lived in her father's house. He hated the thought of the other man's manipulation and interference. Augustus had to admit he was beginning to hate the idea of Lucille having to submit to her father's will as well. What had begun as a concern for his own self-interests had somehow transferred to a genuine worry over her safety as well. He wondered how such a bright and gentle girl could have come out of such a dark environment. At the beginning of the next day, consumed with thoughts of Lucille and unable to focus on matters of the estate, Augustus went out on the town to tend to some local business. His initial intention was to meet up with a few members of the House of Lords who had agreed to endorse his upcoming agriculture bill. It was frustrating, trying to continue with his politics when he was so clearly under Edgar's thumb. But to sit still and think of Lucille was even more maddening. As he made his way towards the club, Something caught his eye in one of the local bookshops. It was a small, well-bound copy of Julian of Norwich's writings, a pretty little thing, with a red cover and gold lettering. He thought of Lucille at once, and even before making a conscious decision, he found himself opening the door and ducking inside. It was a small shop and dusty, just the sort of place one usually sent one's servants to fetch books, not the sort of place a gentleman normally attended in person. Still, Augustus felt a part of himself unwind in the musty interior of the room. It was beautiful here, in a tight and cramped way. The walls were close together and the ceiling low, but there was a circular staircase that opened into a loft equally stuffed with books, and the shelves seemed full to bursting. A gentleman in a wool cap sat hunched behind a desk at the far end of the room, and he looked up with raised brows at the man's entrance. "How can I help you, sir?" Augustus felt oddly embarrassed, as though he'd trespassed where he had no right to be. "I just saw your copy of Norwich in the window." "Ah, our Lady Julian, is it?" I debated whether or not to display that lady. Her theology is a bit too red for most of our patrons, if you know what I mean, and she's fallen rather out of fashion in London. Still, I thought the binding was pretty enough to draw the eye, and if a new cover can spread the woman's good message, then who am I to interfere? "She may be out of fashion in London," Augustus posited with a smile, "but I've always been fond of her outlook on life. I have a friend, too, a young lady, who is quite taken with her writings. I thought to purchase one of your books as a gift for her." Books as a token of love for the female mind. The man raised his eyebrows. "I've heard of the powerful effect of poetry, but books of theology are not known to raise the heartbeat of the fairer sex. I think it will do the trick with this lady." The old man chuckled and stood up from his chair, hobbling to the window and taking one of the red-bound books in his hands. His knobby fingers ran along the surface like a father hovering over a child, and when he at last looked up, his eyes had an impish look that belied his advanced age. "If what you say is true, she must be a remarkable lady indeed, a Julian herself, perhaps." "She would not like you to say that," Augustus said quickly, surprised that he knew her well enough to be confident of such things. He cleared his throat, feeling again the subtle pull of embarrassment that he couldn't name. "Perhaps?" He extended an appropriate amount of money. The shopkeeper took most of the money, but handed him back a few pence. "I'll lower the price for the lady," he said, shuffling to a low table and wrapping the book in brown paper. He handed the parcel to Augustus with a gallant little bow. "I'd love to see you back here, sir, if the lady in question develops a fancy for any other medieval theologians." Augustus smiled in response and took his leave of the shop. Stepping out onto the front stoop, he paused for a moment and looked across the bustling street. There were a few wagons making their slow and lurching way along the cobblestones, and the wooden walks were crowded with shoppers strolling about their regular errands. He took it all in as a blur at first, but then a small, slim figure dressed in red caught his eye. At first, he thought it couldn't be her. He'd never seen her in anything but pastels. But then he saw the familiar white blonde hair and the curve of her neck as she climbed out of Edgar Lockridge's carriage and hurried toward the awning of a local tailor. Her hair was pinned up tightly against her head, and she walked with a shy sort of purpose that he had learned was an act over the last few weeks. It seemed too fortuitous, and the book in his hand felt as if it were alive and whispering, "This is a sign. This is a sign," over and over in his head. Augustus started across the street, intent on stopping Lucille and asking her to tell him the secret she'd so wanted to share earlier in the garden. But as he neared the shop window, his step slowed. She had walked inside with a little nervous glance over one shoulder, and once inside, She'd stopped at the counter and rung a little bell. A young man, handsome and youthful, had appeared almost at once from behind the curtain. Augustus couldn't see Lucille's face, but the young man's love-struck expression was enough. The man took Lucille by the elbow and, looking around once, pulled her behind a curtain and into one of the back rooms. Augustus felt his old temper rise again, and he quickened his step. He wasn't sure what he was going to do to intervene, but he knew that he had to do something. When he reached the door, he noted the bell hung just inside and pulled gently enough that nothing rang. Once inside, he slipped his fingers around the bell dangle and held it silent until the door was safely shut behind him. He thought about clearing his throat and confronting Lucille then and there, but then he heard the hushed voices from behind the curtain, and his curiosity got the better of him. Knowing it was not chivalrous, hating himself for his cowardice, Augustus nonetheless crept forward and, standing at the front desk, caught the back of Lucille's head and the young man's face reflected in a fitting room mirror. "I'm sorry," she was saying, and he winced to hear the tears in her voice. "I'm so sorry." The tailor's face moved in the mirror, and his eyes took on the wounded expression of an animal caught off guard by a hunter. "Lucille, you can't mean this." Augustus stiffened to hear the man so flippantly use her first name, but as she spoke on, he realised that there was history between these two. As much as it was improper, it was clear that the man had earned the right to call Lucille something so forward. "I have told you that I love you. I know that your father will not allow it, but you will not be under his thumb all your life. If you marry me, then we can be together." "My father would cut me off." Her voice was soft and quiet, just like when she put on an act with her family present. Augustus wondered why someone who obviously knew her so well would still be getting the manufactured side of Lucille's character. And then what? The tailor sounded frantic. His voice broke. "If your father broke you off, then you would be my wife, and you would never have to see him again. What could be better? We don't want a man like that to have a say in our life anyway, do we? He has been nothing but a controlling and manipulating monster since you were a girl." Augustus agreed wryly with that, at least. Although he hated every word the man said, it revealed a closeness with Lucille that he had not yet reached. This man, this pinner of hats and sewer of gowns, had somehow earned a place in his fiancée's heart. It seemed so disgusting. A woman as remarkable as Lucille, giving away her affections to a simple lad such as this. Augustus curled his fist around the edge of the counter and bit his tongue to keep the silence. "It's not just that," Lucille said then, her voice breaking a little too. She stepped forward, and Augustus could see her small white hand grip the tailor's calloused one. He remembered the soft inner skin of her wrist and shut his eyes to keep from intruding on the scene. "This has to be the last time we meet. I am to be married soon." "Yes, to me." "No, to another." "Is it someone your father has discovered for you?" "Why do you insist on asking all these questions when you know you will just torture yourself?" Lucille's voice held a hint of something sweet and desperate. Augustus knew that sound. He'd heard it in his own mind many times since Letty's death, and it nearly broke him to hear it here again, in the voice of the woman he loved. It was longing, hopeless longing. "There is no way out of the marriage as it stands now," she said softly. "I must go through with it. You cannot know how much I wish there was a way that I could marry you, but it is a dream that will never be." "Do you love the man?" Augustus felt his mouth go suddenly dry. He wanted to leave, desperately. He wanted to leave because he knew the answer even before it slipped out of Lucille's lips. He knew it the way a sailor knows on a clear day when a storm is coming. "Of course I don't love him," she said quietly, and a little heartbreaking sob escaped her lips. "How could I? I only just met him, but I think he will be a decent man." There. He could move at last. Augustus turned to go, but as he did so, the slight movement caught the tailor's eyes at last. The young man looked up and met his eyes in the mirror. "Sir?" the young man asked. "Can I help you, sir?" Augustus turned to go before Lucille managed to react, walking as quickly as he could across the small shop. He pushed open the door, allowing the bell to ring against the hinge as he made his way quickly across the street, his mind a blur. He knew she hadn't seen him, though a piece of himself wished that she had. Then she would have known that her deception had been found out at last. She would, perhaps, feel as foolish as he now felt, striding mindlessly across the muddy streets with her conversation mocking him in the recesses of his mind. "I must go through with it. You cannot know how much I wish to marry you." "Well, fine then. Let her play the martyr." Augustus felt the foul taste of bitter hate forming on his tongue. He'd wanted so to know the truth of Lucille's feelings, and now they were laid out before him like a macabre theatre production. She never loved him, and she wished to marry another. Augustus was the awful addition in her life, not Edgar. Augustus was the one keeping her from what she really wanted. He suddenly saw every gentle touch, every longing look, every endearing silence and coy tidbit of conversation in a new light. It was all an act, and why should he be surprised? She was, after all, Edgar Lockridge's daughter, the offspring of the play actor himself, and she had inherited his skill with manipulation. She was just as deceitful as her father. That declaration of love the other day, after he'd shared everything with her at last, that had been a lie as well. She said she'd wanted to marry him, that his honesty had inspired her to tell him something. Augustus could have kicked himself. Perhaps she was going to come clean about the poor tailor at last. Noble, silly, deceitful girl. Whatever she had said in the garden, her words from today now took precedence. Of course I don't want to marry him. More than anything, though, he couldn't shake the face of the tailor as she'd told him that it was all over. There was the face of a man truly in love. A man who had thought that his forever lay with that witch of a white-haired woman, who thought that he could possibly have earned the right to love her forever. It was also the face of a man who'd learned once and for all just how idiotic it was to hope to contain a woman like Lucille. Augustus knew that face with every fibre of his being. He knew it because it was like looking at his own heart. Chapter 23. Lucille had walked to the tailor's shop that morning with a heavy heart, her thoughts torn between what she felt was her duty and what she truly desired. True, Reginald had not turned out to be as dreadful as she had feared. Though it was still early, she even felt something bordering on affection for him. Whatever his faults, she could tell that he truly desired her. Nonetheless, the idea of never again getting to enjoy the gaze of the tailor's son on her as he designed her gowns, never again looking forward to the little errands she ran around town, never again knowing the sweetness of her young love and silly hope. The shop was empty when she'd arrived, and for a moment, when her love had pulled her behind the curtain, she'd simply closed her eyes and allowed herself to forget Reginald and Sarah, and all the whirlwind of responsibilities she felt laying heavy against her shoulders. She just felt the young man's hand on her arm, his gaze on her face, and the warm presence of his excitement. Then she opened her eyes and told him the truth. "Is it someone your father has discovered for you?" He'd asked that at the end of a long line of questions, but by then, Lucille's heart was already in her throat.
She wanted the conversation to be over, not just because of the weight of guilt pressing on her chest, but because she knew if she looked on the face of the broken tailor's son much longer, she would give in to all his demands. She loved his soft eyes and his youthful smile. Even in his grief, he looked handsome and winsome. "Why do you insist on asking all these questions when you know you will torture yourself?" she'd said at last, her heart breaking. It was a terrible game, the one she'd been born into. Beauty and status meant only one thing for a woman her age, that marrying for love was now and forever out of the question. She'd thought before, when she was young, that it would have been better if she'd been born a common woman. She would have been a lass working across the street from the tailor's shop, perhaps selling posies on the corner in a plain grey dress, and he would have noticed her there and been permitted to woo her. If the situation had been thus, her father wouldn't have had any objection. In fact, he would likely have rushed the match along. As it was, she was playing some awful game and she felt more like a pawn every passing day. "I must go through with it," she had choked out. "You cannot know how much I wish there was a way that I could marry you, but it is a dream that will never be." "Do you love the man?" She hated how crushed he looked, like a man at the end of himself. The thought of Reginald burst into her mind, handsome, intense, mysterious. "Of course I don't love him," she said, before any thought of his hold over her could resurface. "How could I?" She went on speaking, but as she did so, she suddenly saw her love look over her shoulder, staring at the mirror with a start of surprise. "Sir?" he asked. "Can I help you, sir?" She whipped around, but too late. All she saw was the coattails of the man disappearing to the sound of a ringing doorbell. "Who was that?" she asked the young man across from her. "I don't know." A queer look came over his face. "Was that the man to whom you are engaged?" "Of course not." She couldn't imagine Reginald going into a shop like a common man when he could have his tailors delivered directly to his door, but something in her spirit gave pause. Something was not right. She turned around once more and pressed the man's hands in hers. "I'm sorry," she said hoarsely. "Let us not drag this out any longer." "Lucille, please." But she pulled away, gathering her gloves and bonnet as she fled the shop. She wanted to be free of him, free of the desperate look on his face and the implication that if she only changed the slightest bit, all the lad's problems would be solved. She wanted to be free of all the responsibility she bore. She knew none of this was possible, but there was one task that was manageable: to see who the man was who had laid eyes on her and the tailor speaking in secret. She crossed the street and looked around for a departing carriage or rider. She had nearly given up hope when her heart hitched at the sight of a bear of a man lumbering down the street with his back to her. She caught sight of his profile when he whirled to put a small brown parcel in his pocket, but even before that direct vision, she would have known him anywhere. Lord Whitehall. Lucille felt her breath come quick and fast into her throat. If he had seen and heard, he would know the ruse was up. He would know that Sarah was not her. Then she paused, and the truth hit her even more sharply. He would not know the ruse was up at all. He would think the girl in the shop had been Lucille, played by Sarah all along. He would think that Sarah's Lucille had betrayed him. Lucille tied the strings of her bonnet with shaking fingers and took off on foot towards her father's carriage. She crawled inside and demanded to be rushed home at once. As the road stretched out ahead of them, her mind spun from one of her newfound fears to another. Looming largest was her concern over what Augustus would do to Sarah. She didn't know much about the Duke, only what Sarah had chanced to tell her. He had very little reputation around town. He kept mostly to his own home and rarely attended social parties until recently,
but Sarah had painted him as a frustrating and intense man. Lucille wondered how a man of such a lumbering personality would respond to being slighted by his intended. According to Sarah, Augustus was not exactly in love with her, but he was certainly a man of honour and title who would care about losing out to a mere tailor. The thought of the tailor came back to Lucille like a stab in the heart, and she took in a small breath of air to steady herself. Over the last few weeks, Sarah had gone out of her way, sacrificing everything she loved and desired in life to take Lucille's place. The least Lucille could do now was sacrifice her own will for Sarah. At the door to the mansion, she ran into Edmund in the lower hall. He was dressed to go riding and looked up at her in surprise. "Back so soon? The tailor appointment usually takes you hours." He was speaking absent-mindedly, as he always did, putting his hat on and looking past Lucille as though she was insignificant. It was a habit he'd picked up from their father, and Lucille determined as always to look past it and see the best in her brother. It was exactly what it needed to be. She tried to untie her cloak with shaking fingers. "I don't think I'll be going back to that particular tailor." She had tried to keep her voice light and uncaring, but for once, Edmund looked up with a wrinkle in his brow. "What happened at the tailor's?" he asked. Lucille would have expected such a question from her brother to be suspicious and probing, but she couldn't deny that for once he sounded only compassionate. Nothing more. "Nothing," she said, forcing a smile. "There is just a difference in our style opinions. He has started ordering lace from overseas, and you know how I prize local craftsmanship. There's no time to go so far for a fitting." "That's a lot of reasons," Edmund said slowly. Lucille swallowed hard. She'd never been as good at all this deception stuff as Sarah. I couldn't go anymore." Edmund clearly didn't understand what was happening, but his voice softened nonetheless, and he held out his hand with an awkward sort of gentility. "Do you want to go riding with me?" It was abrupt and unusual for him to offer any companionship, and certainly not the pleasure of his company in a manly activity that Edgar would later mock mercilessly. Lucille blinked. I have to go speak with Lucille." She caught herself at the last possible moment. "But another time." He waved her away, blushing as though he suddenly second-guessed his kindness. "It was just a suggestion. You and Lucille go along." He shoved his hat down further over his brow and set off out the door without turning around. Lucille wondered what was stirring in his heart to make him so kind as of late, but she knew there were bigger problems afoot. She set off down the hallway and went upstairs as quickly as she could, avoiding her father's doorway as usual and taking the servants' staircase to her old room, now inhabited by Sarah. She knocked and heard Sarah's voice answering light and shy, "Come in." She opened the door, and as soon as Sarah saw it was her, she dropped the Lucille act and gave her sister a broad smile. She was lying on the bed in a manner their mother would have considered unladylike, her legs kicked up behind her, a letter in her hand, and a book lying face down near her elbow. She was wearing Lucille's signature pink dress, but her hair was loose and pooled like gold on the bedspread. "How are you today, sister?" Lucille took a deep breath and swallowed hard. "I have something I need to tell you, Sarah." "What is it?" Sarah's fingers played with the edge of the letter as though it was the ear of a loyal dog. Her gaze sobered as she looked at Lucille, and Lucille knew with a sinking heart that her expression must be giving away what she'd intended to soften with her words. "I went to the tailor's today," she said, choking over the words. "Oh, Lucille, I'm so sorry." Sarah patted the bedspread gently and sat up. Lucille came to join her, slipping onto the bed beside her sister and slipping backward until her feet barely brushed the ground. Sarah put her fingers up and brushed a lock of hair back from Lucille's face. "Tell me what happened." "That's not what I need to tell you about." Suddenly, Lucille's gaze fell on the letter in Sarah's lap. "What is that?" Sarah blushed deeply, something Lucille rarely saw on her strong and confident sister. "It's nothing, really, just a little note, August. The Duke wrote to me a few days past. It was before our conversation in the garden. Nothing remarkable, surely, but there was a note of kindness in it and the slightest amount of interest." Lucille felt her heart lurch at the sight of her sister's happiness. So she was falling for him after all? It wasn't just a business arrangement anymore, and if she knew that Augustus had seen Lucille in the tailor's shop and perhaps mistaken them— "What does it say?" she asked hoarsely. "I will read it," Sarah said with an impish smile. "But then, you must tell me what has you all in a tither, if it isn't the tailor." She unfolded the letter again. The page was filled with only a few lines, but Sarah read them slowly, as though they were very dear to her. "Miss Lockridge," she read, "our meeting at the garden party continues to plague me. I fear that I have levelled against you what I see as the sins of your father, which bodes ill not just for our future, but for my character as well. I should have seen that you are not tied to all his ill deeds, or any of them, for that matter. To tell you the truth, I was taken aback when I saw you on the lake that day. I cannot share at present the reason for my discomfort, but I can say that I would not have ordinarily given you such a cold reception. If there is any way for me to erase the memory of that day from your memory and replace it with more pleasant thoughts, I will. Lord Whitehall." Sarah smiled and folded the letter up with an eager expression flitting along her features. "Do you see?" she asked at last. Lucille nodded slowly. "It is very noble of him. And when I spoke with him a few days back, I heard the entire story. Of course, he had a difficult time seeing me on the lake. I now know that all that unpleasantness was connected with a story from his past." Lucille swallowed. "Sarah, I was rereading the letter, and I saw this bit about the memory. He said he wanted to replace that event with more pleasant thoughts. What do you think he means by that, Lucille?" "I think," she said shyly, "that he is confessing genuine interest." She couldn't do it. Lucille hated her own cowardice, but as she looked at her beloved sister, happy for once, free of the machinations of Edgar Lockridge's twisted mind, she just couldn't bring herself to shatter all that happiness. Not just yet. She would tell her tomorrow, perhaps, or the day after. Sarah wouldn't be seeing Augustus for a week at least. By then, she would explain everything to Sarah, and her sister would be able to intervene. Augustus would understand the misunderstanding, would he not? Whatever the future held, it was the now that Lucille could not face. She couldn't destroy her sister's happiness, the way her eyes fell so lovingly on that well-worn letter. "Oh!" Sarah exclaimed suddenly, folding the letter and tucking it gently into the book by her side. "You had something to tell me, something serious." Lucille licked her lips. "Oh, it was just that I spoke to the tailor's son. I called off the entire arrangement." "That must have been difficult," Sarah said softly, laying a hand on her sister's arm. "I thought you said the issue at hand was something unrelated to the tailor visit." Lucille shook her head, forced a smile. "Did I say that? I'm sure I don't know what I meant." "It must have been very unsettling indeed," Sarah said slowly. Lucille could see that her witty sister was not quite buying the ruse, so she dropped her head onto her sister's shoulder and let the tears she'd kept pent up flow freely at last. A few moments passed in silence, after which Sarah murmured, There. I'm sorry for asking too many questions. I know that must have been a trial, and it is good that the trial is now behind you." "It is behind me," Lucille said softly, hoping Sarah's test would soon be over as well.
Chapter 24. Weeks passed, and Sarah heard nothing from Augustus at all. It was unprecedented since the arrangement had begun, and she wasn't sure what could have caused it. After the first week of silence, she turned to the tactics that had worked in the past, attending balls and social gatherings in an effort to run into him in some setting or other. Nothing suited. It seemed that whatever madness had driven Augustus Sutton to step back into society a month ago had finally been cured. He was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't the only odd circumstance. Lucille, who was usually so placid, seemed to shrink from Sarah's company. She left the room with an apologetic curtsy whenever Sarah appeared, and she complained of menial headaches and exhaustion to avoid group meals. It was as though she was turning fully into Marianne at last, and it worried Sarah more than she could say. Still, the long history of silence and tend to one's own garden that had been fostered in the Lockridge halls prevailed, and for the present moment, Sarah asked no questions she didn't want the answer to. Near the end of the second week, Sarah found herself eating with both Edmund and her father. Lucille had chosen to take her meals like Marianne, isolated in her upstairs bedroom. Ordinarily, Sarah would have pretended some excuse or other to escape the company of her brother and father. But a thought crossed her mind, and at the last minute, she chose to stay. "A quiet party we are tonight," Edgar said a few minutes into the thin pea soup set before him at the start of the meal. "This is why I so often choose to take my meals in town, you know. There is absolutely nothing to occupy a man's intellect in his own home. Perhaps you can tell me of which you wish to speak, and I can oblige you," Sarah said, forgetting, for a moment, the facade she had been working so hard to foster in recent weeks. Edgar stopped with the spoon a few inches from his lips and nearly choked. "My, Lucille," he said after a moment's pause, "you are certainly still on the cusp of chasing down your sister's legacy. If I wish to discuss something, I will, of course, turn to your brother firstly." As if on cue, he swiveled in his chair, finished the spoonful of soup, and then said to Edmund, "Have you any thoughts about the recent economic crisis in Ireland?" Edmund licked his lips nervously, and Sarah felt almost sorry for him. "I haven't been following it very closely," he said at last. "I'm not sure I can offer an educated opinion." "2 points of interest," Edgar intoned with a sinister smile on his lips. "Firstly, you must never admit to not following a subject that you don't understand. It shows excessive weakness in the political realm. Secondly, in the case of Ireland, you need never keep up on current events. The safe and only correct response to any foray in conversation regarding that greening annoyance of a continent is to state quickly and clearly that the red-headed mongrels are at it again. Any proper Englishman will agree with you and feel you understand the situation justly. Were the red-headed mongrels much of a problem before the British brutalised their women and children in an unwanted colonisation, father?" Sarah asked. She made an effort to keep all hint of wit out of her voice, and to ask the question like an innocent little lady, with nothing between her ears but confusion. Edgar rolled his eyes. "Somebody's been reading Irish poetry again," he said. "You must stay away from those romantic notions your sister indulges. There's no room in the practical man's repertoire for questions of sentiment. Is it a matter of sentiment, or is it a matter of history?" It was Edmund interjecting, his voice distant and inquisitive like Sarah's, but she heard in it an edge of stifled intelligence. Edgar swivelled again and narrowed his eyes in his son's direction. "What nonsense have you two been reading?" he snapped. Sarah blinked slowly and took a slow sip of her soup. "Oh, how silly, father," she said at last. "You know there's no use in girls reading." She risked a glance across the table and saw to her surprise that Edmund was stifling a smile. Edgar,
possibly underestimating his daughter, seemed not to notice their shared joke. Instead, he frowned and tore off a piece of the roll sitting at his right hand. "This is why I prefer to eat at the club," he said shortly. Sarah cleared her throat. He'd reminded her of the reason why she'd undergone to have dinner with two such insufferable gentlemen. "Father?" she asked as innocently as she could manage. "Have you heard from the Duke of Whitehall lately? I haven't had much communication with him as of late, and I'm half afraid something has happened to him." Edgar's chin set into a hard little smile. It was the smile of someone who considered himself a well-fought victor, and it disgusted Sarah. He finished his roll and waved for the footman to bring the next course. "Of course I've heard from the Duke," he said shortly. "We work together in the House of Lords every day, Lucille. What do you think? He's taken a sabbatical from his duties just because he's set to marry you." For the first time, Sarah felt genuinely hurt by the Duke's silence. Up until now, she realised, she'd been making excuses for him. Perhaps he was away on holiday in the north of England, perhaps he was ill, perhaps he was taking a brief sabbatical from the House of Lords to focus on his private estate. But no, he'd been going about his business as usual. He wasn't keeping himself from the rest of London. He was only keeping himself from her. "Oh," she said, stumbling over her own thoughts in what was inadvertently a perfect impression of Lucille. "I had only thought—" "Odd of you to ask," Edgar said. "Surely you would have been in some manner of communication with the man, considering the situation you are both in at present." "Right," Edmund teased from across the table. "Love letters. Haven't you had any of those?" Sarah blushed, thinking of the letter she'd tucked into the book upstairs, the one Augustus had written her promising to erase his erroneous first impression and supplant a more pleasant memory in its place. Perhaps it wasn't exactly a love letter, but she had a feeling it was the closest to one that she would get from Lord Whitehall at present. Before she could answer, however, her father interjected with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Oh, don't be nauseating," he said sharply. "Edmund, your sister is going through with a business arrangement that I orchestrated. There is no use in her pretending to yearn after Lord Whitehall's letters any more than she really does, which is not at all. He's a bore and an idiot at best, and since she'll be chained to him for life very soon, she might as well accept both facts now." Sarah was shocked, but it was almost gratifying to hear Edmund's audible gasp. "Father," he began, "if you really think that—" "Edmund, no." Sarah didn't know what was encouraging Edgar Lockridge's prodigy to stand up to the monster at last, but even she could see that any show of defiance would result in evisceration at this point. It was not the time. She turned to her father and affected a limp smile. "Father, I actually am rather fond of Lord Whitehall. He is a kind man, and very gentle. I like that he cares for the poor, and I know he has had a sad past." "Cares for the poor? Bah!" Edgar slammed his knife down, burying it in the hunk of mutton on his plate. "That man is just as bad as those of us who are openly pursuing our own interests. Worse, because he hides behind his bleeding heart. He should just admit to wanting things his own way and stop making the rest of us feel bad for wanting ours. There is no way a daughter of mine could actually fall in love with a man like that. The best I can hope for is blind obedience, and that, my dear Lucille, is why I chose you." Sarah barely lasted through the rest of the dinner. She wanted to give the ruse up then and there. She fantasized about how she would do it. Perhaps she would stand coldly and tell her father that she was, after all, Sarah, and that his whole plan had gone awry. Perhaps she would storm out of the room screaming that she would marry Augustus and turn his will against Edgar's. But no, all those scenarios ended with Edgar Lockridge having the upper hand. As long as Sarah kept her secret,
She at least disallowed him that most familiar of privileges. She walked upstairs to her study when the meal was finished and pulled out paper and a pen from her desk. One thing she'd learned for certain during the insulting dinner: Augustus Sutton was not ill or missing. He simply had chosen for some reason to remain distant. It hurt Sarah more than she wanted to admit, and confused her nonetheless. Still, she tried to give him the benefit of the doubt one last time. She read and reread the letter she wrote to him, only folding it up when she was confident that it contained no hint of her annoyance. "Lord Whitehall," she had written. "It has been some time since we met or spoke, and I confess the loss of your companionship has been a sad thing to bear indeed. I can only imagine that your silence is owing to some personal mountain that you are tackling, and for that reason I was reluctant to send this missive. I have no desire to distract you from an important object. If, however, your silence has been owing to some offence given by me, please alert me to the wrongdoing at once so I can rectify it. Sincerely, Miss Lockridge." The first time she'd written Sarah by accident, but she crumpled that piece of paper at once and finished the letter with the safest signature. She folded it carefully, tiptoeing downstairs to bypass the chance of her father intercepting the messenger on the way out, and gave the note directly to the butler. He took it with a frown on his face. "Miss Lucille," he said, "shall I wait for a response?" "He may take some time to respond," she said hopefully. "No need to wait, but if he does send a note back, it would be best if you took it directly to me." Here was the risk, trusting someone to understand the danger her father posed to honest communication. The man's eyes looked gentle and worried. "There should be no need to inform anyone else, Miss Lucille," he said at last. Sarah hurried back upstairs, thanking heaven that Lucille had done more with her sweet nature to win over the household staff as a child than Sarah had ever done. It was the last day of the third week when a letter finally came in response. The butler didn't have a chance to hand it directly to Sarah, but she found it tucked under her pillow when she lay down that night, with a scribbled note that said, "For my lady's eyes only." She saw Augustus's handwriting at once and ripped the letter open without ceremony. Her heart sank before she ever even read the words. There were only a few lines on the paper, and no love note would be so curt. She looked up, drew a deep breath, and then began to read. "Miss Lockridge," he wrote, "at our last meeting, you mentioned a secret of some importance that you wished to convey to me. By a stroke of fate, I have discovered the root of your lies for myself, and I assure you there will be no need for you now to add to the confusion with an explanation of your own. I will, of course, be seeking more than ever to find a way out of this sham of a union that your father arranged, a union that has been abhorrent to me from the start, and you need not fear that once I have done so, we will never again be forced to cross paths. Lord Whitehall." All the air left Sarah's lungs at once. She felt a shiver of confusion run down her spine at the cold and untouchable tone of the letter. Each sentence seemed crafted like an arrow from a quiver to fall directly into her heart and destroy her hope. "By a stroke of fate, I have discovered the root of your lies for myself." What could he mean? How was it possible that he had determined her and Lucille's deception? She was baffled, but yet she had to admit that he had been utterly clear. He had learned of her lie, and he despised her for it. The last sentence cut the deepest. He took care to let her know that not only would he end the marriage, but that from the beginning he had abhorred the thought of being tied to her for eternity. She had thought, foolish girl that she was, that he was softening to the idea of their union. How wrong she had been. More than anything, she hated how final he was about the prospect of never seeing her again, and never hearing her explanation. He would leave her reputation exactly as he now perceived it, without any chance for her to redeem herself or prove herself not a liar, simply because she was not Lucille. It seemed ludicrous, and yet, at the same time, Sarah had learned enough over the years to understand the good thing she'd hoped for in the last few weeks was a mirage. Real life disappointed you. Real life would never leave you happy in the arms of the man you were falling for. Sarah let the letter fall to the floor and crawled up to her pillow, not even moving under the comforter for warmth. She blew out her candle, feeling the darkness around her like the only protection she had left, and indulged just once in a swell of tears until sleep stole her at last. Chapter 25. Her letter was an insult, an intoxicating insult that ran over and over again in his mind long after he wished it gone. But an insult all the same. Augustus wanted to be rid of her, but every time he allowed his mind to drift to matters of state or into the realms of blissful sleep, he found that she'd replaced Letty in his subconscious. She was always as he'd last seen her, back to him, telling some poor tailor that she didn't want to marry him, Augustus Sutton, that she didn't love him and couldn't. He wanted to reach through that curtain in his mind and rip the tailor away from her, show her how small and unimportant he was compared to her intended. Sometimes he simply wanted her to turn in the mirror and see the man she betrayed. Sometimes he wanted to see her ruined and her father with her. She had no right to keep a paramour on the side, not while engaged to an honourable man. He began to hate his passivity in the entire affair, more even than the mental image of her with another man. He could not imagine how he, Augustus Sutton, had come to a place where a man as weasel-like as Edgar Lockridge could hold him at bay with a bit of blackmail. It was unheard of. The Whitehall name was polluted by Lockridge's bit of intrigue, yes, but it was also polluted by Augustus's cowardice. It was time to fight back, Augustus decided. He needed a way out of the engagement, and he needed it as soon as possible. As he'd stated in the hastily written letter to Lucille, he would not make any effort to see her again when the wedding was off, and that moment could not come soon enough. He got the idea for his salvation the next morning, when he opened the paper that had been laid beside his toast and soft-boiled egg. There was a story on the front, near the news of battle overseas, held up as though it was of equal importance. "Viscount's son dishonourably discharged from the Navy," the story title blared across the page. What followed was an insult to proper writing, but it was still engaging enough to capture Augustus's attention. The man was only gracing the annals of the Navy for a fortnight before the incident came to light, the article blared. Apparently, the gentleman had some untoward interactions with a native of the land where he was stationed, and when the news of this reached us, we went forth at once to discredit his name. After all, it is an insult to every man and woman of honourable blood in England that a young dandy, such as the Viscount Marbury's son, should be allowed to continue for even a minute in the service of the king. Some reputable members of Parliament were heard to say that while they found the news shocking, the man's reputation preceded him, and they cannot admit to even a shred of genuine surprise. Augustus grunted in private disgust and tossed the paper away from him onto the table. It landed and skittered a few inches, the offending article still turned face up to the reader. Augustus had never had time or energy to read the underbelly of London society sold as news in rags like this. It was unfitting and cruel. Many a worthy member of the House of Lords had been discredited by stories of such a nature. Edgar was attempting to do the same thing even now. Suddenly, the idea came to him. Augustus paused, his hand hovering over the butter knife, his eyes fixated on the newspaper. At first, he shook his head. "It's not like me," he said gruffly to himself in the empty room. There's no use in stooping to a monster's level. But the more he looked at the paper, the more he wondered, was there any other way to kill a monster than to get on eye level with it? If Edgar Lockridge wasn't going to fight fair, then his opponents shouldn't have to either. Augustus reached back across the table and felt the soft paper under his fingertips. It might just work. He stood up and walked into his study, leaving his meal cold and untouched. His desk was just as he'd left it after the letter to Lucille. Ink quill still poking out of the well, papers awry. He sat down and penned the address printed at the bottom of the newspaper onto the top of his letter. He waited for a moment, watching the ink dry from a shiny wet to a matte finish. He thought of Lucille as he'd last seen her, the back of her head and the mirror, and the disappointed, heartbroken tailor. He didn't have time to be disappointed and heartbroken. He had to take action, and he had to do it at once. "Dear editors," he began, writing before he could think better of it. "I know you will recognise my name at first glance and know that the Whitehall name is not one to be easily associated with scandal. You will also know that we are trustworthy sources in all matters, particularly ones relating to honour." He took a deep breath and poured himself a glass of sherry. It seared down his throat like fire and gave him the confidence he needed to continue. "I am not pleased to have to announce this to you, and I can only hope that you will take it as the anonymous tip that it is. I do not wish for my name to be held in connection with this story in any way, shape, or form. Still, I think it is the duty of the public to know the details of a family most well known in the press. You will have heard of the Earl of Huxley because of his frequent appearances in the House of Lords and his vocal platforms." Augustus tried to think of a good way to say the truth. In defence of the lifestyle of the upper class, he settled on at last. "I am sorry to say that same gentleman does not have what it takes to raise his daughter in the ways of what is good and noble. She has been carrying on for some time with a simple tailor in the lower markets. I can attest to this myself. Do with this information what you will. I will be happy to meet with you and corroborate any statement I have thus put forward." He reread the letter and then quickly copied it word for word onto another sheet. On the second sheet, he added a small inscription at the bottom. "Lockridge, consider this as good as sent if you don't let me out of our little arrangement." He dusted both letters with sand and then held them up side by side for a moment in the candlelight. It would do the trick, certainly. Lockridge knew the power of blackmail too well to ignore such an obvious position of power. He wouldn't risk all that he'd built for the sake of another pawn in the house. It should have been easy from here. The letter was written, the copy stowed away. Augustus knew that he had only to call for the messenger, and all his problems would be over. He would no longer have to marry Lucille. He would no longer be under Lord Huxley's thumb, and he would be free of the sword of Damocles that hung over his every movement. It was grimy, perhaps, but maybe that's what it took to be in politics in London these days. Bend to the opposition's level, and you might be able to do some good after all. But she was there in his mind's eye, and she would not leave. Lucille, and not the girl he'd seen reflected in the mirror weeks before. This was the Lucille he'd met at tea and in the garden and on the dance floor. This was the woman with the intense green eyes and the well-hidden wit who had stepped so gracefully into his life and brought such unexpected excitement and pleasure. She would never be his now, not after what he'd heard her say in the tailor's shop, even if he still wanted her, and his pride and fury would not allow him to admit such a thing to himself. There was no hope for the situation if she did not love him in return as she'd claimed. Still, knowing there was no future, Augustus found he couldn't move toward the door to call for the butler.
He could no longer imagine the victory the blackmail would bring over Edgar. He could only think of what it would do to Lucille. Lockridge would be ruined, yes, but so would his daughter. Augustus paced the room, trying to break free of his own conscience. Edgar would never have such qualms if the decision were his. That much had been adequately proven in recent months. Augustus reached out before he could think better of it and rang for the butler. The man appeared within minutes, a serious calm on his face as always, and stood at attention in the doorway. "Are you ready for your tea, Your Grace?" he intoned. Augustus swallowed. The letters felt massive in his hands. "I need you to take a message to Lord Huxley for me," he said slowly, as though testing his own cruelty. "The maid was going that way this afternoon to gather supplies for the evening meal," the butler said. "I can have her drop something off on her way." It was this, the practical details of the whole thing, that undid Augustus in the end. The idea of the maid delivering his manipulative letter as a part of her daily chores made the whole thing drastically real, and he saw the choice he'd made for what it was. One step closer to becoming Edgar Lockridge himself. He drew back from the butler. "Actually, I'm sorry to have wasted your time, but I've just reconsidered the message in question." The butler raised his eyebrow. "Your Grace?" "Yes, I forgot something. Perhaps another time." But as Augustus watched the servant leave the room, he knew deep in his heart that there would not be another time. He waited until the door was closed and he was alone again. And then he walked to the fireplace, balled both notes up in one fist, and dropped them into the flames. Chapter 26. Sarah woke the next morning with the ache of shed tears in her eyes and a whispering sensation of loss in her heart. She rolled over and saw that the maid must have already come in to draw the shades. A shaft of warm light fell across the bedspread, and she saw there the letter she'd fallen asleep beside the night before. She lay still for many moments, just watching the piece of paper as though it were a creature prepared to pounce. Then she blinked, sat up, and gave a shallow sigh. A small part of her wanted to stay in that bed all day soaking in her misery, but Sarah knew she didn't have the stomach for that sort of depression. She needed to move, to do something. She was not silly enough to think that she had a chance with Augustus after he'd learned of her and Lucille's deception, but she still felt she owed him something. The only thing she knew for certain that he needed was a way out from under her father's thumb, and that was one thing she could at least attempt to solve. She slipped out of bed, dressed quickly in a simple white shift the maid had laid out the night before, and sat before her mirror to tend to her face. Her eyes were puffy from her tears the night before, but after she soaked them in the icy washwater and let them rest, they looked a little better. She knew she looked wan and tired, but that kind of expression would only convince onlookers that she was Lucille. She tied her hair in a simple braid and slipped downstairs. Lucille was the first person to find her in the parlour. "Sister," she said, using the safe greeting they'd agreed on when they weren't certain who might be listening. "You look as though you slept ill last night. Are you quite all right?" Sarah pursed her lips. With everything Lucille was dealing with, including the heartbreak with the tailor and the confusion surrounding Lord Crowan, she was not about to put her problems on her sister's shoulders. "I'm quite well," she said calmly, "just a bit under the weather." Lucille looked like she was about to press further, but before she could do so, Marianne walked into the room, still more like a phantom than a woman, but making one of those appearances she'd been attempting daily since her conversation with Sarah. "Girls," she said softly. Her eyes fell on Sarah. "You're well, daughter?" Sarah forced a smile. "Quite well, just under the wheat." As if on cue, Edmund appeared in the doorway with his hat and cloak in hand, as though he was about to go out. He opened his mouth as though to ask a question, and Sarah, fearing that it would be another inquiry about her red-rimmed eyes and pale complexion, leapt to her feet. "But I am going out," she said, interrupting herself. "This morning. I'm sorry I can't stay to speak further." "Where are you going?" Edmund asked suspiciously. "Perhaps I can take you." "I don't wish to ride," Sarah said, still unsure of her destination. "Some fresh air will do me good." She bustled past him to the doorway, curtsied to her mystified mother and sister, and made for the foyer. Edmund followed at a respectful distance, but when she took a shawl down from the hook and spun it around her shoulders, he spoke. "Lucille, you seem out of sorts today. You're not going back to the tailor's, are you? Sarah was there last week for the first time in years, and something seemed to have upset her." It was unlike him to care about what did or didn't upset his sisters, but Sarah bit back her retort and, keeping her head down, merely said, "No, I've no need of a tailor today." Edmund stood as though expecting more, but when she didn't offer up any further details, he walked past her with a curt bow and headed toward the stables. Sarah went the opposite direction, not even waiting for her bonnet and gloves, but hurrying alone along the lane away from her father's house and to the street beyond. She didn't know where she was headed when she turned towards the west. She didn't know where she wished to go when she cut into the elegant neighbourhood near the park. But when she found herself standing in front of the dark and imposing mansion of Lord Crowan, she realised that it had been her destination all along. She looked either way, and seeing that her arrival had not drawn any undue attention, rushed up the marble steps and knocked on the door. A footman opened the door and peered down at her with an imperious gaze. "Madam?" Sarah looked behind her and saw that the lane was still clear. "Please, may I come in? I need to speak to Lord Crowan on most urgent business." The footman blocked entry, and Sarah keenly felt how every subsequent moment in the street exposed her and Lucille to the possibility of ridicule for association with Reginald. "I'm sorry," the servant said coolly, "but Lord Crowan is leaving shortly on business. Colin, you can of course show Miss Lockridge in." Sarah saw him then, standing just in sight on the landing behind the footman. Lord Crowan's face was concealed by shadow, but he'd frozen in place with his hand still on the banister. The footman gave a little sigh of annoyance and then stepped aside to clear the way for Sarah. She ducked inside, clinging to the shawl around her and wondering how long her brazen courage would last. "Lord Crowan, thank you for seeing me." "Oh," he said, when she stepped out of the doorway and into his full view. "It's you." Sarah felt the crumb of annoyance grow inside of her at Reginald's obvious disappointment. "I know you would prefer to see my sister," she said, unable to keep the curt edge out of her tone. "But perhaps you can set aside your own interests long enough to discuss a matter of some importance with me." "I'm very busy," he said, walking down the staircase and holding out his hand for the footman to give him a hat and cloak. "Heading out right now on very important business." "A moment ago," Sarah said, gathering her courage, "when you thought that I was Lucille, you were more than happy to set aside your menial concerns and engage with me." Reginald paused very close to Sarah, and when he looked down at her, there was steel in his eyes. "I do not think I have to explain to you, of all people, why I show preferential treatment to your sister. I will also not apologise for it." He turned to go, but Sarah reached out quite suddenly and seized his arm. "Please," he sighed. "Miss Lockridge, just a moment, please. You can see that I came to your place of residence, that I forewent the usual mores that would take time to reconnect at Lady Weatherton's, that this matters deeply to me." He turned and set his hat aside. "I see all those things, yes. although you should know the subterfuge surrounding a meeting with Lady Weatherton was for your benefit, not mine. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and she saw the hint of a fox in him yet again. My reputation is not exactly what a young lady would wish. I have no interest in your reputation, she answered briefly, raising her chin, but I would be more comfortable having this conversation in your parlour. She cast a glance at the nearby, listening footman. Reginald followed her glance and, taking her hint, led her down the hall and around the corner and into the parlour. He held out a hand, directing her to a nearby settee, and she sat accordingly, crossing her legs nervously at the ankles. He sat opposite her, and she noticed with a feeling of relief that he left the door open to preserve appearances, even in his own household. "Go on, then," he prodded. "Tell me why you braved the tongues of society to visit me here on my own grounds." Sarah swallowed. "You have had your answer from Lucille," she began nervously. "She has agreed to your terms as long as your marriage comes after mine and Lord Whitehall's." "Yes," he said, clearly waiting for new information. "And yet you have done nothing to tell me what I need to know about Lord Whitehall's secrets and his past. You have only hinted at riddles, as you always before did, and I have no patience for such manipulation. I have come here today to demand once and for all what my father has against my intended that is so incriminating." "Interesting," he said slowly, laying aside his cane and crossing his long, slender white fingers in front of him. "You came on foot to my house, did you not?" Sarah frowned. "I'm not sure what relevance that fact has at present." "And you are wearing only a thin shawl." He pressed on as though he hadn't heard her. "I could feel, even through the door, that there is a chill in the air today, and even if you claimed a certain amount of fortitude in the elements, you cannot account for having gone out on a journey bareheaded." "My attire is in no way relevant to a basic discussion of Lord Whitehall's past and my father's blackmail," Sarah snapped. "And you've been crying." At this, Sarah looked up and met Reginald's eyes with a fierce glare. He had no right. She opened her mouth to complain, but before she could get the words out, he raised his hand to silence her. "Forgive me if that offends you," he said coolly. "Ordinarily, I would not commit the social faux pas of admitting to a woman that I could see her distress, but before now, you have always made it clear that honesty and directness are of paramount importance. I only assumed the same was true today." She shut her mouth and felt a hot blush mount her cheeks. "And what of it? I only find it interesting that you left your own home in such a manner of distress that you forgot a bonnet and cloak. It tells me that this renewed passion for the truth about Lord Whitehall has an emotional element at its root." Sarah looked up at Reginald and felt again that stirring of frustration that she'd had on occasion since she'd met him at Lady Weatherton's the first time. He had no right to be so incisive. It felt indecent to gather all this information from her body language and her attire when she hadn't given him the courtesy of telling him herself. "You may find such menial matters interesting," she said after a cold moment, "but I do not wish to discuss them further. Let us stay focused on the matter at hand and be no more pulled aside by things that don't concern the situation." "We can agree to disagree on that point," Reginald said quickly, affecting a yawn. "Tell me what you know of him." Sarah took a deep breath. "As long as you are priding yourself on your direct manner, I shall do the same. I need an answer, and I need it now." "Did he spurn you or something?" Reginald raised his eyebrows. "Is it possible?" Sarah felt the hot tears building up behind her eyelids again, and she hated Reginald for manipulating her into such an open show of frustration. She took a slow breath and stood. He mimicked her out of societal deference alone.
You're leaving? He asked, almost surprised.
I came for one bit of information and one bit only, she said brusquely. If you are only planning to sit here and mock me, then I am afraid I cannot humour you.
He looked taken aback. Don't take it so personally, my lady, he began. Then, seeing her move towards the door, he added quickly, I will tell you what I know. She stopped, watching him with silent eyes. I will admit to not knowing the specifics of your father's letter, Reginald began with a shrug. You may believe me or not, but I can assure you that I never had a hand in the correspondence. I can tell you that there is only one matter in Lord Whitehall's past that would pose any such opening to a blackmailing scoundrel such as Edgar Lockridge. He paused and raised his eyebrows. No intended offence. Sarah resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She knew her father's reputation, and she'd experienced his manipulation firsthand. She was not surprised that he had an enemy in Reginald, as well as Augustus. Go on, she said softly. There was an incident years ago, Reginald said, the death of a baron's son named Isaac Caney. Lord Whitehall was involved. Connected would, perhaps, be a better word, he said slowly. I suggest you start with Caney's family history. There's an obituary and some stories about the incident that ran briefly in the older editions of the Herald. Here. He paused and, turning to the nearby table, scribbled a few words and an address on a scrap of paper. There's my contact at the papers. If you give him my name, he'll gather up what he has on the Caney matter and give it to you to read over. Sarah took it slowly, uncertain how to respond to this wiser, quieter side of the fox-like lord. Thank you. He looked almost embarrassed. I didn't mean to mock. It's in my nature. Sarah drew her shawl tighter around her and gave a small, polite curtsy. As she skittered away from his mansion down the street, she knew in her heart that he'd written down that address not for her benefit, but for Lucille's. Chapter 27. The House of Lords was a disaster again when the meeting resumed on Tuesday, and it took all of Augustus's control for him to keep his temper in the face of the ridicule and selfishness surrounding him on all sides. The thing that bothered him the most was the realization that many of the men were actually good gentlemen who would have hated to see their biased laws hurting the downtrodden, but when everything was presented by Edgar on the floor, it came out sounding like all laws in favour of the poor were a threat to the livelihood and tradition of the rich. If you are always going to prioritise the families in your villages, he said at one point, with a narrowing of his weasel eyes, then you ought to look to your own quarters. You're choosing what's best for other strangers over what's best for your own sons and daughters. Augustus wanted to stand up in defence against this, to point out that the logic was flawed and that the sons and daughters of the wealthy were not going to lose everything because a candle tax was lowered. Still, whenever he felt ready to speak out, he glanced across the room and met the conniving stare of Edgar Lockridge. The man knew that he had Augustus right where he wanted him, and it was all too clear that as things stood presently, there was nothing Augustus could do about it. When the house finally took a recess for lunch, Augustus filed out with the rest of the crowd. He saw his dissatisfaction and confusion reflected on some of the other faces in his vicinity and wondered exactly what blackmail Edgar might have in his pocket for the other members of the House of Lords. It was clear that Augustus wasn't the only one fighting with his conscience. He was going to sit outside with a cigar and ruminate, but when he'd settled against one of the marble pillars, he felt a hand on his arm and turned to see Reginald near at hand. Lord Crowan, he said, clearing his throat. Come have a meal with me at the pub across the way, Reginald said. It was an order, not a request, and it rubbed Augustus the wrong way. I think I'll stay here today, he answered curtly. To brood, Reginald gave a hoarse little laugh. No, good man, I'll have none of that. I can see you wish to speak about something, and I am, as always, a reliable listening ear. Augustus wasn't sure how reliable Reginald was. The man was still an enigma to him, and a manipulative one at that. But he couldn't deny that all the trouble with Lucille and Edgar was weighing more and more firmly against his shoulders, and he wanted to be free of at least some of it. Just one meal, he said, starting across the street with Reginald close behind. They took up a seat in the hidden alcove of the pub, a place Augustus had never personally sat, but had witnessed Reginald overtake on more than one occasion. He would have been sitting at the bar in the past, eating some stew and watching as Reginald made his secret deals behind the screen. Now he was the one going into the private place of conversation. Reginald raised a hand to catch the barmaid's attention as they went back. 2 plates of corned beef and a mug of ale, he said curtly. I won't be drinking. Augustus answered dourly. It's not for you, mate, Reginald said with a smile, sliding into the alcove and leaning his cane against the tinted window nearby. So, what's on your mind? You can see what he's doing in there, can't you? Augustus shrugged. He's using lies and deceit, and even, heaven forbid, patriotism to line his own pockets. He's using love of family, and I know for a fact that he shows no such care to his own kin. It's gratuitous, and it has to stop. But if I'm not mistaken, you're going to be in a position to make it all stop sooner rather than later, Reginald said, raising one long, dark eyebrow. Aren't you going to have his pretty little daughter under your influence? Augustus felt the bile of frustration rise in his throat. Let's not speak of her, he said sourly. Oh, is there trouble in paradise? The barmaid returned and slid the ale across the table, following it up with the beef and greens and a plate of hard rye bread. Anything else? She asked with a wink. Augustus looked away from her direct manner, but Reginald turned his gaze on her as casually as if they were men sharing a conversation in the billiards room. No, thank you, Mary, he said. She walked away disappointed, and Reginald pulled out his knife and cut into the meat. Eat, he said after a moment, nodding to Augustus's plate. It's good. Augustus took a bite. It was good, but his heart wasn't in it. After a few bites and a swig of ale, Reginald wiped his mouth and gave a sly smile in Augustus's direction. So, you are having second thoughts about the weasel's daughter, are you? He asked. I don't like to hear you speaking of her, Augustus said, before he thought better of it. When Reginald's eyebrows raised again in amusement, he added quickly, But no, it's not exactly that I'm having second thoughts. I've just recently discovered what she is, and I no longer have a taste for marriage. Reginald waved his knife. Go on. Augustus took a deep breath. I saw her a few weeks ago, as one does with a fiancé. She was at a tailor's shop on the mercantile side of London, a simple tailor. Women buy dresses. She was speaking to him in a private place. Augustus felt uncomfortable with this part of the story. I heard them talking from behind the curtain while I stood in the shop. I heard her tell him that she was going to marry another and she couldn't be with him. She said that she didn't love the other man she was going to marry, but that she knew she couldn't be with the tailor. There was a glint in Reginald's eyes that he couldn't understand. The man took another bite, chewed slowly, and then said, Did she say her name during this exchange? Augustus frowned. Let's set aside the odd manner of that particular question at present. But no, she didn't. He paused. I know the tailor called her Lucille a few times. It felt somehow sacrilegious to say her name in this pub across from a man of such confusing motivations, but he spoke before he'd considered.
The glint had intensified. He called her Lucille in private.
That's her name.
This digression was beginning to grow frustrating. Yes. Reginald paused for a moment, tapped his knife thoughtfully against the plate, then waved it at Augustus again. And so then, what happened? What do you mean? Augustus almost laughed at the circular nature of the other man's questions. I told you everything. She said a few more things in that vein, said she would have loved to be with him, but it was impossible. Something about not knowing the man she was engaged to. And then I left. I think the tailor saw me, but I know that Lucille didn't. At last, Reginald laid down his fork. And you think this means you cannot marry her? I thought. Augustus paused. I know you will think it weak of me, especially considering how every relationship you're in is a way to further your position politically. He was saying too much, but pressed on before he lost his nerve. I thought that she genuinely cared for me. She said some things that hinted at as much, and though it was all new and strange, I believe we had built a sort of rapport. There was something hidden in Reginald's eyes. You must think of it from her perspective, he said softly. A girl like that, who is in love with another man, even a man as poor as a tailor, cannot be expected to switch her affections immediately to the gentleman she's engaged to. Things like this take time, and just because she doesn't love you now doesn't mean... He paused, and there was a real look of pain in his eyes. That she can't love you later. The way you speak, a man might almost be tempted to believe you cared for someone yourself. Augustus had meant to tease his companion, to lighten the conversation and shift the spotlight from his own woes, but he saw a shadow on Reginald's face, and he knew he'd touched a real place in the charlatan's heart. Reginald stared at him for a moment in silence, and when he spoke, his voice was full of flint again. You're going to end everything with Lucille because you think you've discovered a place in her heart that belongs to another man. I think she's been carrying on with him for the entirety of our courtship, Augustus said harshly. Yes, I am ending things. I already have, if you care for the details. I sent her a letter only a few days past. A look of understanding crossed Reginald's face, and when he spoke, Augustus had the distinct impression he was reacting, not choreographing, his answer. You're an absolute idiot. The words hung between them, harsh and confusing. Augustus set down his fork. Pardon me? You heard me. Reginald dropped his head, stirring his greens aimlessly with the point of his knife. Augustus felt the old temper building inside of him. If you have something to say, he said through clenched teeth, why don't you just come out and say what you mean for once? You pride yourself on keeping your own counsel, and yet you play with our motivations by hinting at things that may or may not be true. Watch yourself, Whitehall. Augustus tightened his fist around the edge of the table. Speak plainly, Barrington, he said coolly, before we have a problem. The darkness fell away from Reginald's face as soon as it had come, and Augustus knew he'd given up the upper hand. Reginald shrugged, affecting the same calm indifference that he had always had before. I know you want information, he said, and that suits me, but information costs something. If you are willing to pay for what you desire to know, then I can turn into a nightingale of secrets right now. Augustus stared at him for a long time. He knew so little about the man who sat across from him, and yet he was sure that Reginald had more of a heart than he let on. If he had enough compassion to be moved to love as he'd betrayed earlier, then he must have enough compassion to want to help someone in need. Still, his face was immobile. After a moment's pause, Augustus turned back to his food. Is that a no? Reginald asked,
Augustus chewed and swallowed. I will not try to escape one manipulator by turning to another, he said at last. Chapter 28. The man at the front desk of the Herald looked surprised when the daughter of the Earl of Lockridge appeared in the office early the next morning. Sarah had dressed the part of Lucille as usual, tying back her hair in a pink ribbon, and wearing a soft white gown and pale blue cloak to look as unintimidating as possible. She walked inside with her head down and waited quietly until the secretary raised his head and caught sight of her. "My lady," he said, "how can I assist you?" There was an edge of mocking in his voice, and Sarah thought she knew why. The only time ladies of high regard were found in places like this was when they feared that regard was going to be removed from them by means of public opinion. A scandalous story about their past, rumours of an untoward love affair, and the women always came crawling to pay the bribe required. It made Sarah furious, but Lucille would not have noticed or cared. Sarah kept her face sweet and gentle and ventured a few steps forward. "I heard that you have archives here, stories that were written years ago that I could look through for a personal research project. You, a lady." His question was laced with more than just mockery. There was a note of shock in his tone. "What could you be researching?" Sarah had thought about this already and had come up with the only sort of project a young lady could be expected to entertain. "My family history. I'm compiling it as a gift to my father to show him our lineage and the impact we've had on England through the years." She tried to keep her tone light, unhurried, shy. "Of course, we have the family Bible and some personal documents, but I wanted to see some of the public information through the ages." A Lockridge family history. The secretary raised his eyebrows, and Sarah thought she could guess what he was thinking. What a bloody thing that must be. "I don't have time to go looking for references to your father's house." "I wouldn't expect that," she said quickly. "Just show me the records and I'll look myself." He looked her up and down again and then shrugged. "If you don't mind, it could take days for you to even find a single mention." He had already decided to allow her entrance. Sarah could see as much in his apathy and the tone of his voice. She ventured a little smile. "What else do I have to do with my days?" She knew from years as Edgar Lockridge's daughter that men always assumed women had too much time on their hands. Best to fall back on that misconception and let it work for her benefit. It worked. The man shrugged again and stood up, fishing a key out of his pocket. "The writers are upstairs with the editor at present, but they may come down later to do research." "That will not disturb me." Sarah forced the innocent and shy smile again. "After all, I'm trespassing on your territory, not the other way around." The secretary walked down a hall to their right and then stopped at a door at the far end. He used one of the keys to open the door and then showed her inside. At first glance, it looked like a library, dark and shadowed, with only the light of a few lanterns and no windows. When Sarah's eyes adjusted, she saw that the room contained row upon row of shelves, each with boxes dated and numbered. There were only a few real books, and these were on the highest shelves. She took a deep breath and tried to feel optimistic. "No need to stay with me." She gave the secretary a little smile. "Like you said, this could take some time." He nodded and retreated, leaving her another candle to light her way. Sarah let out a sigh of relief when she was alone again. She made her way quietly through the room to the nearest date and then worked backwards a few years to the general time frame Reginald had mentioned. There were more than a day's worth of boxes on the 3 stacks she knew she would have to peruse, but she had to start somewhere. Her fingers shaking, she slipped the candle atop the nearest desk and pulled the first box out. Her hands sorted through the files one by one, pulling out the clippings and holding them gingerly up to the light before putting them back in place. Apparently, the Herald's history of ruining wealthy families and exposing the underbelly of high society went back a long way. In conjunction with stories about wars and famines and politics, there were multiple revelatory pieces about this family or that, embroiled in one dramatic scandal after another. They all raised a foul taste in Sarah's mouth, and when she'd skimmed each enough to know Augustus was not involved, she quickly put them back. She stayed until the candle ran out, and then resolved to come back in the morning. 4 days of searching, and still nothing. Sarah almost didn't go back on the 5th day, but when she considered the possibility of staying trapped at home with no way of helping make amends to Augustus, she found herself walking yet again to the newspaper office. The secretary was familiar enough with her now that when she came in the front door, he looked up wordlessly and handed her the set of keys. She took a candle and made her way back to the records room, but when she arrived, the door was already unlocked and someone was inside. It was a small, rotund, older gentleman with balding hair and a pipe. He was perched by the fireside, his eyes on the door, and when Sarah came in, he climbed to his feet and gave an awkward little bow. "I was expecting you, Miss Lockridge," he said, grunting the words around the stem of his pipe. "Lord Crowan told me you would be coming. Why did you not look for me earlier? I might have been able to hasten your search." Sarah realised with a start that this must be the inside contact that Reginald had mentioned when he first sent her to the newspaper office. The answer to the little man's question was also the reason she now felt a little chill run down her spine. She'd avoided finding this elusive contact for 2 reasons. Firstly, she wasn't sure that she completely trusted Reginald, and secondly, she wanted as few people as possible to know that she was sorting through the records room. Her father had eyes and ears everywhere too, just like Reginald, and he could have bought the loyalty of one of these newspaper men just as easily. All this flew through her head in a moment, and she curtsied silently to hide her confusion. "You are doubtful, of course." The man waddled forward and finally removed the pipe from between his lips. "Don't worry, I don't have any questions to ask you, or any story I want to use to bleed your family dry." It was a harsh and unusual way to speak to a lady of high society, and at first, Sarah felt she ought to take offence. On second thought, it was refreshing. "Then how can I help you, sir?" she asked at last, hoping the question was as non-committal as it was shy. "I was told to help you, not the other way around," he said with a little laugh that somewhat reminded her of a squirrel. "You've given this task quite a bit of your energies as of late, but I'm relieved to let you know that you needn't spend more than another day in searching. You've been looking in the wrong place for what you desire." Did I have the date incorrect? Sarah's eagerness for the truth took over her desire to be coy in an instant. "Not exactly." He turned and crossed to the far end of the room, pulling back a curtain covering another set of boxes, and waving Sarah over where she could see. "You had the date right, but you were looking in the published stories. This is all our background information, including, relevant to you, already completed stories that never went to print. If you look under the same general time period here, you should find what you need." Sarah nodded, her curiosity piqued, but when she came to stand beside the informer, he levelled her with a stern gaze. "You're not the only one with secrets here," he said. "Can I have your word you won't expose some poor family unwittingly?" That was a little too self-righteous for Sarah to stomach, and she turned a sarcastic look on her little acquaintance. "I think that's really your line of work, isn't it?
To her surprise, the man didn't take offence. Instead, he gave another squirrel-like chuckle and then backed away from her. "I'll take my leave of you then. I wish you the best, my lady, and if Lord Crowan asks, tell him I was of assistance. It will serve me well in the future." He gave a comical little bow and was gone as quickly as he had come. Sarah shook her head in amazement and then, setting her candle aside, set to work again. It was a far different task this time. Every article she held up to the light was pinned to another sheet of handwritten notes, and these proved to be even more interesting than the paper's rendition. Most had explanations for why the story never went to print, and most of these explanations involved some payout from the family. There were names Sarah recognised, and after reading the first few articles and compilations thoroughly, she felt a sort of grimy knowledge settling over her. She shook herself and put the papers back inside, vowing not to read anything else unless it had Augustus's name. Knowing all that she could know from these boxes was not the kind of wisdom she desired. She knew her father would be rubbing his hands with glee at all the power this room entailed, but she didn't want to be that kind of person. The candle was nearly a stub, when at last her fingers fell on something useful. She almost passed it over, for the name that first caught her eye was Sutton, and she was so familiar with the Duke of Whitehall, and even, in her own private thoughts, Augustus, that she almost didn't think to pull the article out. She unfolded it and read the note on top first. It was very simple, handwritten, one line: family pressure, payout, never went to print. What was it that was worth paying to cover up? She would at last find out. Fingers shaking, Sarah pushed the attached note aside and began to read. As she did, ice built in her veins. It wasn't a bastard child. It wasn't a romantic affair. It was something far worse. Sutton name connected with Caney murder investigation. We here at the Herald have written often in recent weeks about the terrible events surrounding Isaac Caney's mysterious death and possible murder. The constabulary staff of this city seem stumped indeed by the facts of the case, but we shall lay them before the public here, as is our public duty. A group of noblemen, many of whom you likely attend in your own homes and garden parties, were assembled 3 weeks past for a hunt. We will include a list of those present at the end of this account, but for purity's sake shall continue with the story here. There was some hint afterwards that wine and spirits had been taken at a party prior to the hunt, and therefore the facts of the case are less clear than they otherwise ought to be. What remains clear is that one Isaac Caney was shot and killed during the hunt. No one witnessed the death occur, or knows exactly who pulled the trigger. But after the events, one of the revellers, an Augustus Sutton, soon to be Lord of Whitehall, claimed responsibility for the act. As any man might imagine, the use of spirits would somewhat explain such an atrocious oversight. Nonetheless, Sutton appeared to be one of the only sober men in attendance, and therefore we must assume, as I hope the constables will eventually see, that he had murderous intent. At present it cannot be proved, but we hope in time that it will be. Sarah blinked away the shock blinding her eyes and flipped to the last page of the packet. There was the list of men in attendance, and as she ran her finger down the names, some of them familiar, some of them completely new to her, her gaze fell first on Augustus's, and then on one she had not expected to see. Reginald Barrington, the Duke of Crowan. A sort of calm understanding came over her, and she flipped the article back over and scanned the contents again to assure herself. She couldn't be certain of what had happened, but she had a suspicion that someone, her father perhaps, or one of his moles in the paper, had found this particular sensationalistic piece of writing in the archives and meant to slip it back into the paper now that Augustus's family was gone. Such a story appearing in the local paper would ruin his reputation.
and there was no way he would retain his respected position after a scandal involving murder, youthful intoxication, and a cover-up. Any businesses he had outside of Parliament would suffer as well. It would ruin him. But there was something about the way the story was written that gave Sarah one grain of hope. As dramatic as it seemed, as awful as the story of Isaac Caney looked, she knew even after reading the rag that Augustus hadn't done what the paper claimed he had. It only said that he had been one of the sober members and that he had claimed responsibility. From her knowledge of the man, that was exactly what he would do if he were protecting someone. When she had asked what her father had over his head, Augustus had answered that it was not his story to tell, and this queer language of claiming responsibility for something he didn't do lined up with that explanation. The presence of Lord Crowan's name among the attendees settled on Sarah with another jolt of understanding. Perhaps that was the connection after all. Maybe he had something to do with Isaac Caney's death, and Augustus was protecting him for some reason. Sarah thought suddenly about Lucille, gentle, lovely Lucille. What had the girl agreed to? Had she, attempting to help Sarah, ended up agreeing to marry a man much, much worse than Lord Whitehall would ever have been? She shook her head as though to clear it. Such worries were for another time. At the moment, she needed to decide what to do with the paper she had found. Her first instinct was to hold it to the candle flame and watch it burn to ash, but she knew in her heart that her father would have a copy somewhere in his possession if he was truly holding the story over Augustus's head. Burning this copy would only alert whatever mole Edgar had on the inside of the Herald that someone was on to him. Perhaps Edgar would grow worried and move his own copy to an even better hiding place. Sarah bit her lip and gently slid the story back into its place, putting the lid back on and putting the box carefully back in place. She had to get back to the house and find that copy. She wasn't sure how to get back into his office without being caught, especially after her discovery last time, but she had to try. If the copy wasn't there, she wasn't even certain where she should look. She turned to go, and as her eyes fell on the stacks one last time, another thought entirely came over her. "There is another way," she said aloud, her voice soft and startling in the silent room. The more she thought about it, the surer she felt. There was a way that she could save Augustus, but it would mean she had to make her father's word less credible. She could play Edgar's game, reveal one of his secrets so that society didn't believe him, and then no one would believe the word of a humiliated man. It might ruin more than him. She thought about Lucille's marriage prospects, and her own. The two girls wouldn't be untouchable if Edgar Lockridge was a ruined man, but maybe that sort of sabotage was required to reverse a cycle of blackmail and deceit. Sarah looked down at the dwindling candle with an ache of uncertainty in her heart. Maybe it had to be done, but she wasn't sure if she had the courage to risk everything for a man she knew didn't love her in return. Chapter 29. The worm of frustration that had been planted in that little tailor's shop had grown by the time Augustus showed up for his own engagement party a week later. He couldn't think of a way to cancel the festivities planned to take place in his own gardens without letting Edgar Lockridge know his plans to cancel the wedding. If Lockridge knew, the blackmail would be set into motion and the ruin would no longer be a sword of Damocles. It would already have fallen. Even knowing this, he couldn't bring himself to be involved to any extent in the preparations. And when Robbins came again and again to his door with questions about the whole affair, Augustus's answer was an increasingly surly direction to get out of his sight. "But, Your Grace, the servants have questions about what your personal desires are." "I have none." "Surely the lady herself." "The lady herself has no more interest in this sham of a marriage than I do. If you truly wanted to honour her, you'd hang every eve with black silk and put mourning wreaths on the doorway." It was over the top, he knew, but still,
Augustus felt his temper taking over, and for once, he made no effort to control it. After everything that he'd done, not just to survive this current crisis, but also to overcome the demons in his past, he found himself facing this last disappointment with Lucille as though it was the last straw. Something about losing her love, realizing, perhaps, that he'd never had it, overshadowed his fury and left him grasping at civility. The morning of the engagement, he slept late, and when he woke at last, he walked past the streamers and flowers to the stable. He stayed out riding and hunting until the sun was setting lower in the sky. Then he rode back to the stables, snuck in a back door to avoid the early revellers, and went up to his chambers. He changed and ran damp fingers through his hair, but he didn't have the energy or impetus to do anything more. His fierce rage had simmered into a dull fury, and if he were honest with himself, he would have admitted that he didn't want to look too handsome or charming. He wanted to embarrass Lucille in front of the guests, show her what it felt like to be the foolish one for a change. He waited until the third time Robbins knocked on the door before he finally opened it. The butler's lips were tight with frustration, and his eyes ran over Augustus's dishevelled appearance with disapproval. "Your Grace, you're late." "It's fashionable to be late to one's own party, Robbins." "An hour and a half late, Your Grace." Augustus whirled on his butler, working his jaw in frustration. "You don't get to speak to me like that, Robbins. You're a servant, after all." He strode to the drink cart beside the door, uncorked a fresh bottle of sherry, and downed a generous glass in a few gulps. It burned as it raced down his chest, and he welcomed the distraction. He wiped a hand across his mouth and looked back at the butler. His words had struck home, and he could see the disappointment veiled in the older man's eyes. Augustus felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that the butler had never been just a servant to him, but he couldn't lower his pride enough to confess to that now. Instead, he raised his chin and ran his fingers through his hair once more. "I'll come down." "I think that would be best, Your Grace." Augustus walked past him and down the stairs towards the sounds of merriment below. There were people in the foyer who looked up at him when he came down, but he didn't even venture a smile, choosing instead to brush past them and head outside where most of the party was planned. There was a table set up beneath the tree where a servant was serving drinks and punch. Augustus made for the table without looking from side to side, only catching a few glimpses of the lantern-lit garden and the people milling about in their finest clothes. He didn't see Lucille until he was halfway through his second glass of scotch. She came up behind him, startling him. "Lord Whitehall." There was confusion in her voice. He turned to meet her eyes, and his breath almost evaporated at the sight of her in a white gown, well cut around the bodice and fitted beautifully to her figure. Her pale hair was gathered high up on her head, and in it, small emerald jewels shone like her eyes. Something about her beauty there in the darkness only deepened his desperation, and with the desperation came more anger. He took a step away from her and looked at the drink in his hand. "Miss Lockridge." "You were late." She swallowed hard. "I thought that perhaps you were going to avoid your own engagement party." He looked up at her and shrugged, watching his apathy wash over her like a weapon. "You know full well," he said in a low voice, "that this is all a sham, and that we don't intend to get married. Why, then, would you expect me to indulge in some grand party?" She bit her lip, and that edge of steel came back into her eyes. "You're drunk," she said frankly. "Women." He drained the rest of his glass and plopped it teetering on the tray of a passing servant. He turned and walked away from her, feeling the buzz in his head and wishing it would drown out the guilt and disappointment that plagued him.
She didn't follow him at first, just stood watching him until he'd gone to the other end of the walk. There was a crowd of people there, mostly young gentlemen Augustus hadn't spent time with since before he took on the duties associated with the House of Lords. There were a few ladies in their company as well. One of them slipped quietly away as he approached. A fair-headed girl dressed in a blue gown that, for a moment, reminded him of Lucille. He wondered how much he had had to drink. Would he never be able to escape her? One of the gentlemen reached out and took hold of his elbow, drawing him in. "A little nervous, old fellow?" the young man asked, raising an eyebrow in gentle teasing. Augustus focused on his face. He couldn't remember the man's name, but he knew that he was generally a Lockridge supporter. He felt the fury in his gut building again. "You," he said sharply, "I have a question for you." The young man smiled indulgently, and Augustus saw the others in the circle do the same. "It's your day," the man said. "You're marrying the gem of London. If you have a question, good sir, you should go ahead and ask it." That. Augustus nodded at the crystal glass in the man's hand. It was filled with amber liquid and tilted elegantly in his slender, aristocratic fingers. "Do you know that I bought that crystal from a very special company that makes certain not to use slaves in their labour?" He was tipsy, certainly, but even a little intoxicated, he could tell that his words had brought a cloak of uncomfortable silence on the group. He went on, laughing a little and pointing at the glass. "I try to do all those things, the right things, you know, and what does it bring me? I should just be like you. After all, for every honest goblet that I buy, I know you all are buying thousands fashioned on the blood of slaves." "Your Grace!" one of the women gasped. "No, don't act like this is the first time you've realised that," Augustus said, waving his hand in the face of the young man again. "You all pretend you don't know these things, but I speak about them every day in the House of Lords, and I talk about the policies levelled against our own people, the poor in our midst, and you do nothing."
"Did you have a question in there somewhere?"
The man snapped suddenly, his face purpling with rage. Suddenly, Augustus felt Lucille's small hand on his arm and heard her voice laughing effortlessly beside him. "My goodness, I think the drink got away with us this fine evening." She gave a misty smile and nodded her head to the group before turning back to Augustus. "Dear, would you come with me for a moment?" Augustus let her pull him just out of earshot before he jerked his arm away from her. "Get away from me," he snapped. "What is wrong with you?" she answered back. "I realise that marrying me was not your first choice, and I know you feel I've betrayed you in some way, but how can you truly think my indiscretion so great that you can't even bear to look at me?" He turned his gaze back to her slowly, keeping the firm fury on his face, but knowing deep down that the reason he couldn't bear to look at her was that her loveliness awakened a longing in him that he knew would never be satisfied. "You." He held out a finger to her. "You have no right to take me away from a conversation with men that need themselves awakened to the truth. Just because you have no integrity." "That's harsh," she answered. "And I wasn't arguing with your principles back there. I was arguing with your methods. I'm trying to save you from undoing all the hard work you've done in the Parliament during one loud conversation at a garden party. You're tipsy, Augustus." It was the first time she'd ever used his first name, and he hated that it was in this context, scolding him for uncouth behaviour. He turned away from her. "Whatever good I was once capable of in the House of Lords is now nullified by the actions of your lying and deceitful father." He whirled back, watching his words fall on her like knives. "And you're no better." "How can you say that?" she cried, tears starting to form in her emerald eyes.
It's a fact of nature. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He crossed his arms. You're the lying daughter of a corrupt politician. What is it that you want from me? She shrugged her shoulders, looking for all the world like a vulnerable little girl. He wanted to go to her, to take her into his arms and hold her close, but something stood between them. I want many things, he said stiffly. How about an explanation? She raised her eyes to his. Perhaps you owe me that much, at least. Lord Whitehall. He didn't miss that she'd gone back to using his formal name. I know that what I did was wrong, but I have to imagine you are assuming the worst about my actions if you are this angry as a result. She took a tentative step forward. Please, let me explain what happened. He stared at her in silence, nearly ready to relent. Then, quite suddenly, Lockridge was there, calling to them from across the lawn. Lucille. She stepped away from him, blinking away the tears and putting that placid smile on her face that he had seen her use so many times before as armour. Father! It's time for the announcement. She turned to Augustus, pleading. You must come. He said nothing but followed her sullenly across the green expanse to the podium where Edgar Lockridge was lifting a glass of wine to speak. I'm glad you could all gather here on Lord Whitehall's grounds, he was saying, his weasel face turned upwards toward the night sky with all the benevolent pretence of a politician. It is a night to celebrate. I would like to officially announce the impending union of my daughter, Lucille Lockridge, with Lord Whitehall. Applause scattered throughout the garden. Augustus worked his jaw in silence. Lucille, by his side, was smiling wanly, still trying to keep up appearances. Her father went on, The marriage shall be as soon as possible, and the Lockridge estate will welcome the Sutton influence at last. Augustus almost said something under his breath about the Lockridge influence being the real money-maker, but then Edgar turned from the crowd and spoke to Lucille under his breath. Augustus heard him and realised that the snide politician had beaten him to the cruel comment.
Get over there by your husband-to-be,
Edgar said. Even in this, you disappoint me. Lucille took a stuttering step sideways, nearly falling against Augustus, but not quite, and dropped her face to hide her embarrassment. Augustus felt the twinge of guilt that had been assailing him all night at last grow large enough to defeat the worm of fury in his heart. He pursed his lips together and drew a shaking breath. Edgar came in front of him and, in an action that was purely for show, clasped his hand warmly. Welcome to our family, he said loudly. Then, soft enough that only Augustus and Lucille could hear, he added, I think you will find a dull woman, more punishment than all the shame I could level on your household otherwise. Augustus stared at him in simmering rage. I don't know how I would ever learn that particular lesson, he said through tight lips. I do not have the privilege of knowing any dull women intimately. Edgar rolled his eyes languidly and left the pair alone in the garden. Thank you, Lucille began softly, but Augustus held up his hand. Not now, he said, feeling the effects of the wine draining quickly from his head, but later. You are right. I do deserve an explanation. Chapter 30. There wasn't time the evening of the engagement party to speak with Augustus after the announcement. Between the guests and the excitement, Sarah found herself swept away from the man of the hour for most of the remainder of the party, and when she went in search of him afterwards, the sober butler informed her that he had already made his way upstairs for the evening. She went home with a heavy heart, but the shred of encouragement she'd received when he had agreed to an audience stayed with her and, after a restless night's sleep, She woke intent on meeting with him and explaining everything. She didn't want questions from her father, who had been particularly difficult the night before, and so she dressed quickly in a sober grey gown, threw a cloak over her shoulders to keep out the chill, and slipped out the back door without even a bonnet over her loose fair curls. The walk to Lord Whitehall's was not overly long, but when she arrived, the sun had already risen from over the horizon, and her feet, damp with the morning dew, found the gravel pavement of his front drive. She knocked on the door, knowing it was ridiculously early, knowing her actions were improper by society's standards, and not caring. She just wanted to see his face. She had been disgusted by his actions the night before, his uncharacteristic language and drunkenness, but she had been able to see through the act to the wounded man beneath, and her heart ached for him. She knocked twice and waited. The air was cold, hinting of autumn, and she could hear birdsong around the quiet estate. After a long moment, she heard the lock slide back and saw the somewhat ruffled face of the butler, Robbins, from the night before. He stood up straight when he saw her and folded his hands in front of him. "Miss Lockridge." "I'm sorry," she said, a little out of breath still from her walk. "I know this is ridiculous, me showing up so early after a late party the night before, but I simply must speak with, I have urgent business with Lord Whitehall." Robbins looked at her, and for all his carefully curated formality, Sarah felt the butler was looking right through her. After a moment, he seemed to remember himself, and he looked behind him into the silent house. "I'm sorry, but the master of the house left early this morning on a walk around the property, and he has not been back. Sometimes these walks last for hours." Sarah found that she wasn't surprised at all that Augustus's way of coping with difficult things was so similar to hers. She drew the folds of her cloak around her to fight off the chill. "Which way did he go? I would like to speak to him, and I am happy to walk until I find him. He always takes his rifle in case he comes upon small game that he can give to the kitchens." She blinked, not understanding. And it might be dangerous, my lady." Sarah gathered her courage. The man was clearly trying to get rid of her, but she knew what was needed, and she did not intend to back down before she'd done what was right. "I do not see that Lord Whitehall's property is particularly woody, and I'm sure he will not confuse me with a small rabbit if he sees me coming across the open fields behind his estate." The corner of Robbins's mouth twitched nearly into a smile, but he gained control of his face at the last possible moment and maintained his grim appearance. "I cannot, of course, dissuade you if you are quite set on the matter." He walked towards the lake, but by now I expect he has gone far around it, perhaps to the woods on the other side. Sarah nodded and took a step back down the marble staircase leading up to the estate. "I'll walk around back then. Thank you, Robbins." He nodded silently and stood at the door until she'd gone back down the stairs and rounded the corner of the house in the direction of the lake. He was quiet and reserved, just as a butler ought to be, but Sarah decided she liked him more than she could say. There was something of a father about him that she'd never experienced in real life, not a replacement, of course, but something refined and dear nonetheless. There was a trail leading down to the lake that cut around the back gardens completely and then dropped steadily towards the river and onto the water beyond. Sarah was glad of it. After everything that had happened the night before, she wasn't particularly keen on a trip through those gardens. There would be decorations still hanging from the trees, perhaps even lanterns and the like. She didn't want to be exposed to the difficult memories associated with their faux engagement. Not yet, anyway. She picked up her skirts and walked as quickly as possible. She didn't see Augustus anywhere but fell in alongside the creek and followed the water through the tall grass towards the lake. She was nearly there already feeling the damp exhaustion of a good walk setting in when she came to a wooden fence crossing the land. Usually, on country walks, there were steps to get over such obstacles, but it was clear that Augustus was unaccustomed to having women on his land and had not remedied the fact. Rather than waste time in search of a gate, Sarah balled up her skirts into one fist and stepped first 1 foot and then another onto the first and second level of the fence. At the top, she swung one leg over and quite suddenly lost her balance. She would have tumbled over the other side if she hadn't caught herself, but she did, looping one leg on either side of the fence and dropping her skirts so she had the use of both her hands. Just as she did so, she happened to glance up and caught sight of him standing there by the riverside, rifle snapped open on one arm, his eyes watching her silently. Lord Whitehall. She was stuck for the moment, unable to pull up her skirts and flash her ankles immodestly again, unable to move without pulling them up. This is unexpected. Still, he did not move. If there wasn't so much pain between them, Sarah felt she could almost laugh at the ridiculous position she was in. As it was, she only wanted to slip from the fence and bury her face in her hands. "I'm sorry for intruding," she said weakly, struggling to keep her countenance. "Please." She couldn't bring herself to ask for assistance, but she didn't need to. He seemed suddenly to comprehend the situation, and he came to her side, nesting one hand beneath her elbow and steadying her back with the other to help her to the ground, as though she was dismounting a horse. When her feet were securely planted again, she looked up at him, amazed again by his bulk and a little frightened at his surly demeanour. "I wanted to speak with you," she said at last. "You mentioned that last night." He looked down at the weapon on his arm, snapped it shut, and then open again. "I naturally assumed you would be asking for an audience to meet me at the house. I also assumed, wrongfully I see now, that you would wait at least until proper visiting hours." "It's important. I couldn't wait." Sarah took a deep, shaking breath. "Besides, you're already up." She ventured a tentative smile. "You're walking about, and have been for hours. What does it matter if I join you?" Robbins should not be so free with his information. Augustus turned and began walking away from Sarah towards the lake. She gripped her skirts in both hands and ran to catch up with him. "Don't walk away from me. I need to speak with you." "Then speak. You seem angry." She laid a hand on his arm. He turned, barely containing the frustration on his brow. "Say what you came to say and make no more of this." She stepped back, stung yet again. Your Grace, I found out what my father is holding against you. Why he is able to force you to marry me when you are so clearly opposed to it, and I have a plan to stop it." It was a perfect opening if he would only step in and say, as he had once implied, that he wasn't so opposed to the marriage after all. However, it seemed those days were gone. His eyes stared down at her, dark and unreadable. "I don't need your plan." "You haven't even heard it." "That should tell you everything you need to know." He worked his jaw in frustration. "I haven't even heard your plan, and I am still wise enough to know that it won't work. I don't trust you, Miss Lockridge, and therefore I must work on other avenues to bring down Edgar Lockridge." "I don't understand." Sarah hated the way her voice broke, the weakness in her tone that was shining through at last. "I know that this was always a difficult situation, but I thought you and I had an understanding, and now, after one small mistake for which I think you can have some manner of compassion, you exile me and treat me with utter contempt." Augustus shrugged his massive shoulders in a gesture of defeat. "I don't want to exile you," he said, his voice suddenly tired. "Think of it as me setting you free to continue with your lie." Sarah wrinkled her forehead in confusion. "My lie." You wanted to give me an explanation, so do that. He came around and faced her dead on. Tell me exactly what you did and tell me why you did it. I want to hear it out of your mouth, Miss Lockridge. No more lies and no deception. Sarah swallowed hard, and she felt her knees begin to shake in the still, chilly morning air. All right, she said with a little gasp. I admit it. Is that what you want to hear? I fully admit that my sister and I conspired to deceive you. We willingly led you into a situation where you would have been agreeing to marry someone whose name you didn't even know. It was wrong, and I know it was wrong, but it wasn't a conspiracy with my father. It was a conspiracy against him. Augustus's face was blank, confused. He didn't move to speak, but his brow furrowed. Sarah pressed on before he regained his fury. I'm sorry. I didn't know you. I didn't know how you'd be to Lucille, and I thought maybe you'd be cruel. I can stand that, you know. I can stand cruelty. I've done it for many years in my father's house, and if you think that you, in all your bluster and rudeness, even come close to some of the things he's said to me, you have another think coming. I don't understand, he said vaguely. She was in love with someone else at the time. I cannot share all the details at present, but I can just say that, though it was wrong, I promise I agreed to take her place out of love for her and a desire to do the right thing, not out of a desire to make you look the fool. She had begun to pace without even knowing about it, eating up the long river grass in both directions with her sodden feet, trying to escape the uncomfortable situation and Augustus's piercing eyes. As she passed him now, he reached out suddenly and caught hold of her with both hands, pinning her elbows to her sides and her feet to the ground. Stop, woman, he said, an intensity unlike she had ever seen burning in his eyes. Tell me now what you are on about. She stared at him, and for the first time, Sarah realized that everything she had shared really was news to the man standing in front of her. He didn't seem to have any idea what she was talking about, and whatever transgression he believed her responsible for, it wasn't the one to which she had confessed. She cleared her throat. The switch! She looked at him with confusion, distracted by the warmth of his firm grasp on her arms. I thought you meant the switch. What switch? I traded places with my twin sister, Lucille. I meant to marry you in her place, to spare her if you were cruel, and to spare her feelings for another. Sarah saw the truth dawning in Augustus's eyes, and she rushed on. I meant to wait until after the wedding and reveal the deception. When I first hatched the plan, I thought it wouldn't be a problem, but it has eaten me up inside and colluded with my conscience most horribly. I hate that I've lied to you. Here was the truth, the crux of the issue, and to Sarah's surprise, it came out of her as easily as breath itself. I love you. I fell in love with you some time ago, and I love you still, and I don't want to deceive you any longer. I'm so sorry. His fingers curled more tightly around her arms, and he pulled her close to him. You're a twin sister. There are two of you. One of you loved another, but not you, not... What is your name? He asked breathlessly. I'm Sarah, she said softly. He swallowed and repeated the name as though it was a prayer. Sarah! Then light came suddenly into his eyes, and he laughed aloud in the quiet morning air. His laugh was like a part of nature, the crash of a wave or the stirring of wind in the firs, and it awakened something beautiful in Sarah's heart. It awakened hope. Chapter 31. Augustus's mind was spinning at the first words Sarah had shared with him, but as their import sank in, he drew a deep breath and felt truly steadied for the first time since the entire ordeal had begun. It all made sense now. How different she'd appeared from the rumours about Lucille Lockridge, the changes in her demeanour each time someone else was present, the fair-haired girl in the blue gown at his engagement party, whom he'd assumed was a figment of his intoxicated imagination. Everything seemed bright with meaning, the dewy morning, the way her emerald eyes held his, the feeling of her soft arms giving beneath his grip. He pulled her close, acting before he had time to reconsider, and drew her into a deep kiss. She relented, soft and loving, and when they at last pulled apart, he saw a light shining in her eyes. You're all right with it?" she asked nervously. That note of fear in her voice brought Augustus crashing back to reality, and his heart swelled with shame. She was trembling in front of him, happy but confused because of the way he'd treated her in the last week and a half. "What a fool I've been," he said softly. Sarah looked up at him with wide eyes. "May I ask," she ventured, "what you thought my transgression was?" She shrugged and put a gentle touch to her lips, smiling shyly. "It seems what I considered to be my crime wasn't what you were angry with in the first place." "I should never have been angry," Augustus said, his voice hoarse. "I didn't realise Lucille had a twin sister. I had no idea." A cloud passed over Sarah's face. "You're all right with it after all? Don't you feel cheated of my sister's company?" "I want to marry the woman that has been stealing my heart these past few months," he said with feeling. "As it appears that has not been Lucille after all, then I want to marry you, Sarah." He shook his head in amazement, repeating, "I've been a fool." "What did you think had happened?" Augustus hardly wanted to explain himself, not now that he knew how misguided he'd been, but he pressed forward nonetheless. "I was shopping in town and I came across a tailor's shop. I thought I saw you inside. I realise now that it was your sister, and I stepped in to greet you. When I walked in, Lucille was behind the curtain with a tailor, confessing that she was forced to marry another man and could no longer be with the one her heart truly loved." Understanding dawned on Sarah's face. "And you thought it was me?" "Aside from the evidence of my own eyes, I heard the young man call the girl Lucille, and I hardly imagined it was possible I could have been misguided from that point on. There was more to the conversation, and I admit my pride was fully responsible for my reaction." Sarah was watching him with a little smile playing at the corners of her rosebud mouth. "Why do you smile, little woman?" he asked. "I have just confessed my doltish behaviour and your reaction is to laugh." "It was an unfortunate mix-up," she began. "But how often does such a thing really happen? I mean, the coincidence is incredible that I would have switched with Lucille, that she would have ended up in the very same position with an impending marriage, that you would stumble upon her last goodbye in a common street." "That is a question," Augustus said suddenly. "I thought you said you agreed to marry me so that you might spare your sister, and yet it appears she will have to marry against her will still. Who is the groom?" A shadow passed over Sarah's face. "That is a story for another time," she said vaguely. "I do not wish to lie to you any more, but I also cannot tell you the truth at present. Just know that her heart is in a much stronger place than when we set out on this endeavour." "And what do you think, Sarah?" Augustus stepped forward again, loving the way the morning light played in the girl's hair. "Are you glad that you stepped in to save your sister from the cruel and unpredictable Lord Whitehall? Did you find him so dreadful after all?" Sarah looked back at him with that light of battle in her eyes that he loved so much. "You are reaching for compliments, Your Grace, and that's not a good look on you. No, I genuinely want to know." He smiled coyly. "Do you find me such a beast after all? Is the idea of marrying me so dreadful?" "You have your beastly moments," she answered back with a raised eyebrow. "That was a lot of sherry last night, my dear sir." My dear sir. He was thrilled at the endearment.
Well, my dear lady, though I will do my best to never make you hurt again, I can almost assure you that the beast will reappear.
She pretended to consider it. Weighing my options, Lord Whitehall, I would rather spend a lifetime figuring out your moods on this damp riverside than a lifetime sitting in a boring parlour with silence and calm between me and my husband.
So you will marry me then? He asked breathlessly.
After everything. There was the shadow again, and this time it was accompanied by tears in Sarah's wide green eyes. You are forgetting something. Please don't cry. It broke him, seeing tears in her eyes again, and reminded him of all the times he'd hurt her before. What is it? What brought us together in the first place? You're forgetting. Sarah took a deep breath and crossed her arms, pulling the cloak closer around her shoulders. My father. If you marry me, he will get exactly what he wants. He wants control over me, and you aren't as docile as your sister is rumoured to be. Augustus said, I noted that the first time I met you. I thought at the time that Lucille was just a master of keeping her opinion to herself, but now I know that it was Sarah all along, and Sarah has a backbone that can actually stand up to her father's will. Perhaps, but you know better than anyone that my father is a conniving man. He will do what it takes to get what he wants, and I fear that if you are married to me, you will find yourself under more Lockridge influence than you bargained for. He might even force me to work against you by threatening Lucille. I'm not sure, but I foresee endless problems unless we can get you free of my father's influence.
I don't want to lose you again.
Augustus hadn't known how true those words were until he said them, but they echoed between him and Sarah now with certainty. He couldn't do without her now that he knew the truth, now that he knew she loved him and would marry him. Edgar Lockridge could be overcome. He had to be. You don't have to lose me, Sarah said softly. I have a plan. A light lit in her eyes, and Augustus saw there the old fighting spirit that he'd come to love over the last few months. I have been thinking about it for some time, and when I was researching your past, I learned a little bit about the way the public opinion system works among the wealthy in this town. I'm going to craft a lie about my father and about my family. I'll feed it to the papers myself, bring us down from within, and discredit my father's word in the House of Lords. No. Augustus shook his head at Sarah. That is too dangerous. Your father is not one to be trifled with. I know that, Sarah said desperately, but it's the only way. If I bring him down from within, then he can't hurt you anymore. People won't believe what he says. He'll find out that it was you. He has eyes and ears everywhere. Do you think that he would hurt you? Sarah swallowed hard. Physically, no. But Augustus saw it there in her eyes for a moment. She was lying to him. She would do this because she had a backbone of granite and a will of iron. But she was afraid. She knew that she was putting herself in danger, and she was putting on a brave face. It's amazing that you kept the secret of your twin sister from me for so long, Augustus said gently, taking her in his arms again. Because you, my dear, are a terrible liar. No, really! You will not convince me to put you in any sort of danger, so drop the idea now. He kissed her gently on the forehead. I will find a way out of this arrangement after we are married, and you are safely mine. Not a moment sooner, not when your father could interfere or harm you, and the weight of the decision will be on my head, not yours. You're being stubborn, she mumbled into his chest. A little something I picked up from a friend of mine. He teased her, stepping to the side and looping her arm through his. Now, don't think it skipped my notice over the past few minutes that you're shivering. We should go back to the house where you won't catch a chill.
I don't take well to being coddled, Sarah said, raising an eyebrow. I'm not a doll to be treated with kid gloves. But her knees were shaking behind the fold of her skirts. Augustus smiled with approval. You've never struck me as someone to be coddled, he said honestly. I would love to share my long morning walks with you, but only after you put on a pair of men's boots and a heavy cloak to keep out the cold, unless you care about the fashion faux pas. She sent a withering glance in his direction. Oh, you know me, always caring about the things I wear. They walked back to the fence, and Augustus helped her over again, following nimbly with his rifle over one arm. Then they set off up the trail towards the house, and all the while, Augustus felt a gentle swelling of pride in his chest. The girl beside him, the most remarkable woman he'd ever met, had agreed to be his. Chapter 32. The walk back up to Augustus's house flew by much more quickly than it had on the way down. There was a friendly quiet between the two lovers that Sarah leaned into, but it wasn't all peaceful in her head. She was spinning in mental circles, trying to overcome the difficulty presented by Augustus's refusal to accept her plan to save them from Edgar's grasp. He insisted it was too dangerous, and while she knew danger was definitely a factor, she couldn't just submit to the idea that there was nothing for her to do but wait. It sounded to her like Augustus just wanted to take all the danger upon himself. He didn't really have a plan to avoid Edgar's wrath. He just didn't want it to fall on Sarah's shoulders. When they reached the house, Augustus called to the butler and asked for warm tea to be served by the fireside. Then he looked down at Sarah's soaked shoes and stockings with concern. I fear you will get ill from such exposure, he said. Sarah couldn't hold back a laugh. There are men who survive being shipwrecked on islands with nothing but a few shreds of clothing. I think I'll manage. Still, I'll show you to the parlour and then see if the maid can wrangle up some dry slippers. He took off down the hall with all the energy of a gleeful boy, and Sarah watched him go with an endearing warmth in her chest. He was a good man, at the heart of it all. She walked into the parlour. There was a fire there, puffing away in the hearth, and the shades had been drawn so that the morning rays filled the room with golden light. She walked about the room aimlessly for a few moments, letting her fingers trail along the spines of books and looking all around for hints of what Augustus's life was like when she wasn't looking. On his desk, she found a stack of paper and a worn quill, evidence of a man who spent much of his time in correspondence. There was a book of poetry open on the couch seat, and a collection of figures regarding commerce in London on a nearby table. She picked up the packet of figures and read the first few lines, hardly understanding what she read, but feeling a surge of interest nonetheless. She walked over to the fire and sat down, slipping off her shoes and holding her stocking feet to the blaze. She knew it would be improper to take the socks off altogether, but the warmth helped thaw her toes. Before she looked back at the paper in her hand, her eyes happened to fall on the ash bucket near the fireside. Apparently, the maid responsible for cleaning out the hearth and starting a new fire had forgotten to take the ashes with her, or perhaps they just left the bucket nearby in the manner of many bachelor households. It wasn't the ashes themselves that caught Sarah's eye, but one particularly large piece of paper that was singed around the edges and only partly burned. What would Lord Whitehall have thrown into the flames? Curiosity stole reason, and Sarah rose quickly, seizing the piece of paper in one hand and pulling it out. The only possible explanation for a page like this surviving fire was that it must have been lifted back out of the flames by the regular ebb and flow of a flue breeze and fallen on the tiles before the fireplace unnoticed by Augustus. She held the packet of figures in one hand and read the page with the other.
I am not pleased to have to announce this to you. This next part was smudged, but she thought she could make out the words, anonymous tip, then a clear sentence. You will have heard of the Earl of Lockridge because of his oft appearances in the House of Lords and his vocal platforms in defence of the lifestyle of the upper class, but I am sorry to say that this same gentleman does not have what it takes to raise his daughter in the ways of what is good and noble. There was a hole here in the paper, but Sarah could read the word tailor clearly. The rest was burned, but she could ascertain from what she had already seen what was meant in the text. So Augustus had had the same thought as her. Discredit Lord Huxley, and he would no longer hold sway over Augustus's life. The incident with Lucille and the tailor was an easy enough choice to shame the family, and Sarah knew that it furthermore had caused pain to Augustus. She didn't marvel at him writing the letter and hatching the plot in the first place. Rather, she was amazed that he had chosen not to go through with it. Sarah. She looked up and saw Augustus standing in the doorway, a pair of slippers in one hand, his face stricken. She held up the scrap of paper and sank into the seat nervously. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't pry. He came and sat beside her, glancing at the paper in her hand. His face changed at once, and she knew he was surprised to find it here only partially burned. I didn't realise that made it through the fire, he said, concern creeping into his voice. His face was stricken. I would never have sent that, Sarah. I'm sorry. I was hurt. You don't have to apologise to me, she said quickly, her words heartfelt. I'm touched that you destroyed it on my account, but I think you should know you did the wrong thing. You were thinking much more clearly when you wrote it in the first place. The only way to take down my father is to play his game. I was planning to threaten him with the letter, not send it to the paper. I wouldn't do that to your family. Well, you should. Sarah drew a shaking breath. This won't work as a threat. Father will just find something deeper on you. He'll use me against you. If you send him such a thing as a threat, he will take it as an opportunity to plot something even worse, and he will beat you before you have a chance to defend yourself. Augustus ran a hand through his hair. Sarah loved those hands, strong, manly, gentle. Then you should be glad I didn't send it, he said sadly. I'm not glad, Sarah answered. You should send it, but not to my father. Send it to the Herald, and he will be discredited before he has a chance to formulate a countermeasure. Augustus shook his head. I can never do that to you, Sarah. I couldn't even do that to Lucille, though I realise now I have only met her on one occasion. It's cruel, and I won't play the game that way. I have my principles, and if I sacrifice them now, then am I really winning? Or am I just playing into your father's hands and becoming yet another Lockridge on the edge of morality? Sarah looked at him with love brimming in her heart. He was so honourable, and she loved that about him, even if she knew it would be his undoing in this matter. You can't win with good against an evil like this. You only say that because you've only been raised with the evil, Augustus answered, laying his hand on her arm as lightly as a feather. Let me show you what it is to be cared for by someone who wants to do the right thing. She wanted to believe him, wanted so desperately to think that if they just did what was right, her father wouldn't triumph. But she had lived too long under Edgar Lockridge's rule of law, and she felt certain that Augustus's way would end up in them being pawns, no matter which way she cut it. Please, Augustus, send the letter. I love it when you call me that, he said. I haven't told you that before, but it's true. My name sounds so noble on your tongue. He looked down at the paper in her hand. Why don't you give that to me, and I'll finish what I started. The fire looks hot enough to devour it fully this time. Sarah swallowed hard, thinking fast. No need, she said with a weak smile. I'll finish it myself if it matters so much to you." "It does matter," he said gently, "and you matter." She smiled and nodded, crumpling the scrap of paper in her hand and leaning up to kiss Augustus on the cheek. She loved the way his rough cheek felt against her lips, the way he stayed as still as a marble statue under her touch, like when a child feels a butterfly land on their finger and won't move lest they scare it away. She lingered for a moment and felt a sigh of relief when he didn't notice her silently slip the scrap of burned paper into the pocket of her dress. He hadn't noticed the paper in her pocket at all, but it was a little more difficult to get away with some of his official stationery. She did so only when he bent to stir the fire, and she had a moment to grab one of the pieces of paper from his desk. She bid him goodbye, knowing he thought she would go straight home, but instead she called for a public carriage to stop at the end of the lane and made off instead in the direction of the Herald. While the carriage made its way through the busy streets, Sarah worked on the letter. She used the language from the scrap she'd found from Augustus and fought the rocking of the carriage to write as neatly as possible a new, unmarred version. She used the letter as inspiration, trying to sound as much like Augustus as she could, in case someone would try to verify the source. Something coming from inside Lockridge's own family would be immediately suspect, but she changed a few of the facts. Firstly, and most importantly, she changed the bit about Lucille. There were many casualties to this whole affair, but she didn't want her sister to spend one more minute trapped in a life built for her by her father's machinations. The business with Reginald was still so hazy, but she didn't want to ruin Lucille's chances at a happy life by claiming that the girl had been seeing someone so scandalously below her station. Instead, Sarah said that she, Sarah Lockridge, had been seen with the tailor and had been carrying on a secret love affair with him for some time. She knew it would mean the end of her time in society, but she found she didn't care. As long as Augustus would have her, she was happy. Lucille would be safe under Reginald's protection, as dubious as the man was, and Edmund was a young leader in the Lockridge household. As unfair as the double standard was, a young boy would not be connected to his sister's misconduct the way Lucille would be. That meant the letter would only hurt Edgar and Sarah. Marianne was exempt, considering she had already sequestered herself from society in every possible way. Sarah gritted her teeth as she wrote, trying not to give in to fear, thinking only of what the action would do for Augustus. If she thought too long about Edgar's reaction, she grew nervous and afraid, and she couldn't afford either emotion now. At the Herald offices, she slipped the finished letter into her pocket and walked inside. The secretary was gone from the front desk, but Sarah didn't want him to see her anyway. Gathering her courage, she took the keys from the back rung and walked as quickly as she could into the hall behind the front room. Her initial plan had been to ask to see Reginald's informant, but the more she thought about that, the more worried she became. She already didn't know whom she could trust. Was it possible that Edgar had bought off the man's allegiance in the last few days, or that all along Reginald had been working a double scheme? No, the best thing was to keep her own name as far from the letter delivery as possible. Sarah walked quickly towards the room with the stacks, unlocked the door, and slipped inside. It was dark, and she hadn't brought a candle to light the way. She felt for the first shelf with her hands, and when she ran into it, she slid her fingers along the top and found a small box that she'd seen used for cigars in the past. She positioned the box so that it would be one of the first things someone saw coming into the room, and she leaned the letter up against it. It was too dark to read the front, but she knew she'd written "To whom it may concern" in dark letters on the front of the missive. She was about to slip out into the hallway again when she suddenly heard footsteps on the pine floor outside. She took 2 stumbling steps backward and ran into a curtained alcove. Remembering her private hiding place with Lucille, Sarah slipped behind the curtains into an even darker closet and curled her legs up out of sight just as the door opened. There were two voices, neither that she recognised. "I'm just telling you that if I have to spend one more day sorting through stacks for old dirt, I'm going to quit this position and work for a periodical in Northampton," one man said. His voice was high and squeaky and completely unfamiliar. "I don't have to put up with this. I have a gift." "Come on now. All you writers are the same," a deeper voice answered. "You all think you're the very best that I've ever had, but you aren't. I've been an editor here long enough to know a half-baked attempt at genius when I see it. If you aren't willing to do the dirty work, go on to Northampton and I'll hire someone who will." In the blackness, Sarah held back a smile. The editor. Sometimes her luck did hold after all. "Wait, what's that?" The squeaky man again. There was a rustling sound and the ripping of paper, and Sarah knew they'd found the letter. Whoever was reading it, she guessed the editor but couldn't be sure, read it quietly to themselves and didn't share the contents. She held her breath, her heart sounding monstrous and gong-like in the stillness. After what seemed like an eternity, the deep-voiced editor spoke again. "Well, sometimes we ask for help, and heaven has already answered," he said. "Read this." The other man had clearly begun reading the note, but the editor kept speaking. "If you can put off your sudden and uncalled-for trip to Northampton, I'll let you write that up for tomorrow's paper. Just when I thought this whole business with Sutton was buried and done with, he comes up with something like this. I've put thousands of social standings to death in Lockridge's name, but this is the first time I'll see him suffer the same fate." The editor laughed, and the sound came grating and cruel to Sarah's ears. "I can't say I'm angry, though." The two men left, then, apparently finding the letter reason enough not to search the stacks for further leads and story ideas. Sarah waited long after their footsteps receded down the hall before she slipped from behind the curtain and fumbled her way through the darkness to the door. It wasn't locked, of course. She still had the keychain in her hand, but she knew better than to walk the keys back to the front where she knew her luck with the secretary would likely run out. Instead, she left the keys hanging on the doorknob, a foolish mistake that would likely be chalked up to a servant or a new intern, and she made her way out the back door and into the alley unseen. Walking back home, there was a certain grim lightness in Sarah's step. She'd never done anything like that before, never defied her father so openly and with such possibly huge repercussions, but it gave her a feeling of power and responsibility that she'd also never known before. She knew Augustus would be saddened to see her fall along with the Lockridge name, but in her heart, Sarah knew she'd done the only thing she could have done under the circumstances. Chapter 33. The next day in the House of Lords the attendance was sparse. It was following a recent holiday, and Augustus knew, as he looked at the empty seats, that many had extended their vacation. "It's an embarrassment," he said to the man who sat next to him. "If you were to go into any one of the coal mines in this area, or onto the streets of London, you would see men still hard at work, without any chance of reprieve. Then, those of us who have everything handed to us on a silver platter extend our holidays rather than taking time to solve real and present issues faced by those in the gutter. Please, Your Grace." The man, an earl from the north, who went by the title Lord Charleston, rolled his eyes. "I know we sit beside each other in the day-to-day work of this country, but you could take a rest every now and again from your notorious high horse. Let the men enjoy their holiday, for heaven's sake." Augustus was about to let it go as he generally did, turning his attention to more pressing issues, but then the slender new face in the House of Lords, the son of a duke outside Northampton, leaned over Lord Charleston. "Agreed," he said with a wink in Augustus's direction. "Lord Huxley's not here today. There's no need to mount your usual feud."
Augustus leaned back. Pardon me? You know, the young man added with a coy shrug. Do you really expect us to believe that all this is your opinion, and not just an attempt to push back against Huxley in every way possible? It is my opinion. It bothered Augustus that a man so young, so new and green in politics, would already be taking the apathetic route that so many in the House of Lords held as their own. Lord Charleston, Lord Williams, will you join me for a meal at recess? Lord Charleston seemed to know better than to accept. I'm afraid I need to stay in and work on a new tax bill for the agriculture sector. I'm in, Lord Williams said with a wide, innocent grin. Augustus returned his smile, his eyes falling on Edgar Lockridge's empty chair. It is odd that Lord Huxley is not in attendance today, he said, almost to himself. He rarely misses an appearance, and I know for a fact that he is not on holiday in the country. He was at my house only a few days ago for an engagement party. Right, you and Huxley's daughter, an impressive feat, landing the Wales little lady after fighting him in the house all these years, Charleston said. Augustus levelled a gaze in his direction. We will not speak about Miss Lockridge. At recess, he walked with Lord Williams out to the street. The younger man took off towards the pub that Reginald so often frequented, but Augustus laid a hand on his arm. Actually, no, I have a better place. He started walking quickly down the street, and Lord Williams had to jog a little to keep up with Augustus's long stride. Hold up, man. Where's the hurry? This place is a little further away. We'll have to go quickly if we want to have time to make it back to Parliament after recess. The men crossed quickly down the side streets towards the river, then followed along the pathway towards the industrial section of town. As they walked, the streets and buildings changed before their eyes. The tenements huddled more and more closely together, hunching over against the smoky sky like the people who walked the streets. Augustus knew it well from his many visits to the slums of London, but he was always shocked anew by the desperation in people's faces. Worried that Williams would think better of the journey, he pressed on, speaking always so as to keep the young lord from having a chance to interject. As you can imagine, Parliament can be so dreary, he said, speaking quickly, especially on days like this, when no one shows up for the debate. You know how it is. When we're talking about things related to the poor of London or Derbyshire, there's no reason for the rich to participate. They have everything they need, and unless they're defending their own rich holdings, they aren't going to waste time showing up. I hardly think, Williams began, looking around nervously. Augustus cut him off. Oh, don't think too hard, my good man. I know you're new here, but if you spend too much time agonising over particulars, you'll never last. If you look too closely at the plight of your fellow man, you might change the way you vote, after all, and we wouldn't want that. They turned a corner, and it was as though the street had narrowed suddenly into a hellish tunnel. The sky was barely visible through the laundry and sheets strung overhead, and people huddled in the dark doorways with their hands gripping shawls close around their shoulders. Lord Williams shrank back. This feels disreputable. Oh, it is. Augustus turned a steely gaze in his direction. But it's not their fault that it's disreputable. It's ours. He took the man's elbow and pulled him forward. Come on, we're almost there. At the corner, he turned sharply into a darkened doorway he knew well, and they came out in a dimly lit room where people were crowded around a few low tables. A woman at the far end of the room, dressed in a dark blue dress with her greying hair in a knot at the base of her neck, looked up in mild surprise. Lord Whitehall, I'm surprised to see you today. Hannah, I've told you many times to call me Augustus. I wanted to show my friend here, Lord Williams, how other people are taking their midday meal.
Lord Williams followed silently behind Augustus as he joined Hannah behind a table near the hearth at the far end of the room. "Potato soup today," she said with a smile. "If you want to serve it up, I can get back into the kitchen and keep pairing." She handed him a ladle and gave a pile of plates to the dumbstruck Lord Williams. "You hand these out to anyone who comes through that door." The stench was overwhelming, and while Augustus was familiar with it, he could see that it was just another element of shock for Lord Williams, who looked like he very much wanted to hold a handkerchief to his nose. "Who are these people?" he whispered under his breath to Augustus. "Those people I'm always harping on." Augustus answered quietly in response. "To get back at Lord Huxley, of course." He turned his attention to a string of men filing in with their heads down and their hats in hand. He scooped soup into bowls, and Lord Williams solemnly handed them out to the men. After a few had been served, a small boy came through the line with his cap clenched in one fist and his dirt-streaked face showcasing a pair of fine eyes sunk in a sallow complexion. "A bit of grub, sir?" he asked hopefully. Lord Williams looked down at him in shock, not releasing the bowl in his hand. "Why, you're just a boy," he said slowly. "Shouldn't you be home with your mother eating midday meal?" The boy gave a little laugh. "Don't have no mother, no father neither. And if I was home, them at the factory would change my place out for some other lad." "You work at a factory?" Williams asked again. "Got to work to eat," the boy said cheerfully. "Less you're here with Hannah, of course." Williams handed the boy the soup at last, blinking the shock out of his eyes as he turned to Augustus. "He's just a boy," he said again. "I know," Augustus said, "and he's a lucky boy. Those you passed on the street coming in likely couldn't even get a spot in the factory. Do you think they—" He waved a hand at the room full of silent people slurping their meagre meal. "Have enough money to pay extra for candles?" He laughed. "Do you think they have enough money for any sort of tax? They eat scraps out of the gutter, man, and I promise you that's not a metaphor." Lord Williams nodded solemnly, his face having lost all the lustre and charm that had flooded it earlier that day in the House of Lords. He stood by Augustus's side for the remainder of the serving in silence, helping quietly to give food to all those who came. When they walked back up the streets out of the slums, he looked around him with a keen eye, and Augustus saw with relief that he no longer expressed contempt and shock, only compassion and concern. "How often do you go to Hannah's?" he asked at last, when they were back outside Parliament. "As often as I can, but there are other places, orphanages too, and places where your father's wealth could go a long way." The men parted ways at the door to Parliament, Lord Williams to return to his seat, and Augustus to meet in the library to retrieve the paper before returning to his seat. He watched the young man go with a lighter heart. Progress, however minimal, had been made today. In the library, he saw a few men gathered around a table with the newest copy of the Herald spread out on the oaken table. They were talking in low tones, but Augustus recognised that coarse rhythm men use when they're talking about another person's troubles. "I should have known when the man didn't show up this morning. Guess he can't show his face in the House of Lords after information like that. How do you think it was leaked?" "Ah, who knows? He's got more enemies than anyone I've ever met." Augustus drew near, and as soon as his presence became known, a silence, eerie and incomplete, settled over the men. One looked up with a raised eyebrow, while another hid a smile. The eldest cleared his throat and spoke first. "Sorry about that, Your Grace. Guess it makes it a little difficult to marry the sister, doesn't it?" A sinking feeling shot through Augustus. He stepped forward and took the paper off the table in one movement. There, on the front page, was an article titled "Lockridge Scandal, Daughter Cavorts with Tailor." No, Sarah, he said softly under his breath. It was Sarah, all right. Honestly didn't even know there was a Sarah, one of the men said. Guess that makes it a little hard for your Lady Lucille to show her face in public. Miserable business, that. Augustus felt the rage simmering in his chest. Get out, he said under his breath. No need to be snippy, man. You dodged a bullet, almost connected to that family you were. Get out. The men melted from around him like snow. Augustus read through the scramble of words, his heart in his throat. He recognised some of these words. They were his own, with a few amendments. She'd kept the scrap of paper after all. She'd taken his own writing and used it to incriminate her family name. Sarah Lockridge had more spine than he'd ever imagined, and realising that he would never do anything to hurt her, she'd ruined herself. He saw that she'd used her name instead of Lucille's, and he wasn't shocked. She was falling on the sword for him, for Lucille. It was honourable, but it was deadly. By adding her name instead of Lucille's, she had placed a target on herself in her own house. Even if Edgar didn't know she was the one who had submitted the story, he would certainly hold her responsible for the incident with the tailor occurring in the first place. And Lockridge wasn't here today, he said aloud to the empty room. He wasn't here. Lord Huxley was not a forgiving man, and if what Sarah had shared with Augustus was true, he'd always had a bone to pick against Sarah in particular. He would be out for blood, and he would not rest until he had it. Augustus didn't stop to think. Dropping the paper into the fire as he fled the room, he made his way outside and stopped on the front steps of the House of Lords. I need a carriage, he said hoarsely. I'll bring yours around immediately, Your Grace, the liveryman said with a formal bow. Hurry, Augustus said through clenched teeth. I must get to Lord Huxley's mansion as soon as possible. A man leaning against the wall behind him chortled. Off to break an engagement, are we? He said. Augustus whirled, coming just short of hitting the startled man. Watch yourself, he said hoarsely. He turned back to the stunned liveryman. Now, he hissed. Do not delay. He hoped he wasn't already too late. Chapter 34. Sarah appeared at the doorway to her own bedroom the morning after she submitted the incriminating story and slipped in early before Lucille had even got out of bed. Lucille looked up in surprise. Sister! Hush! Sarah went to her closet and took out one of her old dresses, a dark emerald green one with pale edging. She began shrugging into it as quickly as possible. Lucille, the game is up. I told Augustus everything, and after today, it will be more dangerous for you to be Sarah Lockridge than for you to be Lucille. You must go back to your room now and change into your own clothes. Lucille struggled up on one elbow. Sarah, you can't be serious. I won't abandon you now. You've done so much for me. You aren't abandoning me. You can support me all you like. But you must do it as my sister Lucille, not as Sarah Lockridge. What are you talking about? This sounds like nonsense. What did Lord Whitehall say about everything? You're calling him Augustus. Sarah looked at her sister in quiet desperation. I can't tell you everything now. There simply isn't time. But I did something, Lucille. Something that you would never have approved of. I had to free August Lord Whitehall. I had to free him from Papa, and now Papa will be angry, and I can't put you in the way of his wrath. What if I say no? Lucille said with uncharacteristic strength. I can fight back, too. Sarah walked to her sister's side and laid a hand on her arm. This all had to end eventually, and you know that if it came to a fight of will, I would win in an instant. Please. Just do this last thing for me. Lucille nodded and slid her legs out from beneath the coverlet. She grasped her sister in a brief, firm hug and then slipped out of the room in tears. Sarah took a deep breath and brushed the curls of her fair hair, twisting it back in the plain manner she had so often worn before her stint as Lucille. She liked the familiarity of her room, her own clothes, the books on the shelf nearby. She took one of them, a collection detailing insects from across the channel, and walked quietly downstairs before she lost her nerve. The house was quiet. At one point, she heard the door open and knew the milkman was delivering. The paper would come soon afterwards. When it did come, she heard the bustle of an announcement from the servants at the front door, but she didn't rise to witness it all. She stayed curled up in a ball on the settee with her eyes in her book. At one point, a servant came to the door and opened it, stepping into the library with the paper ironed and laid on a silver tray. The servant looked at her in surprise, and she saw 1,000 concerns flying behind his expressionless face. "Lord Huxley!" he croaked. "Not down yet," Sarah said, trying to keep her face as innocent as possible. The servant looked at her for another second in silence. Sarah wrinkled her brow as though confused. "Anything else?" "No, my lady." He turned and disappeared with the paper as quickly as he had come. Lucille appeared a few moments later. "Is something the matter?" she asked quietly. "The servants are all abuzz." "Come and sit by me," Sarah said, gently patting the space at her side. "Sarah, you're frightening me." "There's nothing to fear." Sarah forced a smile. Lucille sighed and, taking her embroidery from the nearby desk table, came to sit beside her sister. She was a few stitches in, and Sarah was just beginning to relax into the momentary peace when the door burst open with a crash. Edgar Lockridge was standing there, still in his dressing gown, his hair askew and his weasel eyes wild with rage. "Sarah!" Her name came out of his mouth like the hiss of a snake. She rose instantly, lest there be any confusion with regards to her sister's identity, and curtsied as calmly as she could manage. "Father." He was so furious that for a moment he couldn't even speak. He raised his hand, clenching the now wrinkled paper in one hand, and took a few ominous steps into the room. "Would you care to explain this?" he hissed again. "I don't know what you mean, father." Sarah swallowed hard, trying to think about Augustus and banish the fear from her mind and her shaking limbs. "You're telling me you know nothing about this?" He held out the paper and shook it in her face. "You always get the paper before me, father," she answered with wide eyes. "How could I know what is in the paper?" He took a few steps closer, and Sarah hated the way Lucille shrank into the couch in fear behind her. She stepped a little in front of her sister. "Tell me what is wrong." "You wench." He stepped forward and, in a flash, brought his hand crashing across Sarah's face. Pain flashed through her face, and she knew in an instant that one of his many rings had cut her skin. She fell a little sideways, but maintained her footing and stood straight upright again with fury coursing through her bones. "Why did you do it?" he demanded. Lucille had cried out when Edgar first hit Sarah, and now she jumped up to her sister's side. "Are you all right, Sarah?" "Don't protect her," Edgar cried, his eyes wild. "Not when she did this." He unfurled the newspaper so that Lucille could read the headline, then, before she could finish, screamed, "Your sister has been cavorting with a lowly tailor. She did so in full knowledge that she would be found out, and I would be disgraced. You would be disgraced." He moved as though to threaten Lucille, but Sarah stepped between them. "She knew nothing about it," she said quickly. "I made sure to keep it from her. I thought she might tell you the truth." "She would have," Edgar screamed again, "because she's a good daughter. You, Sarah, are a disgrace to the Lockridge name." He took hold of her elbow and shook her, hard. Lucille cried out, "Papa, no! You don't understand! Sarah would never!" Sarah knew in a heartbeat that Lucille intended to intervene and confess the truth, and she couldn't have her sister exposed to the brutality she had just experienced. She whirled on Lucille. "No, hush." She tried to communicate a world of information in one look. "Not now, Lucille. This is between my father and me." Whatever had transpired, Lucille seemed to understand the need for silence, but her eyes filled with heartbreaking tears. Sarah turned away from her to face her father again. "I love him, father," she said, thinking of Augustus, but implying the tailor. "There's nothing you can do about it." "Think again, witch," he hissed. "You have ruined everything for me. Your wayward manner has jeopardized all I worked for, and if you think that will be forgiven, you are sorely mistaken." "I would never expect a virtue as charitable as forgiveness from you, father," Sarah said coldly. He moved forward as though to slap her again, but instead just took hold of her upper arm tightly. "You're disinherited for this, Sarah. If you want to marry a lowly tailor, go ahead, but you're not draining the Lockridge name dry to do it. You'll cavort with him without land, money, or title. You're cut off from me and from your family forever. No man of station will ever look at you again." Sarah met his gaze as steadily as she could manage. A trickle of blood was running down the side of her face from the rings cut, and her arm was throbbing beneath her father's grip. But she was determined that he should not see her waver. Lucille was sobbing quietly behind her. "You'll leave now." Edgar released her at last and took a stuttering step backward. "I'll alert the butler." He turned, and as quickly as he had come, he was gone. Lucille opened her mouth as though to protest, but Sarah turned and took her shoulders in her hands. "Lucille, you have to listen to me." "Sarah, you're hurt." "There's no time for that," Sarah said quickly, swallowing hard. "I did what I did for the sake of saving a good man, and I'll not have you ruining it by letting father know your part in all of this. I need you to do something for me, Lucille." Lucille took a deep breath and nodded shakily. "Father has an article from the Herald somewhere in this house. It tells lies about Augustus, and it is what father is using to blackmail him. I need you to find it, Lucille, and I need you to find it quickly. When you do, destroy it." Lucille shook her head. "I'm afraid." "You have to be brave." Sarah reached one hand up to her forehead and wiped a stream of blood away, wincing at her bruising arm. "We don't have much time." Lucille watched the motion with heartsick eyes. "I'll do it." She reached forward and grabbed Sarah in a tight embrace. "I'm so sorry, Sarah. Where will you go?" "I don't know," she answered honestly. "But I will find a place. Maybe Margaret." The door slammed open behind them, and Edgar was back. "Get away from her, Lucille." His voice was icy again. He'd regained some of his composure, and that weasel certainty that had been so undermined by Sarah's rash action was back in spades. Lucille pulled obediently back, but her eyes were on her sister, and she nodded ever so slightly, as though to assure Sarah that she would do everything in her power to follow through with the task to which she had been assigned. Sarah stood shakily, noting the servant who stood behind her father with a cloak and gloves. "Am I to have time to pack?" she asked nervously. "Why would you need to pack?" Edgar said with an evil grin spreading over his face. "You have your tailor to run to, don't you? Just go to him, and he will make you all the gowns you require. Just let him feed and clothe you." She took a shaking step away from the weeping Lucille, holding her head high. "I know we do not agree," she said coldly, "but I am still your daughter." Edgar's face twisted again, and Sarah was reminded of the gargoyles she'd seen perched on paintings of Notre Dame. You rescinded all rights to the Lockridge name when you went about with the tailor, and doubly so when you let yourself be caught. Ah, how like you, Sarah snapped. Willing to do something immoral as long as you don't get caught. Society dictates legality, doesn't it?
Do you want to know the truth? Edgar said snidely.
If you think you can find a way to speak it, she answered. The truth is that I never liked you, Sarah, he said with deadly calm. I never liked either of you. Here he levelled a glance in Lucille's direction, but at least your sister had the sense to do what she was told. She's been of more worth as a trap for Lord Whitehall than you've ever been with your nose in books, quoting the philosophy of much brighter people. Books keep men from repeating the mistakes of history, Sarah said, realising with a sinking heart that she was just prolonging the goodbye so she could draw a bit more strength from her sister's presence. Perhaps, if you read more, she said, you'd be less of a danger to society with your self-centred laws.
You will leave my house, he said, his voice deadly. You will leave now.
Father, Lucille ventured gently. Please don't send her into the cold with nothing. It's raining today, and you know winter is coming. At least give her a fare so she can make her way to the home of a relative or—
Silence, he cried. Lucille, don't give me any more reason to consider you in cahoots with your sister. She will not be able to turn to relatives for solace because she is no longer a Lockridge. I have spoken, and it is my final word. He turned one last time to Sarah. You wanted a penniless tailor, and so I drive you into the street a penniless and shamed woman. Reap what you sow. You are no daughter of mine. Sarah gave one last look in Lucille's direction, but she didn't dare embrace her sister again. Instead, she walked past her father and took the cloak and gloves from the frightened servant standing behind. He looked at the bleeding wound on her head and opened his mouth as though to offer succour, but she shook her head ever so slightly in warning and moved past him into the hallway beyond. She tied the cloak around her shoulders, pulled on the gloves, and walked out of the house. She didn't turn around to look at the window where she knew Lucille would be standing, in case her father was there. She didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing the real fear in her eyes. Instead, she turned her face away from the mansion and walked with purposeful steps into the pouring rain. She didn't know where she was going. All she knew was that she couldn't stay there. Chapter 35. Lucille sat in her room with her head in her hands, her shoulders shaking. It had been more than a few hours since her sister had sacrificed everything for her and the Duke and left into the rainy afternoon. The light was already dimming into evening, and Lucille was afraid for Sarah. She didn't know much about the world outside her father's house, but she knew that it wouldn't be kind to a penniless noblewoman, stripped of all her title and family. For the 100th time, Lucille wondered whether she should have denied Sarah her righteous moment and claimed responsibility for the relationship with the tailor. Certainly she would have been thrown out along with her sister, but at least they would have had each other. She thought of Sarah's pleas and knew that the only way she could help her sister now was to follow through with the woman's final wishes and find the blackmail material their father had against Augustus Sutton. That was the very thing that kept her pinned to her bed these past few hours, sitting on the end and shaking in fear. She had never been in her father's study, not even under normal circumstances. The idea of going there now to destroy something of value to him terrified her more than she could say. He was still at home. That much she knew from the faint rumblings and cries she heard downstairs. It sounded like one of his binges, when he would disappear deep into his cups and take out his rage on whatever innocent passerby happened along. She didn't want to go down into that war zone, but then she thought of the blood seeping from Sarah's brow, and she knew she had no choice. If she didn't follow through,
Then her sister's sacrifice would be for nothing. She stood up, planted her feet on the ground, and took a deep breath. "Lucille," she told herself harshly, "you've wasted enough time as it is." She stepped into the empty hall outside and listened for a moment. It sounded as though Edgar was in the dining room, perhaps cajoling the servants to open the second liquor cabinet. He wasn't in his study, and Lucille thought he would perhaps avoid that area until he was sober enough to do his business again. Still, she couldn't be certain. She tiptoed downstairs, holding up her skirts to avoid tripping and causing a commotion. At the base of the stairs, her eyes fell on a light under the door in the dining room, and her father's voice came to her clearly through the closed door. "There's no need to quarrel," he cried, his words slurred. "I'll fire you all in an instant if you don't do as I say and fetch me a new bottle of sherry to the library." The library? Good. That meant he wouldn't be in the study, at least for the foreseeable future. The 2 rooms were attached by a small hall, but Lucille thought she could work quietly enough to escape unnoticed. She slipped around the corner and moved towards the end of the hall where the study was situated. She laid her hand on the knob, but found the door locked from the outside. Having never ventured into her father's private quarters before, Lucille had not foreseen this possibility. She looked behind her, her breath catching in her throat, and hurried on to the open library door to see if the study entrance was unlocked on that side. It wasn't. Lucille's heart began beating more quickly. Her father would have won over the servants soon, and he'd be back here looking for someone to be angry with. She was about to give up and desert the plan altogether when she heard the soft rustle of silk behind her and whirled to see her mother standing silently in the doorway. "Lucille," she said quietly, her pale face strained. "Mama." Lucille didn't know what her mother's state of mind would be, but for the woman to venture downstairs when Edgar was in such a state was a brave thing indeed. "You shouldn't be here. Papa will be back soon. You don't understand. You weren't here earlier." "I heard." Marianne walked into the room, and when the firelight fell on her face, Lucille saw a deep sadness there. "Your sister." "I don't know." Lucille pushed back the tears that threatened to overtake her. Sarah would know what to do. Why had she been left behind? She felt worthless and weak. Marianne seemed to sense all of this, for in a movement of uncharacteristic courage, she stepped forward and took her daughter's hand in her own. "Lucille, you are not your sister, but you are braver than you know. You must be brave now." Suddenly, Lucille felt it in her hand, the cold, hard edge of a small metal object. She knew before she even turned her palm over that the key to the study lay inside it. She gasped and met her mother's eyes. "How did you do that?" "Your father is deep in his cups by now," Marianne said with a queer little smile. "An impaired man is less aware of thieves. You'll get in trouble for this." Lucille swallowed hard. "He's angry right now. He hit Sarah." "I know. The servant told me." Marianne's eyes hardened. "He told me too, when I came to his chambers to steal the key. Lucille, your father has no right to treat you the way that he does." She set her shoulders straight and nodded to the door. "But he'll be back any moment. Make for the study and be certain to wait until you hear him settled in the library before you leave through the hallway door." "Mama." "And stop worrying about me, Lucille. Drop the key under my door, and I'll make certain it's returned before the beast awakes from his self-induced slumber." Then, in a rustle of skirts, she was gone. Lucille's hands were shaking with adrenaline and fear. She hurried to the study door and opened it on the second try, slipping inside and forcing herself to shut it as softly as possible. The study was dark inside, and the curtains were drawn. Lucille didn't dare light a candle, lest the light was seen beneath the door. Instead, She went to the heavily curtained windows and drew back the shade only enough to let in a shaft of natural light. If Edgar glimpsed that, he would likely think he'd left the curtain open and think nothing more of it. She looked around the room, slipping the key safely into the pocket of her skirt, and wondered where to begin. There were books all around, bound with fine edging and craftsmanship, but also heavy with dust. Lucille knew that this fact had always bothered Sarah, who thought her father's collection was just a status symbol that was never used for its real worth. When they were children, Sarah had broken into the study on more than one occasion to steal books from under her father's nose, and no matter how often Lucille would warn her against the rash act, her braver twin would risk discovery again and again. Such things didn't interest Lucille. She was much happier just talking with her sister or walking outside with Edmund in the gardens. She didn't see the allure of the books that Sarah read as if they were manna themselves. She only knew that those same books loomed over her in the dim light of the study now, as though they were condemning her. She turned her back to the largest shelf and made her way to her father's desk. It was piled high with documents and letters. Lucille wasn't even sure where to start looking. Her father surely had a system, but it certainly wasn't one that would have been considered organised by any stretch of the imagination. She looked through the first stack of papers and realised they were mostly just bills of sale related to the family business. The next stack appeared to be correspondence with necessary members of the House of Lords. This looked more promising. Lucille could see that some of the letters mentioned blackmail attempts and accounts owing, but as interesting as the content was, she knew quickly that she would never be able to read every letter before her father came out of his drunken stupor. Sarah had told her that it was an article, that it would be in a format perhaps publishable in the Herald. These were merely letters and didn't hold anything more official than a few names. She pushed that stack aside too, but winced when she saw the trail of clean desk left behind. Her father would be able to see that the dust had been tampered with. She picked up the stack as gingerly as possible and spread it out ever so subtly so the entire expanse of exposed wood was covered. The matter of dust in this hideous place would pose a problem for Lucille, she realised. Why didn't the servants clean it more often? She figured they were afraid, or perhaps Edgar had forbidden it to them, lest they discover his secrets. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Lucille. The dust. Of course, perhaps it wouldn't be a deterrent after all. She turned and scanned the heavy shelves of books with new eyes. Her father didn't read these books, not ever. If he was hiding something in one of them, though, that area of the shelf might be free of dust from regular use. It was almost too dim to see for sure, but Lucille walked back and forth along the shelves, peering through the haze at the spines to see if any had been recently tampered with. It was on an upper shelf, almost above her eye line, but not quite, that Lucille was at last rewarded for her ingenuity. There was a book, heavy and well bound, and in front of it ran a streak of clean wood. It had been recently removed. Lucille's heart sank a bit when she saw the title. Of course, her father would choose to hide his blackmail material in the Holy Bible. Nothing was sacred to Edgar Lockridge, and without a doubt, he considered that anyone searching for dirt would avoid such a book. If only he hadn't raised daughters who were as shrewd as him. Lucille reached on the tips of her toes and jerked the Bible out of place. It tumbled into her hands, and she flipped it open. There was more than one piece of incriminating paper tucked between the pages, but Lucille remembered her earlier decision not to lose focus, and she flipped them until she saw the Sutton name at the top of an article. Suddenly, she heard a thump in the nearby room and the tinkling of crystal. Her father was back in the library, desperate with fear and nerves. She pulled the article free of the book and scanned it without comprehending. There was the name, Augustus Sutton, and something about a death. She didn't have time to read it in its entirety, but she was sure from the headline and what she had seen that it was what Sarah was looking for. She stood back up on her toes, eager to return the book, but not wanting to make a mistake that would alert her father to her trespassing, and slid it slowly back in place. She thought about just sliding the article into her pocket and reading it later, but in her heart, she knew she couldn't take any chances that her father would catch her in the hall and demand to know what she'd been doing. He would get the article back then, hide it somewhere else, and all would be lost. No, she had to gather her courage and handle this now, the way Sarah would. Lucille fell to her knees by the fireside and pulled out the flint and matches tucked back in the grate for the servants to access. She struck a light and held the flame to the edge of the blackmail material. The yellow flame licked up along the edge of the paper, looking at first like it was causing no harm at all, but in a moment the paper began curling and blackening in on itself. Lucille was forced to drop it to avoid burning herself, and she watched it writhe on the tile of the fireplace until it had turned to a blackened, fragile sheet. Then, fearful that it could somehow be salvaged, Lucille crushed it with her foot and watched it crumble into irrecoverable ash. She stood, brushing the soot from her hands and looking around the room with a cool head. She wasn't used to this, being the brave and capable one. She felt like she was outside her body watching someone else save Sarah and Augustus. Retrace your steps. She walked to the Bible and made certain it was in place. She checked the desk again to make sure she'd left no trace, and then she kicked the ash into the rest of the fireplace and replaced the flint. The last thing to do was to draw the curtain and sneak out the side door into the hallway. She could still hear her father drinking and murmuring angrily in the library as she slipped silently upstairs to give the key back to her mother. Heart shaking, Lucille knew she'd done all she could. Now she could only pray that her sister had found somewhere safe to stay for the night. Chapter 36. The butler greeted Augustus at Lockridge's mansion with a look of strained contempt on his face. Lord Whitehall! Augustus waited for the usual questions about his intentions, but when the servant appeared to greet him with only silence, he cleared his throat and jumped in. I wish to speak with Lord Huxley's daughter. Miss Lucille is unavailable at present. Not Miss Lucille. I wish to speak with Miss Sarah Lockridge. There was that strained look again. The butler looked sideways as though he was hiding something. That person of whom you speak no longer resides at this house. So he'd driven her out. Everything in Augustus wanted to push past the austere servant and make his way to wherever Edgar Lockridge was hiding in that house, to beat him and demand to know where he'd sent Sarah. But he feared there was already too much time wasted. He turned and made his way back to the carriage. It was raining quite heavily now, and the sky was darkening. As Augustus rode away down the street, he looked up at a window, and for a moment his heart stopped. A woman was standing there with her hand on the shade, a woman who looked so much like his beloved that for a moment he thought it was her. But then he saw the nervous look in her doe eyes and knew somehow that it was not Sarah. It was Lucille. He turned forward again and did not look back. Augustus was kicking himself that he hadn't asked Sarah more about her life. He had no idea who she would run to for help, and he had a sinking suspicion that the way Lockridge had situated his family and interests, there were few in London who would help his daughter in her time of need. He checked uptown first, and then looped back as the lamplighters were coming out to perform their duties for the evening. The streets were looking more and more deserted. Augustus was nearly ready to give up when fate made him hold up the carriage driver at one corner to inquire after a cloaked figure sitting on the side of the road. "Pardon me," Augustus called. "I am looking for my friend and was wondering if you'd seen—" She turned around and his heart stopped. Sarah, kneeling there on the side of the road like a beggar, soaked through from the rain. It was too dark to see her face fully, but he was already stumbling out of the carriage and rushing to her side. He knelt in the running gutter beside her and gathered her to himself. "Sarah, are you all right?" She nodded, kept her face pressed tightly against his shoulder. He ran his fingers over her loose hair. It was soaked through with the rain, lying in a tangled, loose heap down her back. She reminded him of a wounded animal, innocent there on the side of the road. He pushed her away from him after a moment to inspect her, but she turned her face from the light. He took hold of her chin and gently turned her to face him. He saw it, ugly in the lantern light. There was a nasty bruise on her cheek and a cut that she'd clearly rubbed clean of blood, but still looked sharp and ghastly against her fragile skin. Her eyes were the worst of it. There was no blood or bruising there, but deep inside he saw her heart breaking. Anger stirred in Augustus like he'd never felt. How dare Edgar Lockridge have laid a hand on his own daughter? It was so horrible, like crumpling a delicate white lily in your hand for no reason. He's a monster. Sarah shook her head sadly. Let us not speak of him. But he hurt you. I'll never forgive him for hurting you. I'm all right, Augustus, she said, her voice still carrying that brave little edge that he so admired. I could have had far worse than I got. He was so angry, and I ruined everything for him. She looked up at him with a sort of feeble joy in her weary eyes. Augustus, I did it. His word will be ruined now, and Lucille promised she would come through for me and destroy the last bit of evidence. It will be his word against yours. He shook his head, and for only the second time in his life, he felt hot tears piercing his eyelids. You shouldn't have done it, Sarah. I can't bear the thought of you throwing yourself on your sword for me. She put a shaking hand to his cheek and gently wiped the hot tears away. Hush, man, she teased. It's not as bad as all that. We should get you in the carriage, he said, suddenly feeling her restrained, shaking in his arms. You're freezing. It's a bit worse than my damp stockings the other day, isn't it? She said softly. Augustus stood to his feet, helping Sarah stand on shaking legs beside him. He walked her to the carriage and helped her inside, giving the driver directions to his own house. She leaned her head against his shoulder and closed her eyes, speaking so quietly he had to bend close to hear. It's over for me now, Augustus. He stripped me of my title and inheritance. I won't marry anyone now. Take me to Margaret's house. I'll give you the address here, and I will be all right for a time, until I can figure something out. At least, Reginald already settled everything with my sister, and she won't be ruined over this. Her head felt a little heavier against his shoulder, and Augustus knew she would be deep asleep soon. He shook her gently, and when she raised her head, he took her wounded face in his hands and looked deeply into her eyes. Foolish girl, he said lovingly. Have you forgotten so quickly my pledge to marry you, and you promised to marry me in return? You can't go back on your word now. I won't let you. Her eyes opened a little wider. You can't be serious, she said, her voice hoarse from the cold and her ordeal. Augustus, I am nothing now. I am a common woman, a scrap of a person stripped of the only trappings that ever made me worthwhile. Your connection to the Lockridge name was never a very strong appeal to me, Augustus said with a note of amusement in his voice. No, my love, you are not going to be a common woman for long, and you must enjoy this time without a title while you can. In a very short time, you are going to be a duchess. Tears filled her eyes and ran down over the cut on her face. You can't. I won't have it any other way. I can marry you, and I will marry you. He leaned down and kissed her deeply, feeling the soft give of her lips under his. "And no one," he said softly, as he pulled away from her at last, "will ever lay a hand on you again." Chapter 37. The carriage ride was drawing to a close at long last. Sarah had long ago stopped recognising the sights outside the window, but only a few moments ago the driver had leaned down to announce that they had entered Scotland and were nearly to their destination. She turned to look again at Augustus's face. She'd been staying in the west wing of his house for almost a month now, separate until they could be properly married, while Augustus tried to convince the church to allow them a marriage. The storm cloud of Edgar Lockridge's disapproval, however, proved a more difficult thing to overcome than originally expected, and in the end Sarah relented and allowed them to travel here, to Gretna Green, where the infamous blacksmith shop would allow them a proper place to elope on record. "I promise you," Augustus said now, looking at his bride-to-be's face, "that I will marry you properly in a church when this all calms down with your father. I will let you walk down the aisle. I will have the choir and the proper societal attendance." "I don't care about any of that," she admitted honestly. "I only fear that you will regret running off with a girl of no consequence and marrying her in Gretna Green. It can't look good in Parliament or anywhere else you go around the city. There will be talk." "Let them talk." The carriage pulled up at last outside the registrar's office, and Augustus helped Sarah down. It was officially autumn, and the cold wind blew leaves around her feet. She drew her cloak closer around her shoulders and waited, while Augustus gave the porter directions about their luggage. "We'll be staying at the inn in town after the ceremony," he told the driver. "Take our bags across the street, and we'll follow when the marriage is official." The driver nodded and led the team of horses away from the Gretna Green office. Sarah took a deep breath and smiled when Augustus turned around. "So, let's get to business." "Business." He came to her side with a rakish smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. "After everything we've been through, you call the most magical moment of our lives business?" Sarah laughed. She found lately that she laughed often around Augustus. She'd always thought she was the serious, sober-minded one who was there to think through problems and provide solutions. She'd never really considered the possibility that there was real joy to be had. And yet, every day since Augustus had rescued her on the side of the road, she'd been almost deliriously happy. "I wondered when you two would get here." Sarah turned in shock and saw Lucille standing beside Reginald in the open square. She stepped forward in surprise. "What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on your honeymoon." Lucille swallowed and forced a smile. Sarah had only seen her once since the awful day she'd been expelled from the Lockridge home, and that had been a few days before Lucille's wedding in secret. They'd met at a hat shop uptown, a pre-arranged visit where they could both claim accidental meeting. It wasn't worth it to ruin Lucille's reputation before she'd made things official with Reginald. Sarah and Augustus had not been allowed to attend the wedding. This was the first time Sarah had seen the newly married couple together. There was something strange about their behaviour. They stood at a slight distance from one another, not far enough apart that anything seriously wrong could be suspected, but there was none of the leaning and nearness that one expected from newlyweds. "Honeymoons are not things to be indulged in for long periods of time," Reginald said, a little too grandly. There was something strained about his eyes as well, and Sarah noticed that when he turned his gaze on his bride, there was in his countenance the same yearning and distance that she had recognised the first day he spoke about Lucille. Why should he yearn for what he already had? She stepped forward and clasped her sister's cool hands in her own. "Well, whatever your reason, I'm thrilled beyond imagining that you've come. I'm sorry I couldn't make an appearance at your wedding." "We assumed you would need witnesses," Reginald said. He directed his comment more towards Augustus than Sarah, and she could see that same fox-like quality in him still. We would have taken 2 people off the street, Augustus answered with a laugh. But this is much better, I'm sure. The foursome walked into the registrar building and Lucille led Sarah off to a room to freshen up before the official ceremony. It was a small room with only one window and rough wooden walls, but it was private and free from all the baggage waiting for them both in London. Sarah sat on the bed and lay back, letting all the weary strain of travel drain from her. After a moment's silence, she peeked at her sister with a smile. I'm glad you came, Lucille. I wouldn't miss it, Lucille answered with a wan smile of her own. Well, some people have found it in their capability to miss our wedding, Sarah answered back with one of those sarcastic smiles she'd picked up from her husband-to-be. All of London will have a fit when they find out the new little respectable bride of Lord Crowan was seen cavorting with her twin sister, the object of one of the greatest scandals London has ever known. Please, Lucille said with gentle disapproval, you make jokes, but it's serious, Sarah. I don't know what you will do when you and Augustus return to London. The talk is vicious, and since you denied father his fun, he encourages it whenever possible. You've caused a great uproar. I've been in London too this past month, Sarah said, her joy unwavering. I've seen the destruction of my choice, and I admit I would do it again in a heartbeat. It freed my husband-to-be, just as I suspected it would. There is nothing I regret in that regard. A reputation is a dangerous thing to lay down, Sarah. London runs on reputations. Is that you talking or your new husband's? Sarah immediately regretted this, for something veiled came into Lucille's eyes. What is it? She asked. Tell me what is wrong. Nothing is wrong. Lucille shrugged and shook her head helplessly. At least, nothing I can put my finger on yet. She smiled and tried to look excited. Besides, today is your day, Sarah. I want you to be happy. Let's talk about everything good that has come about since you left our home. Let's talk no more of me. But I care about what's concerning you. After your wedding, Lucille said quickly, I'll tell you everything. For now, let's try to think only of your husband and your honeymoon. Sarah blushed. Lucille. Lucille smiled down at her and, stepping behind her, began to arrange her hair from the long travel. The pale blonde curls were piled up high around Sarah's head when she finished, and a few autumn blooms were woven in to set off the shining colour. There was no veil, but when Sarah had changed into a pale green dress, she found no need for one. It's perfect, she breathed. The two sisters stood and embraced, a long few months of trial finally behind them. After a moment of comfortable silence in each other's presence, they moved out into the room where the official documents were to be signed. When Sarah rounded the corner, she caught sight of Augustus leaning casually against one of the wooden pillars in the room. His profile was turned to her, and for a split second, she had the privilege of seeing his face before he caught sight of her. He was talking calmly to Reginald, twirling a flower in one finger that she knew instinctively he must have plucked for this very occasion. He did that sometimes, picking flowers to tuck spontaneously into her curls. It was one of the things she most loved about him. That, and the sharp curve of his jawline, the dark gentility of his eyes, the kindness of his heart, and the passion he had for the causes he believed in. She had never met anyone like him, and she paused in the doorway to drink in the sight of him. The luxury lasted only a moment, for Reginald seemed to sense the presence of his young bride, and when he looked up, Augustus followed his gaze and found Sarah's face at once. His expression changed in an instant, from languid and calm to a burst of longing that tore at Sarah's heart. "You're beautiful," he said, For a man who usually adhered to society's notions of modesty when it came to public displays of affection, it was a moving thing to say. Sarah smiled shyly and dropped her eyes as they drew near. "No, don't do that." Augustus tipped her chin up with the edge of his rough thumb. "I don't want to miss a moment of those green eyes." "What has gotten into you?" she breathed quietly. "You," he answered. The registrar they'd commissioned came forward with the proper ceremony and documents and began going through the required motions. It all went by like a blur for Sarah. There was some talking, some promising, quite a bit of signing, and then a copy of the final paper in each of their hands. She didn't know what was customary in eloping weddings, and so, when the official declared everything final, she just stood for a moment looking at Augustus, uncertain what to do next. He answered her question for her, taking her quite suddenly into his arms and kissing her sweetly and gently right there in the view of Lucille and Reginald. She melted into him, not even caring at the impropriety of it all, and then, when they finally pulled apart, she smiled to see Lucille's bright pink face and downcast eyes. "That's scandalous of you, Lord Whitehall," she said with mock severity. "You should take that up with my wife." He whispered back at her. "You see, she is bent on reforming me from just such indiscretions, and I'm sure she'll have something to say on the subject of this, my most recent lapse." "Reform you?" She raised her eyebrows as though the whole idea was preposterous. "Like I could even try." They bid goodbye to Lucille and Reginald outside the inn before making their way inside. The young couple climbed into their carriage after a few casual goodbyes and were gone. Sarah watched the rig roll away with mixed emotions, worried for her sister and unsure about what the future would hold. After a few moments' silence, Augustus tugged gently on the lace edging of her sleeve. "A bit of coin for your thoughts, my lady." "As if they were worth as much," she mumbled, answering automatically as she always had with Lucille and Edmund. Then, in one of those moments of delicious realization that often besets newlyweds, she remembered that she now had the luxury of a forever confidant who was safer than anyone she had ever known. "Actually," she said, turning to him with a coy smile, "they are worth as much." "Then share them with me." He ran his hand lovingly along her elbow. "I am worried about my sister and her husband," she said frankly, smiling to herself when Augustus seemed to accept this confession without mocking her. "I fear there is something that I do not know about their union. It came about in an odd manner, as I've told you, and there is much that Lucille doesn't know about her husband." "There is much that many of us don't know about Lord Crowan," Augustus said wryly. "But, my dear, I don't think we're quite at a point to be jumping to rash conclusions." "Not rash," she said thoughtfully, "but wise. I hope she didn't get into more than she can handle. Did she say anything to you?" "Not yet," Sarah answered honestly. "But she said that after our honeymoon she would share her concerns." "Ah!" Augustus's face lit with a charming and teasing smile. "After the honeymoon, you say? So this is a worry and a concern that I can deal with summarily, but it does not take precedence over our current, business?" "You are incorrigible," she answered him with a raised eyebrow. "I remember when you were so consumed with the House of Lords and your own grief that you couldn't so much as think about romance, and now you are willing to let it consume all your thoughts." "I am willing to let you consume all my thoughts." Augustus shot back at her, taking her into his arms and staring down at her with that gaze that made her weak in the knees, forever and for always. "And you will shirk your other duties." What is that biblical saying? There is a time for everything? A time To fret. He raised his eyebrows in mock worry, bringing a giggle from Sarah's mouth, and a time to kiss. He leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. "I don't remember the parson teaching that particular passage," she murmured as they pulled away. "Parsons are notorious for leaving out the best portions of Scripture," Augustus answered with a rakish smile. "Now, my love, you've borne the weight of enough trial in your young life. You've faced down everyone else's demons. It's time for you to let all that go for a few days and turn your burdens over to me." Sarah relented, pressing her face into the protection of his chest. "Gladly, my love." Epilogue. The months after the wedding seemed to fly by. In the beginning, Sarah opted to stay at the house most of the time, trying to avoid the prying eyes of gossips who seemed to make it their business to make mischief for the newlyweds. After a month of this, Augustus finally came to her with a proposition. "You can't stay inside all the time, my love," he began impishly. It was winter. His wife was curled up against the window pane with a cup of tea in one hand and a book in the other. "I don't stay inside all the time," she protested, pretending to misunderstand him. "I have been walking almost daily despite the snow covering the ground, and I get out regularly to see the horses in the stables." "You know full well what I mean," Augustus said, not even making an effort to hide the mocking smile that curled his lips. Sarah loved that smile. The more she'd been married to her husband, the more she loved it. "I mean, get out in society, accompany me to events, for instance. I certainly am not advocating that you go on more walks in the snow. I'm worried about you catching a chill as it is." Sarah threw back her head with a genuine laugh. "Catching chill? That's just an excuse fine young women use to avoid doing anything in the great outdoors. No, you have nothing to fear on that account." "You're changing the subject again," Augustus wisely noted. "You're making me focus on the particulars to avoid the overall truth that you can't stay inside forever avoiding society." Sarah sighed, sobering a little. "I'm not avoiding society, Augustus. Society has chosen to avoid me. There's a very big difference." "Society doesn't exactly want to avoid you." He came and sat beside her on the window seat, taking her teacup and replacing it with the comfort of his hand. "Society would have you for dinner if they could." She gave a weak little laugh and raised her eyebrows. "And is that so much better?" "Sarah," he said soberly, "when I first fell in love with you, I thought you were Lucille and I was shocked. I couldn't reconcile everything I'd heard about Lucille Lockridge's quiet behaviour and demure attitude with the brilliant woman I met. You were strong and brave and took no rubbish from anyone. Be that woman now. Are you really going to tell me that a handful of society women with no intellect and little to recommend them is enough to scare you off from living your best life? I'm proud of my new wife, and I want to show you off." And so she relented. Sarah went with Augustus to the next public event, which turned out to be a Christmas-time ball held at the home of one of the Lords from Parliament. Sarah had ascertained beforehand that her father would not be in attendance. She was brave, but not that idiotic, and had agreed to add her name to the guest list at her husband's urging. She dressed as simply as possible, hoping to avoid making any sort of statement or drawing attention unduly, wearing only a dark green dress with matching earrings and her hair in a chignon. When she arrived, Augustus was there at her arm to guide her through the crowd of onlookers, who seemed to find her worthy of extensive gossip, despite her attempt at hiding in the crowd. Lord Whitehall, one of his cohorts in Parliament, ventured when Sarah and Augustus sat at a nearby table with their punch cups in hand. "It's surprising to see you at things like this so soon after your wedding, and what a wedding it was." Here there was a pause, and a condescending look levelled in Sarah's direction. "Forgive me," But wasn't your initial engagement to Lucille Lockridge, not Sarah?
Augustus looked like he was ready to pounce, but Sarah had already decided beforehand that all snide comments would roll off her back without penetrating. She didn't care about these people. She was very happy with her husband and the life they'd built together, and she was not going to ruin their image further by giving the horde of gossips more fodder for their wagging tongues. She laid a hand on Augustus's arm and spoke up before he had a chance to snap at the other man. "You're right," she said sweetly, forcing herself to keep the sarcasm out of her tone. "I believe the engagement was initially to Lucille, but as you can see, that matter has been cleared up and he is married to me." "Twins. A confusing business if you ask me," the man said. "I didn't ask you." The thought passed through Sarah's mind like a whisper and was gone again as soon as it had come. Very confusing. She held the punch to her lips and did what her political father had taught her to do over the years. Redirect. "And you, sir? I hear that your most recent bill hit a bit of a snag. How do you see a way around the opposition?" She had meant it innocently, but the man's face flushed crimson with confusion at the interference of a woman in a man's business. "I wouldn't say a snag exactly," he sputtered. Augustus seemed to read Sarah's discomfort, for he interjected at once with an equally innocent air. "Well, there has been some opposition. Perhaps if you were to get a group of your cronies in the house to throw their full support behind your endeavour instead of talking about it over cigars." Sarah put her hand on Augustus's arm again. "My husband has a sense of humour," she said, covering for him, "although, if you are considering a bill cracking down on maritime shipping, you might consider enlisting the support of the lords most invested in agriculture." There was a moment of brief silence, and then the man sighed. "What do you mean?" "Well, farmers are invested in selling their product not only in England but across the Channel as well. If you focus on lords with estates that could suffer from the wrong maritime taxes, I'm sure you'll find your support." Sarah felt Augustus looking at her in her peripheral vision, but she resisted the urge to turn and meet his gaze. She was doing this on her own, making a name for herself. She would be the victim of petty gossip, but she wouldn't be an injured or easily angered maiden. She would show these people that she had something unique to offer, and her steady hand and mind would be the surest defence of her character. It was the first of many social events after that. Some went better than others, and Augustus was always the first to break when it came to open insults. He obviously hated to see his wife the butt of jokes and the subject of ridicule, but as the months passed, he seemed to realise that Sarah wasn't truly injured by what these petty people threw her way. When he saw her strength, he was able to relax and enjoy the freedom and pride of having such a smart and beautiful woman on his arm. Sarah watched all this with satisfaction, but the one person she most wanted to see in society eluded her. When she first asked about the new Lady Crowan, people were glowing, speaking about her appearances in the month after her wedding to Reginald. How coy and quiet she was, how refined and delicate. Then, about the time that Sarah got up the courage to re-enter society, Lucille seemed to want to be out of it. She was lax to return messages, and her answers were always vague. She never came to visit, and no invitations came from Reginald's mansion. Finally, Sarah decided that it was a sister's duty to see matters for herself. She invited Lucille to visit, and when she got no response, she put on a cloak and had the carriage brought round so she could force the meeting that had heretofore not come about by chance. Lucille's butler opened the door to Reginald's grand estate, surprised to see Sarah on the doorstep, but masking his confusion well. "Lord Crowan is not in today." "I should hope not," Sarah said with an impish smile. "If my husband must tend to his duties in the House of Lords,
I think it only fair that my sister's husband should be tied to the same fate." The butler blinked, clearly unsure how to respond to the teasing in the lady's voice. She waited for him to speak, and when he offered nothing further, she added nervously, "I did not come for Lord Crowan." "Is Lucy, Lady Crowan, in today?" "She is always in." He stepped back and showed Sarah into the warmth of the inner hall. "I will go and get her from her private library. Follow me to the parlour, and you can wait for her there." Sarah sat in the parlour, thinking how very similar it looked to when she'd visited Reginald there on her own, so many months before. It was odd. Sarah herself was not a homemaker of any sort, and yet she'd added little touches to Augustus's rooms in the days since she'd been living there with him. Lucille, on the other hand, was born for the role of woman of the house, and Sarah had fully expected to see signs of her delicate style everywhere. There was nothing, not even a new bunch of hothouse flowers or an embroidered tapestry. Sarah wrinkled her brow in worry just as Lucille came in to meet her. She was dressed in a grey woolen gown, decorated all over with fine seed pearls. Her hair was crimped in curls around her face and pulled up in a traditional topknot, and her white hands were folded elegantly before her. She looked different, withdrawn and even paler than usual. She also looked thinner. Sarah rose and greeted her with a smile, pulling her into a warm hug as soon as she was able. "It is so good to see you, sister. I've been worried about you. I'm sorry I haven't responded to your messages," Lucille said in a soft, mousy voice. "We've been occupied with much as of late." "And yet your butler says you are always here." Sarah let it slip before she thought better of calling her sister on this small inconsistency, and in response, Lucille shot a sharp look at the butler. "Bring tea, please," she said as coldly as Lucille would ever have allowed herself to talk. "Don't blame him," Sarah said softly when the butler had departed the room. "There was much going on, and he was welcoming me inside, answering my questions. He was certainly not attempting to share anything untoward with me." She paused and laid a hand on her sister's thin arm. "But why is your face so morose? Is there really something untoward to share?" Lucille stood for a moment like a statue, frozen and unapproachable, and then, all in a moment, she crumbled. She sank onto the couch, and Sarah followed her down to sit beside her. Lucille buried her face in her hands and wept with that silent, soft way she'd always had. "What is the matter?" Sarah asked with real worry. "I don't know," Lucille said suddenly, dropping her hands and looking up at her sister in quiet desperation. "That's the problem." "What do you mean?" Sarah felt a cloud of anger darken her mood. "Is Lord Crowan cruel to you? Has he hurt you in any way? Is it he who keeps you shut up in this house all the days?" "No," Lucille said earnestly, and Sarah could see in her eyes that she meant it. "He is not cruel at all, and he doesn't keep me shut up here. I feel sometimes that he would let me do anything I wanted as long as I didn't hurt myself. But Sarah, there's something wrong. I can feel it." "With your husband?" "Yes." Lucille leaned close and, casting a searching glance over one shoulder to be sure they were alone, whispered, "He's hiding something from me. I can feel it." Sarah blinked. "Something? Another woman?" Lucille blushed deeply. "Don't be untoward. I didn't mean—" "And yet," Lucille looked down at her lap, twisting her hands in the fabric of her wool skirt. "And yet, I don't know for sure. How could I know? He's keeping something from me. He's become withdrawn and secretive. In the beginning, I sensed it, as though he wanted to be more open with me, but there was always a part of himself that he kept reserved. He's so close to me and yet so far away. I cannot explain it." It is almost easier when he is gone on trips or at the House of Lords because then the distance is justified. It is much more difficult to understand when he's sitting across the table from me and I feel like he's 1,000 miles away. It broke Sarah's heart to hear all this. She had found only freedom and happiness in her marriage, and to imagine Lucille facing anything but that same bliss tore at her. She wanted her sister to be safe and happy, to know what it was to be cherished, and it was odd. Reginald had seemed like he really cherished Lucille at the beginning, and now this. Suddenly, Sarah thought of the piece of blackmail Lucille had destroyed. It had mentioned that Reginald was at the party of which Augustus had spoken. He still kept his cards close to his chest about the entire affair, but Sarah had confidence that he would never have hurt a man. She believed it unflinchingly because she loved and trusted her husband. She could not extend the same belief to Reginald. She ran her tongue across her lips to moisten them. "You say Lord Crowan is kind to you?" "Yes, but I want to know what he is hiding. What did he say when you asked him?" Lucille looked at her hands again. "I can't," she said. "I can't seem to bring myself to ask for anything. I'm afraid, not of him exactly, but of disappointing him in some way or another." "He's your husband." Sarah reached out and took her sister's hands in her own. "You have to find a way to speak with the man that you married, and until you've tried that, I can offer you no additional assistance. If you try, and he tells you only lies, then I will step in to help as you helped me." Lucille thought about that for a moment, and relented at last, wiping away her tears. "I'm sorry I've avoided you, Sarah. You just seem so happy, and I didn't know how to tell you that I wasn't." "I'm your sister," Sarah said gently, "and I always will be. Come to me with your happiness and sorrow both, and I will carry each as I may." Lucille nodded, and Sarah wondered what other suspicions were rolling around in her twin sister's mind. Whatever they were, she was happy she had her friend and cohort back again, and she knew that Lucille would share when she was ready. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book. Click on the image or scan the QR code.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.